The story begins with a medical university in Shan City. The son told his parents that he would not disappoint them. Ning Tao received a message on his phone. He was asked to come tomorrow to report on his internship. Tomorrow, the boy was going to report on his internship at the medical university hospital, but he decided for now to keep the peace on the streets of the city on this last night. Ning Tao held a rubber stick in his hands. Cars were racing towards the boy. Not far from him, he heard someone's voice. The man called to the guard to open the gate faster. The boy recognized the voice and turned towards him. It was Ning Tao's classmate, Yang Hai. The guy asked him what he was doing there, holding a baton in his hands. Does he really consider himself a defender of the world? The girl sitting next to him asked why this guard surrendered to him and asked him to move on. Yang Hai explained to Tang Ling, the daughter of director Tang Wanling, that he was not a security guard, but an excellent student in their group. The girl asked how this excellent student became a security guard. The guy replied that his parents died in a car accident, so the university took care of him and gave him a job as a security guard, so that he can earn a living. Tang Ling asked if this was true. She said that she was very sorry, blushing slightly, after which the girl turned to Yang Hai and told him that she was hungry. She asked when they would go out to eat. Yang Hai asked her not to worry, since he had not yet thought about where they should go. He suggested eating it first. Tang Ling laughed and called the boy a pervert. Then Ning Tao called his classmate and said that he knew a good Japanese restaurant on the other side of the road. The cuisine there is of a really high level. He is sure that his daughter-in-law will like it. The boy added that there is also a cozy Japanese-style hotel next to the restaurant. A classmate was very surprised and asked if this was true. The boy replied that, of course, he could fully comprehend Japanese culture there too. The guy said that this was enough and decided to quickly go to a Japanese restaurant. They laughed and immediately rushed forward. Ning Tao smiled sarcastically as he looked after them. He silently asked him not to worry, as a gift would be waiting for him there. The boy called the director and said that some guy was taking his daughter to that same hotel on Avenue 78, with the intention of getting her into bed. He thinks it will be better if he takes the guys from the physical education department with him. He also heard that some girl had an abortion for his sake. The boy explained to Tang Ling's father that this guy was a playboy, after which he called Lei Fei's name. This name is often used by modern people to indicate a person who serves the people with all his soul and all his thoughts. Ning Tao laughed as he hung up the phone and silently told Yang Hai to accept the gift that was sent to him. Suddenly, the boy's hearing was interrupted by something happening nearby. A sound made him turn around. The boy couldn't understand what happened. He turned around at the sound and was shocked. Some kind of serious accident occurred not far from him. Apparently, the car overturned and rolled over itself several times. Ning Tao couldn't figure out what it was. He asked Yang Hai if he crashed. A classmate replied that it was just bad luck, and a dog jumped out from somewhere. He drove on and said after him that he had urgent business. He asked the boy to take care of the dog. Ning Tao asked why he should take care of her. I wonder what's wrong with this dog now. The boy came closer to the animal as the dog flew far away. It seems to him that he won't be able to stand it if he sees this bloody dog's corpse. But when he came closer, everything was not so sad. Ning Tao saw only a small wound in front of him. He asked the dog if she wanted him to bandage it. From now on, one man, one dog, one world, radio column broadcast, thanking everyone for listening to this episode of The Animal World. The host promised to see you next time. Meanwhile, Ning Tao asked the dog not to worry. Luckily, he is a medical student. This wound is too light. He asked the dog to wait until he found the tools, then he would start treating him. And now, the boy was holding confetti in his hands. He congratulated the dog on being his first patient. The animal howled quietly in pain. Ning Tao asked the dog not to be so upset, and he invited her to come up so that he could show her his expensive working tools. The boy held scissors, a scalpel, and much more in his hands. He said that he did not have an anesthetic, so he would have to be patient. And so he approached the dog and explained that he would now begin to treat him. The animal began to whine and growl. Ning Tao very deftly and skillfully began to bandage the dog. A bandage taken from the trash can in the lab and tied into a bow to make it look cute. It is windproof, waterproof, infection-proof, drop-proof, shock-proof, perfect balance of safety plastic cap. This perfection can only be described in one word, namely ugliness. The boy immediately laughed and pointed at the dog. He told the animal that it need not thank him. It is the doctor's duty to save all living beings. When the boy brought his finger to the dog's mouth, she immediately bit him and blood splashed around. Ning Tao called the dog crazy. After all, he saved her, and she bit him. The boy threatened to kill her and began to approach, but the dog growled and ran after him. Ning Tao asked how she bit him and now wants to escape. He began calling the dog names and running after her throughout the office. The boy exclaimed that he would certainly catch her. But the dog flew into the air, and a stream of air flew from the anus towards Ning Tao. The boy got even angrier. He began to choke on the gases of this dog. His gaze suddenly changed. The boy seemed to hear something not far from him. He thought that if this dog got in his way again, it would be in trouble. Ning Tao continued to lie on the floor after being knocked down by that dog. He lay for a long time, face down on the floor. The boy seemed to be in some kind of unusual dream. There was a round clock hanging on the wall that showed 11 o'clock. Suddenly, he finally opened his eyes. He slowly began to remember what could have happened to him. The boy stood up a little from the floor and grabbed his head. He had a very bad headache. He was very angry with the dog and still called it ungrateful. If he meets her again, she will pay for everything. Ning Tao began to sniff. He smelled something familiar. His eyes changed with excitement. The boy realized that he seemed to see and feel all kinds of colors and smells. He smelled dust, smelled disinfectant, smelled plastic, smelled iron, smelled chemical fiber, and smelled his own body. He could even smell the dog scent lingering in the air. Was it because that dog bit him? So he mutated like Spider-Man, but only with a dog's sense of smell. He remembered reading something about a dog's nose. But that doesn't make any sense. A dog's nose can smell hundreds of millions of smells that are inaccessible to humans. The boy decided that none of this mattered. In any case, if he follows the scent, he will find this dog. Ning Tao immediately thought about it. He decided that the dog should definitely explain everything to him. Ning Tao moved along the street at night. The full round moon was shining in the sky and leaves were flying around. The boy began to sniff and suddenly coughed. He came to some large wooden door. Ning Tao decided that the smell of the dog brought him here. Is this really a domestic dog? He wondered when this school on the mountainside was converted into living quarters. It's already deep night and everyone has probably been asleep for a long time. The boy began to think about how to call them. Then he heard the door creak lightly. A man appeared in the gap. He asked the guy who he was, came up in such a deep night, like a ghost. Will he let them sleep? Ning Tao couldn't understand what was on this old man's head. He approached the old man and said that the ribbon on his head seemed familiar to him. The old man asked him not to talk nonsense because this was just a special hobby. He again asked why the boy had come. Or he wants to demand payment of a debt. Ning Tao explained to the old man that his dog bit him and he came for it. The old man was very surprised and asked if he had seen his dog. When he heard about the animal, he immediately greeted the boy and asked him to come quickly. He explained that the dog was waiting for him inside. The boy was very surprised by this conversation. He thought that he had a bad feeling. The old man had already disappeared inside the house. And Ning Tao just walked through the door, quietly walking inside. When the boy entered the room, it was quiet and empty. He began to peer, but saw nothing except a table and chairs, which was quite strange. There was no furniture in this room at all. Only a niche for a statue, and this is very strange. The very existence of this house on the mountainside seems strange. What's even stranger is the book in the shrine. He better take the dog and get out of here as soon as possible. Suddenly, he heard an appeal to the master. They asked him if he had found the dog. When the boy turned around, he saw an old man lying on the floor and breathing heavily. He asked the old man what happened to him. He came as close to him as possible, but the old man did not move or speak. The boy immediately grabbed his head and could not understand what kind of tricks these were. He asked the old man not to joke like that. Ning Tao exclaimed that lying on the floor was very bad. It is very humid here, and he can easily catch a cold. The boy said that he was a doctor, so the old man would not deceive him with this. The old man continued to lie motionless. Ning Tao came closer to him and noticed that the old man was not breathing. Is he really dead? The boy immediately began to calm himself down. He is, after all, a medical student and performed autopsies on corpses, even slept next to corpses. He knows how to provide first aid. Ning Tao decided that he would not know until he tried. He hoped that the old man was still alive. The boy came as close to him as possible and began to give the old man artificial respiration. But before he could do this, the old man stood up and hit him on the cheek with his hand. When the old man came to his senses, he asked what had happened to him. Did he faint again? He coughed and told the boy that he looked like he was a good guy. Even though they don't know each other, he saved him. The old man exclaimed that he would repay him for saving his life and reached out to the boy with his hands. The old man explained that he has no children, and as he sees it, he is very old and could die at any moment. His ancestors also studied medicine. The book that lies on the niche for the statue was given to him from them. He asks to accept this book as gratitude. He must also sign this agreement on the transfer of the clinic and everything will be his. Ning Tao exclaimed that the old man was not mistaken, and he was a medical student. Saving people is his responsibility, and he doesn't need anything from him. But the old man replied, clenching his fists, that this would not do. He feels he will die today. Doesn't he really want him to die hating him? If he does not accept these gifts, then after death his soul will haunt him for the rest of his life. Why is he insulting his ancestors? The old man began to whimper and asked to sign the contract quickly, since he felt very bad. Ning Tao exclaimed that he would sign, only asking the old man to calm down. And here in front of him was an agreement on the transfer of property rights. Chen Pingdao hands over the heavenly clinic located in the garden to the given person. The signature is valid. When the boy signed the contract, he told the old man that he had done everything as he asked. Ning Tao said that now he will go, but the old man asked for a cup of tea first. The boy, of course, agreed. He thought that this old man was sick. Why is he looking at him so intently? When Ning Tao drank tea, he decided that this tea was very aromatic and also refreshing. He asked the old man what kind of tea it was. The man explained that this was ordinary green tea. However, he went on to explain that he had added some medicine to it. Before he could finish speaking, the boy collapsed on the floor. Ning Tao asked the old man what he just did. The old man explained that he only added one nirvana pill, so his cultivation was improving. Let him consider this compensation. Ning Tao, lying on the floor, said that he smelled like his dog. The boy asked the old man if he really was that same dog. The old man replied that this pill is from nirvana, and it cleanses the meridians and removes toxins from the body. This pill will awaken his innate spirituality and talent, increase his strength and speed, and sharpen his sense of smell and vision. In short, the old man explained that this was a prerequisite for his journey, after which the old man began to run away from the room and exclaimed that he was finally free. "Hello, heavens, running away!" he said goodbye to the boy. Ning Tao shouted after him that he was a deceiver. The old man asked him to remember that he needed to go to the clinic as soon as he woke up. If he does not do this, the longer he waits, the more serious the consequences will be. The boy was shocked by what was happening. It was as if water appeared in front of him. It enveloped his hand. He began to go deeper into this water, completely immersing his whole body lower and lower. When the boy was completely in the water, he woke up and began screaming. He could not understand where they were and what was happening to him. Birds chirped around him. He found himself in some unfamiliar place. The boy fell into a bright green clearing. The sun never stopped shining. There were green deciduous trees around. Ning Tao thought that the old house had suddenly disappeared. Were these really hallucinations? Although the book on medicine and the contract lie in front of him, and this is not a hallucination, Ning Tao began to read the contents of the book. It said, examination, audition, treatment, acupuncture. Isn't Chinese medicine all about examining, listening, questioning, and taking the pulse? He also had some kind of key in his hands. This key looks old, but it is very heavy, neither iron nor bronze. What is it made of? The old man talked about the heavenly clinic. Does that clinic really exist? The boy remembered that today he had to make a report. He began to worry very much. Ning Tao decided to run away quickly in order to be on time with the report. He ran very fast, but half an hour had already passed from the appointed time. This damned old man ruined him. The boy thought that he had to work hard to complete his internship at the hospital. He decided that he couldn't lose her just like that. Ning Tao began to run as fast as possible. He jumped over slides, ditches, and various obstacles. Something incredible was happening. The boy couldn't understand why he was jumping so high. When he made an upward movement, he found himself several meters higher. Is it really because of that nirvana pill? When he jumped again, he decided that it was too high, after which the boy landed in a clearing. He thought that perhaps this old man Chen Pingdao was that dog. After the report, he should go and look at that clinic. The boy could not understand why he began to run so fast. He instantly found himself near a huge, tall hospital. The building rose towards the bright blue sky. Ning Tao ran so fast that he was out of breath. He stopped and leaned against the doorway. He heard someone telling Uncle Ma that these were Yang Hai's documents. The man asked to look. Ning Tao thought that this was Tang Ling's voice. He wondered what she was doing here. The man replied to the girl that this was just great. She responded by asking if it was true and thanking the guy. The guy in the white robe said that he was just a graduate. He would replace this poor child Ning Tao. There was nothing to worry about. With Yang Hao's family connections, it is only a matter of time before he becomes an official in the healthcare system. Until that time, he asks you to take care of him. Suddenly, Ning Tao ran up to this guy and punched him in the face. The guy in the white robe turned over and fell to the floor. Tang Ling asked him what he was doing. Ning Tao asked with his eyebrows knitted towards his nose. How could he give his place to Yang Hai? He asked the guy to immediately explain this to him. Chief Ma sat on the floor, looking angrily at the boy. He asked who Ning Tao thought he was. He is not obliged to report to him. Boss Ma asked the boy to get out of here or he would be in trouble. But Ning Tao was very angry and flew up to him again and hit him hard in the face. Tang Ling asked him to stop immediately. If he hits him again, she will scream and call the police. But since he is Yang Hai's classmate, she will feel sorry for him. The girl asked the boy to get out of here. Ning Tao grabbed his head and answered the girl that he himself did not want to stay here anymore. He went to the exit and said that instead of working with scoundrels like them, he would rather leave. But the most important thing is that he must go to the clinic that Chen Pingdao spoke about and find out why he sees all these colorful things coming from people's bodies. And here in front of us is the Shaw County Cafe. Many people occupied tables in this cafe. There was a very delicious smell of some incredibly wonderful dish on the plate. It was hot and incredibly tasty. The boy took this delight in a spoon and began to eat it. He said that it was wonderful and tasty. It's simply amazing. The boy was very pleased with this dish. He thought about how he couldn't stay in the hospital after yesterday. He decided to go to university first. But suddenly, beads of sweat started running down his face. He only has a month to live. Should he go to university? Some heels appeared in front of him. The girl moved around the room. She passed near him with some kind of tray. Ning Tao smelled it. Something seemed very strange to him. He even turned to look at this girl. His face changed and the boy realized that he had smelled some kind of smell. He began to look at this girl. Ning Tao froze and thought that there was something wrong with her scent. He had some unusual thoughts. This is a great chance to try. Something changed in the boy's head. His eyes glowed bright blue. It was as if the boy had been struck by lightning. This girl took her suitcase and began to move around the building. Ning Tao thought that he was now a little aware of her health condition. He continued to watch her. The girl suddenly slipped and lost her balance. The boy asked her to take care. He quickly walked towards her. Ning Tao walked up to the girl and grabbed her wrist with his strong hand. Before he could catch her, he quickly grabbed and hugged this girl to protect her from falling. The girl's eyes suddenly opened. She did not expect such a turn of events and the appearance of a guy in front of her. Ning Tao also sweated profusely and approaching, asked if she was okay, if anything had happened. The girl continued to hug him and did not leave. He couldn't understand what was happening. This girl was very close to him. She lowered her gaze and, blushing slightly, replied that she was fine. The boy thought that she was very sweet and beautiful, but the girl was confused. She already looked at this guy with a strange look and exclaimed that he was just a pervert. Ning Tao didn't expect her to call him that. He had a lot of questions. The girl asked who he was and why he suddenly hugged her. Even if he doesn't say that he's not a pervert, the boy explained that she almost fell and he grabbed her. He asked not to blame him for this. Suddenly, the girl slipped again and lost her bearings. She started screaming. But Ning Tao asked the girl not to do this. He put his hand forward and ran towards her. The boy could not understand why she fainted again. Some interesting, unusual events happened to him. The girl could not come to her senses. She was in a semi-fainting state. When she came to her senses, she blushed again and laughed a little. She was completely covered in sweat. The girl sat on the bench and lowered her head down. She couldn't understand what was happening to her. Ning Tao found himself next to some kind of bag in his hands. He asked the girl if she was awake. Ning Tao explained to her that she had hypoglycemia, so she should not overexert herself. This is to reduce pressure on the heart. He bought her some sweets from a nearby store. The girl asked how he knew that she had hypoglycemia and that she had a serious injury. Ning Tao explained that he was a doctor. The girl thanked him and apologized for misunderstanding him. She said that he could leave her his contact information and she would thank him later. Ning Tao immediately thought about it. He told the girl in response that he would go if she was really feeling better. He said that her injury was not yet completely cured. He advised her to pay more attention to her work schedule and diet. The boy turned his head in her direction and said that they would see each other later. As the boy left, he thought that he didn't want to know about the girl with a gunshot wound. And here in front of us is a sign that says class. It towered over one of the school's classrooms. In the office, many students sat at their desks and looked ahead of them. Ning Tao sat on one of the chairs and looked at the phone. It seems that Director Ma didn't tell him anything. Not a single teacher came to him and everything happens as usual. All around, classmates greeted each other. This is true if young Hal takes his place. If the school or the police find out about this, they will be in trouble. Suddenly, the boy's phone rang. Comrade Dong Ki was in touch. If he had to do it again, would he still love her? The boy was haunted by some thoughts. When he answered the call, they greeted him in the school office. They asked him if there was any trouble, but the boy asked for forgiveness and went to the window. The guys couldn't understand what he was doing now. Ning Tao was simply answering the phone. He asked Dongqi why he called. The guy explained that yesterday, a crowd of people gathered near his door. They also asked him where he had disappeared. Did he owe someone? Ning Tao replied that these people just came to see him. Everything is fine. Then the guy asked since when he became a famous doctor. And I wanted to tell him a funny story about doctors. The boss of their company had a stroke today and was taken away by ambulance. His wife comes to the office with a lawyer and says she wants to transfer all the company's assets into her name. This woman was his mistress, and then she ran away and took his place. Now everyone in the company says it's retaliation. The boss's ex-wife and daughter also heard about it, and he thinks that they will soon witness the fight. Ning Tao said that this is other people's business, but not his. But then he asked to wait a minute. Ning Tao thought that suddenly this check would not be accepted, or the clinic would miss the base. Ning Tao told Dongqi to find out for him where his boss's daughter would live. He would like to meet her. But first, he will go somewhere and meet him tonight. The guy asked what happened and why he was trying to sneak away. Suddenly, a classmate appeared behind him. He said that he had several friends from the sports department and asked him to talk to him. The boy did not expect to see his classmate at this time. He thought that now was the worst time. Ning Tao replied to his classmate, apologizing that he was busy today and asking to meet later. But the guy pushed him, calling him names and asked who would want to come to a meeting with him. He wanted to talk to him here, after which the guy grabbed him by the collar and Ning Tao asked his old friend what he wanted from him. The guy replied that yesterday he introduced him to this hotel, and then Tang Ling's father came to the hotel to arrest the people near the door. How dare he say he didn't say that? Ning Tao thought that it looked like he had been beaten. The guy continued to say that he also had the nerve to hit Director Ma. Ning Tao replied that now that he mentioned it, he didn't even tell him about the money he paid to bribe Ma Fuchuan and squeeze the diploma out of him. A classmate asked if he wanted to pay him, or he just wants to work it out with him. The guy asked Ning Tao if he really thought that he couldn't hit him at school. He asked the guys to show this child how to behave. Adults must be responsible for their words. Ning Tao prepared for a surprise attack. He didn't think that this would happen right now, and to him, a classmate asked his friend to hurry up and finish off this guy. He gave the order to hit him as hard as possible. He exclaimed that he was going to share this happiness with her, dear and beloved. The guy who ran up to Ning Tao planted his fist and tried to hit him, but that was not the case. The boy smeared him. He hit him in the nose with his fist as hard as he could. Scarlet streams of blood flew out of the guy's mouth. Ning Tao stood over his opponent and watched him writhe on the ground. It was an incredible sight. Ning Tao also turned out to be strong, not to mention arrogant and brave. A classmate called his darling and said that he was almost done with this guy. He asked where she wanted to have dinner that evening. They may find another place to continue the work they left unfinished last time. Ning Tao asked what he wanted to do with her. The boy exclaimed that he could satisfy him right now. He began to jump on him. The guys around could not understand what was happening. A very terrible scream was heard. It was a classmate shouting, because Ning Tao pounced on him and beat him thoroughly. The guy flew far back and fell to his knees, hitting his head on the cold ground. Ning Tao asked if this was enough for him. Thanks to him, he's all dirty again. The boy thought that he was usually not so good at this. What really happened to him? Is this really an advantage for a cultivator? Slowly, everything began to dawn on him. And here in front of us is the wide, spacious Fayun Street. Everything was quiet on the street, and there was no one there. The guy had already woken up and was taking steps along the smooth, clean street of this city. He approached the clinic, and I read the inscription Tanwei Clinic above the door. He finally found this place after wasting so much time. He thought about why he had not noticed this clinic before, and I decided to go see what was there. The boy knocked on the door and it clicked. When the door opened, he began to go inside. In front of him stood what looked like a tomb. She was wearing a white mask and was emitting thin light smoke. There was a very loud sound. Someone was screaming loudly and continuously. Ning Tao came closer and asked why he was making such a strange sound. After all, there is nothing in it. This clinic is kind of creepy, like a haunted house. He'd better look for something else here. The guy began to go deeper into the room. Not to mention, there's a lot of weird stuff here. He suddenly heard a sound and became thoughtful. The boy was seriously wary. I saw strange inscriptions in front of me. It said, "I can never do this again." It said, "Freedom. I want freedom." Ning Tao thought that it was written in blood. I wonder what these words mean. His face changed. He exclaimed that he was surely the one he was looking for. The boy came closer to the wall and began to look at the contract he had. He started reading and thought that there was nothing wrong with the contract. The mask that was on the tombstone glowed with red bloody eyes and smoke came out of it. The boy continued to look at this agreement. Beads of sweat ran down his face. He began to look at it carefully and finally read it. The letters swam before his eyes. This paper flew up and he could not understand what was happening here now. The paper rose higher and higher before his eyes. It was the same contract. The boy noticed that it had changed. On it was written the lease of the Tanwai clinic and congratulations to the owner of the clinic. It was written how many points it is to rent a clinic. If he does not pay the rent, it will be paid with the life of the patient. 1 year of life is 1 point. This contract is bound to the body and soul until their death. Ning Tao was seriously excited. Everything around lit up with some kind of bright green color. The boy squeezed this paper in his hands and looked forward in front of him with fear. Clouds of smoke rose all around, and a man began to rise into the air from that tomb. Someone's feet were approaching him. The boy was in complete despair. Who could it be? A man in a hat stood with his back to him. He was wearing long brown-red clothes. The man turned to him and exclaimed that the young man was now here in front of him. The boy was very surprised and asked if he was the same old man whom he had recently seen. The man replied that he had finally inherited this book. He was getting closer and closer to him. When he approached the boy, he hugged him and exclaimed that this was very touching. Ning Tao asked to get off him and not squeeze him too tightly. Ning Tao asked the old man not to dare cry and asked what was happening here. The old man asked him to calm down and let him explain. He is a cultivator and his Taoist name is Tengu Dayus, which means heavenly dog. Now he uses the thread of his consciousness to attach himself to the cauldron. He must teach everything he knows to the one who inherited this clinic. The old man explained to the boy that it was he. Ning Tao asked what was wrong with his eyes and asked him to get to the point. What are merit points for good thoughts and sin points for evil thoughts? And that means for life? And why did he choose him? Is it really just because he is so gullible? He asked me to explain all this to him. The old man immediately agreed and replied that life is not an easy thing. He asked to just look at his body. He has no other choice. Ning Tao straightened up and wondered why he was talking about his body. Ning Tao was simply shocked and did not know how to understand all this. What does he mean about his body? Then the old man began to show whether he could see that other people's foreground was colorful, but his was black and white. It is the spiritual root of good and evil. The boy began to take a closer look and listen to the old man further. The old man continued to say that only the owner of the root can inherit this clinic. For this reason, he was locked here for over 2,000 years. He is the owner of this clinic because he was framed. If it weren't for him, he would have stayed here forever. The old man asked the boy to think of this as helping this unfortunate old man. The boy put his hand on his head and asked what the merits of the good and evil points were. The old man exclaimed that the young man really loved him. Ning Tao asked the old man not to be an old fart, but to speak up. The old man replied that it was nothing complicated. Good deeds done with good thoughts in the mind give good points. On the other hand, sins committed with evil thoughts give sin points. He will receive a reward for the good and evil deeds of people. This cauldron is called the cauldron of good and evil. As long as he writes out a contract for someone, this miracle will automatically drain all the value of good and evil from the person. This bamboo slip is the clinic's ledger that calculates the value of good and evil in people. The old man explained that this is all he can tell him. Now this contract belongs to him. Ning Tao replied that he would start with the good and bad meanings of the can from last month. The old man replied that he should do as he wants. Ning Tao asked him to wait a moment. Late payment will be compensated by life of 154 years. The boy asked how a mortal could give so many years of his life. He exclaimed that the old man must be joking. While the boy was looking around, the trace of the old man had long since disappeared. He began to sweat and thought that this would never happen because he would die next month. Meanwhile, he was in Liberation Square. It looks like Mr. Dong Qi's daughter's case should be won. The boy walked around the square, very thoughtful and anxious. Suddenly, he saw some guy waving his hand. Jaming, whose nickname was Dong Qi, was Tao's childhood friend. He said that the boy called him very anxiously on the phone to see if he really missed him. Ning Tao asked if he had found what he asked for. He asked why the boy was looking for his boss's daughter. Is it really to cure her father? And he asked how he would treat his boss and why he needed his daughter. Ning Tao explained that his wife wants him to die so that if this happens, she will receive the entire family fortune. Even if he goes straight to the door, he still won't see him. If things are different with his daughter, she will take him to him. Dong Qi opened his mouth in surprise. He thought his friend was incredibly smart. The friend asked the boy not to worry and promised that he would take care of it. He called him along and said that he would take him to the hotel where she was staying. The boy was very surprised that his friend bought himself a car. Dong Qi laughed and exclaimed that he did not expect such a reaction from him. The friend explained that he had a very difficult time getting this new car. He said his brother would appreciate it. But the boy asked his friend to brag less and explained that time was running out. Ning Tao said that this car is very good. Dong Qi replied that it was true. This car cost him 5,000 yuan. The boy was very surprised by this figure. He exclaimed that this was a very good deal. The boy decided that it was necessary to smile in this case. His jaw just nearly dropped. Dong Qi told Ning Tao that there was a photo of her in the album and asked her to take a look. Otherwise, he won't recognize her even if he passes by. He explained that her name was Zhang Hao. She works for the police and lives with her mother in the north and rarely comes here. He knows that his boss's name is Zhang Yinglong and his wife's name is Zhou Yumei. Ning Tao looked at the photo of this girl. She seemed a little familiar to him. The boy decided that he had seen her somewhere before. But how could he meet Zhang Yilong's daughter? It's just that too many things have happened recently. He must have made a mistake. Suddenly, the boy exclaimed to Pinju Chang Yu. He was somehow nervous. Ning Tao asked his friend what happened and why he stopped. Dong Qi replied that he wanted to tell him something very important. He said that he had run out of gas, and he asked if he could lend him some money. Ning Tao said that Zhang Yilong's assets amount to hundreds of millions, but his daughter lives in such a low-grade hotel. The friend replied that he himself did not know why. He asked the boy to go inside and meet her in person. The girl had just come out of the shower and headed towards the door. She heard someone knock and went to open it. When the girl approached the door, she opened it and asked who they were. Ning Tao's face suddenly changed, and he blushed a little. He asked if it was her. The boy asked if she was Zhang Yilong's daughter. When the girl opened the door, she greeted the boy. Dong Qi asked if they knew each other. He turned towards the boy. Ning Tao said that they know it was one interesting day. Suddenly, the girl pulled him towards her. She approached and asked the boy who he was. How did he know that she lives here? The girl wondered if he was a stalker and was specially following her. This is a terrible misunderstanding. He cannot reveal his true abilities and decided in this case to simply pretend. He grabbed her hand and asked her to talk about it later, but right now he wanted to show her something. When he grabbed the girl's hand, she pulled back a little and leaned against the wall. The girl asked what he was going to do. A friend called his brother amazing, but the boy stared at her and thought about something. He moved his eyebrows to his nose and began to speak. He told Miss Jiang that according to his prognosis, not only was she suffering from hypoglycemia, but she had also recently suffered a gunshot wound. If the wound on her back had been 2 centimeters to the left, she would have been dead. Today, she had black pepper steak, pasta, broccoli, and vanilla ice cream. She ate too much and has indigestion. The girl asked him to immediately shut up and not talk to her about such things. Dong Qi asked his friend if he was okay. Ning Tao replied that everything was fine. He turned to Miss Jiang again and said that he preferred to speak directly. He is a special doctor, and he came to her because he wants her to take him to her father. He can not only cure him but also force him to kneel before her mother and confess his sins. Miss Jiang asked why she should believe him. The boy asked me to believe whatever he wanted. She also doesn't want to make a deal for the sake of Zhu Yumei Jr. and wait until her father inherits the entire inheritance. Is he speaking correctly? The girl looked at him and asked what benefit he would get from this. The boy replied that everything was simple. He wants her to give his friend a promotion when this is all over. Ning Tao whispered in Dongqi's ear not to forget his brother at a critical moment. And what about these operations? His friend exclaimed that this was a great idea. Then something hit the door. Ning Tao said that this was a failure. Dongqi asked if he was bluffing too much, and he said that he was not going. Such a miracle could not happen in the world. Ning Tao thought that he had failed the first order. His good and evil points are his little life. They stood next to each other looking at the girl. They both turned red and their jaws dropped. She opened the door and said that if he could really cure her father, then she would do what he asked. In addition, she will pay them a decent amount for their services. However, she has one more condition. Will he be able to force this man to admit his mistake to her mother? Ning Tao replied that of course he could. Miss Jiang replied that if this is the case, then you need to go with her so that she can take him to the hospital where this person lives. Dongqi exclaimed that this was great and he would take them. Ning Tao thought that there was hope for survival and laughed. And here in front of us is a bright, clean room in the hospital. A woman exclaimed that she was his daughter. She couldn't stop saying that she knew she was his daughter. But was she at home all this time and did she see him? Did she take care of him when he was sick? The woman exclaimed that she didn't think so. She said that she was the one who took care of him. That's why he's in her hands now. Jiang replied that if she had not destroyed their family, what would they have done? How dare she even say such a thing? The woman approached the man and said that he had not even died yet, and his kind daughter was already mocking her. He is really leaving, and how will she live without him? The girl asked her to calm down because her father had not died yet, and why was she crying? The woman replied that her father had not died yet, so she was filing a lawsuit. If he is dead, then who is to blame for this? Is it really her? Jiang clenched her teeth and called her a crazy woman. The girl exclaimed that she was not arguing with her. She called Dr. Ning to come here. The woman lowered her gaze, but when she heard about the doctor, she looked in front of her. The hairstyle was done by Jiang Hao. The boy began to quietly enter the room. A man put his hand in front of him and stopped the boy. He asked, who said that he would let him in? There are many doctors in this hospital and they do not need outside help. It was Zhu Yumei's younger brother. He asked Ning Tao to leave immediately. At the same time, he is also a marketing director and has a bad character. Jiang asked Zhu Yulin what he was doing. Ning Tao explained that he was Miss Jiang's friend and also a doctor, so he was only here to check on Mr. Yilong's condition. He apologized for disturbing them. The boy thought that given Jiang Yilong's condition, shouldn't he be in intensive care right now? Zhao Yumei arranged only a general ward for him. This woman truly has a poisonous heart. When the boy came as close as possible to the man, the guy called him a scoundrel. He grabbed Ning Tao and exclaimed that he was repeating once again to get out of here. The boy apologized to Mr. Yu and said that whether he needed his help or not, the last word was not with him, but with Mrs. Jiang. She has the right to see a doctor to confirm her father's condition. And why does he have such a bad conscience? He approached the enemy and asked if it was because he was afraid that he would prevent him from sharing his inheritance. In order not to interfere with the diagnosis, it is better for him to remain silent for a while. The boy threw his opponent to the floor and began to choke him with his hand, after which he removed his hand and began to breathe heavily. A girl appeared in the ward. She asked if it was Ning Tao again. The girl saw that he hit him and asked him to hurry up. Let them tell someone to bring security here. Someone is posing as a doctor at their hospital. Ning Tao thought that this was Yang Hai's girlfriend. He wondered why she appeared here. She's probably some kind of nurse at this hospital. A man in a white coat appeared. He called the boy quite brave and asked how he dared to cause trouble in the hospital. The girls saw the director and exclaimed, pointing at this guy, that he was pretending to be a doctor and cheating. He also beats people and they asked them to call security and take him away from here. The director said that he remembered him. Ning Tao is a fourth-year student at Shanshan Medical University. I didn't pass the last semester and the internship exam. I don't even have a diploma. His family is poor and he did not take care of his studies. Is it possible that now that he has matured, he is pretending to be a doctor? The director exclaimed that if they don't call the police now, then what's the point of waiting for him later? He said not to call the police. The girl showed her ID and explained that she was a police officer. She is Zhang Yinglong's daughter, Jiang Hao. She works in the Special Police Department of the Northern Capital. Mr. Tao is her friend, and she invited him here. The girl told the boy not to be shy about diagnosing and treating her father. If he needs anything else, just let him ask. She will do everything in her power. Ning Tao thought that this girl was very good and beautiful. She suddenly approached him and turned her head towards herself. She said that she did not know what he was hiding from her, but she was ready to give him one last chance. He has 1 hour and she won't let anyone into this room. She invited him to remember the promise he made to her. If he does not fulfill it, then she wants him to return the money to her with interest. In an hour, if he does not fulfill his promise, then he should not blame her. The boy replied that of course no problem and began to do his job. He went up to the wall and began to draw a circle with scarlet blood. He drew it with his key. After the boy made a circle on the wall, he stopped in the middle of the circle and asked the heavenly clinic to open. After the boy performed his ritual, he told the man that they were the only ones here and asked him to stop pretending. Ning Tao explained to the man that he already knew that the man had been conscious for a long time. And then he really opened his eyes and saw some kind of mask in front of him. The man asked what the hell was this in front of him. Was he really in hell? Ning Tao asked him to calm down. They are not in hell, but if he interferes with him doing his job, he might actually end up there. The patient asked him to stop and said that he would do whatever he said. Ning Tao said that this was just great and asked him to first look at his sins. The first sin was that he abandoned his wife and daughter. The second sin, it deprived many families of shelter over their heads. The patient has a total of 107 sin points. The boy exclaimed that he really was that evil. The man said that he repented and really considered himself guilty. He regrets leaving his family, and he regrets that he ruined so many people's lives. He's already on the edge, but none of his loved ones care. The boy replied that in fact he could still be saved. If he signs here and begins to correct his sins one by one, then he will not die. It won't cost him his luck or anything like that. Of course he can refuse this. In principle, if he is lucky with his stroke, he will live for several more years. But as long as he lasts, he will lie in a coma with a bunch of tubes from all the holes. He will develop bed sores that will begin to fester and stink. The man asked him to stop and assured him that he would sign the contract. Ning Tao asked if he was signing the agreement voluntarily. Did someone force him? The patient replied that he did not force him and that he definitely made the decision to sign it himself. In this case, the boy asked to leave their fingerprints instead of a signature, and he forgot to say that he has about half a month to do everything. Otherwise, he will die. The man exclaimed that he understood everything, and if this is how he can survive, then that's good. Well, they finally figured it out. The boy now suggested taking off this mask and taking the medicine. When the man opened his mouth, he shoved some kind of round pill into his mouth. The patient immediately swallowed it and sighed with relief. Ning Tao approached him, sweating profusely. He wondered if this man had gone crazy. Meanwhile, there had already been knocks on the door many times. They asked if they could come in already. The boy replied that of course it was possible, and a whole crowd of people entered the office. In front of him sat a man with needles in his head. Zhu Yulin called the boy a scoundrel and asked what he was doing here. Has he really reread the novellas? Why did he think that a pair of silver needles could heal a half-dead old man? Meanwhile, the woman approached the man and called him poor. How could this bastard stab him with all these needles, and how will she now live without him? Everyone called the boy a killer. Zhu Yulin exclaimed that he was facing time, but the boy asked to be silent and let him explain everything. The woman approached her man again and called him darling. They all came as close as possible and began to peer at the old man. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The man began to shout to the others and ask what they had done here. He hasn't even stopped breathing yet. The woman said that he was paralyzed. Everyone was very surprised that he was okay. The man exclaimed that they would be only too glad if he stayed in bed. The daughter asked her father if he was okay. The man replied that he was fine. Jiang asked her father what he was doing. The man knelt in front of her and said that he wanted to apologize for everything and for her mother. He shouldn't have done this to her. It's all his fault, the old scoundrel. He doesn't even deserve to be called a human. The girl said that she thought it would be better for him to tell this to his mother in person. Then the father completely agreed with her and said that they would leave right away. Her father's woman was not happy. Meanwhile, the boy was already somewhere in the room. He asked if he was kidding. Does he really want to say that all those points of sin that he took from Zhang Yilong in a completely honest way turned into this black slurry? The boy began to take a closer look and noticed that something was written there. It talked about the initial introductory cultivation technique. Not only is the introductory one also initial, what does this even mean? The techniques merge into something that resembles a woman's body, and that should make him invincible. The boy decided that if he didn't try, he wouldn't know. He sat in the lotus position, looking carefully ahead. He couldn't understand why he was naked now. Had he really fallen into his own mind? It was as empty as an African's stomach. The boy could not understand where his luxurious giant palace was. Ning Tao was a little upset. He assumed that the black line was an aura that he had already developed, and the black and white one is somehow connected with that old man. Ning Tao thought that it was obviously no comparison to the thin black line. In that case, why not test the powers he acquired? His hand suddenly flared up with bright red fire. The boy clenched his fist and, as hard as he could, hit the hard wooden table right in front of him. He screamed in pain. His hand cracked and he was in serious pain. He couldn't understand why this was so. He invested as much as 107 sin points into this, but received nothing at all in auras. It's better for him to go home and take a shower and then go to bed. Ning Tao was holding some kind of needle in his hands. This thing is called the Paradise Needle. If he imbues it with the aura obtained through the sin points, he can make someone very sick. Does this mean that if he fills it with the aura received through the glasses of Benefactor, he will be able to heal people? Also, for his training to go better, the energies of sin and virtue in his body must be equal. For now, there is more sin energy in his body, which means that the Heavenly Clinic will potentially try to finish him off soon. We need to somehow correct the situation, and as quickly as possible. And then the next day came. The boy heard a knock on his door. He asked who brought it there. When he opened the door, a girl stood in front of him. She pointed her finger at him and called him a dork. Why is he wearing shorts now? Ning Tao replied that he seemed to be at home, and how did she even know where he lived? It wasn't that difficult. The girl asked to let her in, otherwise people would stare at them. Then the boy invited her to come inside and said that his place was a little messy. She was very surprised that he called it a little. It was very disgusting. The boy asked what difficult force brought her to him. The girl remembered what she wanted from him and handed him a piece of paper. She said it was for him. Ning Tao couldn't understand why she suddenly decided to give him a whole million. Jiang explained that he healed her father and made him apologize to his mother. He deserved it through honest, albeit very strange work. The boy exclaimed that he could not accept this money. The girl said that she had the worst opinion of him. She thought that he would snatch this check from her as soon as he saw it. Ning Tao replied that of course not. He is a doctor and treats people not for his own profit. Jiang said that she would still save this million for him so that he could take it back as soon as he changed his mind. Ning Tao thought that he had already signed a contract to take away the sin points from Zhang Yilong. So if he took the money, he would be violating his own contract. Then he will lose all earned sin points. Jiang told the boy that her father was throwing a recovery party at the Qianlong Club. Would he like to go there with her? The boy asked what kind of holiday this was. And here in front of us is the vast Qianlong Club. The two guards apologized to Ms. Jiang. They said that although her invitation was valid, Mr. Jiang specifically asked not to allow anyone outside to see her. The girl asked why. Ning Tao decided that this was not fate and told the girl that he would probably go. But she exclaimed that she would not allow this to happen, and she told the security that he was not a stranger, but her boyfriend. If they won't let her and her boyfriend in, she'll ask her father to talk to them personally. People around could not understand why such a beauty was walking arm in arm with this rogue. Maybe he's still holding her family hostage. Otherwise, why would she be so nice to him? The girl asked Ning Tao not to misunderstand her. She does this so that the guards will leave them behind. The boy thought that she was too close to him. Jiang asked if he was okay. She invited him to sit down and rest. Ning Tao replied that there was no need and said that he was fine. Some guy came up to him and told the doctor that he was very glad that he came here. This guy asked the girl not to stand there like a pillar, but to go check on her father. But for now, he wants to talk to the doctor one-on-one. The boy did not expect that Zhu Yulin would suddenly communicate so sweetly with him. What is he even doing now? Meanwhile, it was a sunny, bright day outside. The weather did not foretell anything bad. They went outside and Ning Tao asked Zhu Yulin what he was doing. If he had some kind of illness, he could have just told him. There was no need to drag him here. Zhao Yulin replied that some diseases should not be discussed in public. He apologized for his behavior. Ning Tao replied that it was nothing, and he thought to himself that this scoundrel had brought him here for a reason. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and tried to hit him. Ning Tao exclaimed that the guy missed. Zhao Yulin asked what he just hit him with. The boy apologized and said that he didn't do it on purpose. Ning Tao asked if he could leave already, but the sore asked how he dared to dodge the blow. Does he really think that he can attack the person who cured President Jiang's illness with impunity like this? Ning Tao replied that of course he couldn't, so they should just go their separate ways as if nothing had happened. Zhao Yulin grabbed him and asked if he really thought he could leave here so easily. He's not the only one who wants to get him out of the way. Some guys appeared nearby, and one of them said that Boss Jiang paid them so much money and all for the sake of this dead guy. The rest of the guys laughed and said that this was the easiest money in their lives. One of them told his bro that he would deal with him himself. The guy told Mr. Jiang that they had finally met again. Ning Tao dragged Zhao Yulin by the scruff of the neck into the room and asked if he wanted to get rid of him. Zhao Yulin was lying head down. Ning Tao explained that all of his thugs accidentally tripped and passed out. The guys around were surprised who this guy was and how he got here. Isn't this the poor man the guards didn't want to let through? Why is this vaunted security so busy? Why won't anyone take him out of here? Jiang was surprised when she saw Zhu Yulin lying on the floor. The man asked not to talk nonsense and said that he did not want to get rid of him. The girl suddenly ran up to the boy and clung to him. She began to cry tearfully. Ning Tao asked her to stop crying, but rather tell her what happened to her. Jiang began to cry even more and said that it was all her father. He has not changed at all, and again only thinks about money. People around were wondering what she could see in this guy. He's not even very handsome. This is Zhang Yinglong's daughter. Why is she hugging some poor man? Maybe this guy is actually very rich. The man started calling him a nasty bastard, and he said that just because he cured him did not mean that he was allowed to touch his daughter. The father told his daughter that he knows what kind of person he really is and asks her to leave him. He really changed and even returned the money to her mother. She can quit her job and join his company. The girl replied that she did not care about his company. How could he do this to his mother? Does he know how hard she worked all these years to pay for her education? She doesn't need his dirty money. All she wants is his apology. The man asked to give him a little time, just a month, and he would go to her mother to apologize. Ning Tao asked if he really thought he could last a whole month. The father exclaimed that the boy should not speak nonsense or he wants more money. Ning Tao replied that he did not need his money, or he has already forgotten about their agreement. The man completely sweated and replied that he didn't remember anything about the contract. Ning Tao said that he can pretend as much as he likes. He still doesn't have much time left. If he comes to his senses, then let him look for him in the village he destroyed. The boy promised to wait for him there. There is some kind of cafe in front of us. The gentleman was offered his bill and told that he could pay it at the bar. Ning Tao thought that there was almost no money left and he needed to figure out how to get rich. He walked up to the table where he was sitting and couldn't figure out where his bag of medicine had gone. The boy became very worried and decided that he needed to be found urgently. Literally 10 minutes passed. He knocked on the door of the Bright Sun. No one answered him or opened the door. Ning Tao thought that judging by the smell, the thief was hiding inside. But for some reason, no one opens the door. All that remains is to get there somehow differently. The boy jumped onto the wall, after which he began to jump over the brick wall and ended up on the ground on the other side. A girl stood over him and asked him to stand where he was now. The second little girl said that even though he hadn't stolen anything yet, he was still bad. The little boy called him a thief. Ning Tao realized that he had been noticed. Again, judging by the smell, this girl stole his bag. She told the climber that he had nothing to do here, and she asked me to get out of here, otherwise they would call the police. Ning Tao asked how she wanted to set the police on him for stealing his own bag. He just came for what belongs to him. The children immediately changed their minds and began to worry about what kind of bag they were talking about, and the girl said that in any case he was here illegally, so let him get lost. They don't know about any bag. Someone next to them coughed violently. Ning Tao asked the girl if there was anyone else in the house besides them. The children began to quickly run away somewhere. The boy asked where they were running away. He asked for his bag to be returned to him. The girl told him to go himself and pick her up. The children gathered around the door. One of them said that he also wanted to go inside. The second one asked to be quiet because little sister Sue said not to disturb Auntie's rest. Sue was near Ding and asked her if she was okay. The woman replied that she was fine and had one request. She knows she's not a bad girl, knows that she is forced to steal for the sake of all of them. Even this time, she had to steal the bag of medicine for her sake. Ning Tao opened the door and said that he could tell that she had cirrhosis, and as a result of ascites, he can cure her. The girl asked if he thought that if she had money for treatment, she would have to steal. Besides, having a bag of medicine does not make him a doctor. She can file a fraud report against him and he will go to jail. Ning Tao replied that if she doesn't believe, then he can prove it. Due to improper and irregular nutrition, she developed vitamin deficiency. Therefore, the skin on her hands is constantly peeling and she is very sensitive to heat. Due to stress and long-term depression, she has constant insomnia. She also often has nightmares and wakes up every morning with a headache. She had a wound on her left leg, but it was not treated properly. So when there is strong humidity in the air, she experiences pain. The girl couldn't understand how he knew all this. Ning Tao asked if she believed him. He asked her to wait outside while he treated her. Unfortunately, after healing, she may partially lose her memory, so he needs her permission. The girl agreed and said that it was better for him not to lie to her, otherwise she will steal everything from him and won't even leave his panties behind. Ning Tao thought that she was very cute. When he was in the room, the girl leaving said that she would stand right outside the door. Therefore, don't even think about throwing out anything like that. After which she closed the door with all her strength, Ning Tao began to delve into the woman's sins. He told his aunt that she had done a lot of good things in her life. If she signs the contract, she will be healed. But the price for this may be the memories of all the children that she raised, even in this orphanage. The woman replied that she did not believe in virtues. She's done so much good in her life, but she can't even afford painkillers. What then is the point of doing so much good? She only believes that good and evil come back. The woman called him a very good man and said that she had one request for him. She asks him to take care of Sue and the children at the orphanage. Ning Tao promised the woman that he would do everything. She immediately thanked him for this. And then that girl appeared in the room. She began to approach Director Zhou. Then she approached Ning Tao and asked what he had done. Why did he insert the needles at random? It's because of him that she's in this state. The girl continued to shake the boy, but he asked to listen to him. The woman stood up a little and asked what they were doing. The girl was surprised that Director Zhou woke up. She asked how the director was feeling. The woman replied that she was fine and asked who he was. The boy realized that she had really forgotten about everything. One of the children asked Ning Tao why Sister Sue was crying. The boy explained to the children that the girl was crying with joy because Director Zhou had recovered. Everything was resolved properly. Suddenly, Ning Tao's phone rang. He was asked where he was now. The guy explained that his hand had turned black and he couldn't move it. Ning Tao said that he didn't want to see him anymore. The man replied that he had made a mistake and asked the doctor to save him. He won't dare do that again. The boy explained that he was located near the micro-district that he destroyed. If he wants to save his life, let him come here. The man began to cry and tell the doctor that he was mistaken. He asked the boy to forgive him and save his life. Ning Tao replied that it was useless, and he knew what needed to be done. People around could not understand why this guy came here. Why is the director kneeling in front of him? The man said that he would compensate everything to the village residents. He will also allocate funds for the reconstruction of this micro-district. The director turned to the village parents and said that he had made a mistake by demolishing houses in their village. He asks to forgive him and give him a chance to atone for his guilt. The residents were very surprised whether this was true. The man asked to give him their bank account numbers and he would immediately transfer all the money. Ning Tao invited him to go to the Bright Sun shelter so that he could examine it there. The director crawled to the girl and asked her for a bank account, hugging her leg. He promised to transfer money to her and allocate 500 million to their shelter. The girl asked the doctor where he picked up this psycho. This is an orphanage, not a mental hospital. Ning Tao explained that it was Lon who forcibly demolished the residents' houses. He is completely serious, so let him give him the card number. The director said that this is so, and he asks for a bank account number. The girl said that she understood and asked to let her go. Ning Tao noticed that he did not have an ounce of insight. She is so small. Why does he call her mistress? The girl turned to the boy and asked where she was little. She rudely asked him to quickly take him for examination. The boy immediately began to sweat and said that he would do so. Ning Tao began to examine his patient and said that he could save him. But their agreement is important to him, the man asked. Dr. Ning not to worry, he will do everything he must according to the contract. The man put his hand on the table and asked if his hand could still be healed. Ning Tao began to examine his hand and exclaimed that of course it was possible. He took out his silver needle and stuck it straight into his arm. The boy asked the man to remember that he had about 10 days. If during this time he does not atone for his guilt, then no one will be able to save him. The director replied that he would remember this. Ning Tao thought that although he is considered a celestial being, he also needs to work for food. You won't make any money at all from treatment in a heavenly clinic. Ning Tao began to sweat. Last night, he managed to put both good and evil into the vessel. The boy practiced all night. He sat naked in the lotus position with a thoughtful look. However, his spiritual strength is negligible. He cannot even create fire. The boy thought that the fool and the poor man were all about him. He hopes that some business will appear here. Two guys were walking along the road, and one of them asked what century it was for him to dress up like that. His clothes already indicate that he is a fraud, apparently. Before leaving, he hit his head and forgot that he needed to disguise himself. The boy continued to stand in front of these two guys and look at them. They approached him, calling him a fraudster. One of the guys asked him what happened to him. The second one asked if he really heals people. Ning Tao pointed his finger at the first one and said that his shoulder periarthritis is in a critical condition, and now it hurts him. Is this true? Then the man replied that it was true and asked how he knew about it. Ning Tao replied 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, he can cure periarthritis of the shoulder. He asked the guy if he wanted to try. The man replied that it was impossible to do this in 3 minutes. Ning Tao said that if he doesn't believe, then that's his problem. But the man stopped him and exclaimed that he wanted to try. The second asked him not to lose his head, because in his opinion he was deceiving, but the guy told Ning Tao that if he didn't cure him in 3 minutes, he wouldn't give him the money. The boy said that nothing like that would happen and simply asked to believe him. You need to put your hands behind your back and touch your shirt. The second guy exclaimed that he was just making fun of him. Will he be able to cure him or not? Where have you seen a doctor use such a method? Ning Tao then turned to this guy and told him by name that he was seriously ill. Then Chen Chao grabbed him and exclaimed that he was talking nonsense. He himself is sick, and let him tell what illness he has. The boy replied that lately he has not been able to do this well. Is he telling the truth? The man was very surprised. How could the boy know such details about him? He approached him and asked if the guy could cure him. Ning Tao replied that of course he could. Chen Chao asked him to find a place where they could talk in private. The boy replied that he said that he could cure him, but did not say that he would cure him. He's just a scammer after all. Then the man again exclaimed that he could not cure him and called him a fraud. Didn't he say that he could cure Lao Ma in 3 minutes? If he can, he asks him to do it. Ning Tao said that he only wanted to cure him, but he interrupted him. He explained that he uses the traditional method of acupuncture. Then he began poking the man's body with needles. The guy immediately screamed and grinned, saying that he felt as if something was pouring inside his body. He was either hot or cold. The man's face turned completely red. Suddenly he perked up and exclaimed that he was feeling well. His friend asked what happened to him. Ning Tao explained that he had given him acupuncture. Ning Tao asked him to put his hands behind his back again and reach for his shirt. When the man did this, he was very happy and exclaimed that it was just great. He is a divine doctor and he only has 200 yuan with him. He asks you not to hate him. He can leave him his contact information. He has many colleagues who have lumbar spondylosis. He can recommend it to them. The second guy offered him 400 yuan and asked him to cure him. Ning Tao replied that even if he gave him 4,000 yuan, he still wouldn't. Then the guy asked what this meant. Why can he treat others but not him? Or does he not recognize him? The boy replied that recognition is given by other people, not by oneself. What a major figure he is, and why should he be recognized? Ning Tao explained that it was not his lower part that was sick, but his mouth. The guy asked how dare he behave so arrogantly with him. If he had talent, he wouldn't just leave. Then the guy wrote to Brother Yoon that a certain fraudulent doctor was walking around their company and deceiving people. He asked to send several people here to deal with him. He threatened the boy to wait and decided to see how he would talk to him later. It's only been a little time, but many people have already been added to the hospital's WeChat. Afterwards, you need to make sure that they pre-register on WeChat so that he no longer has to wander the street. Ning Tao noticed that there was some new information. Suddenly, his food flew from the table to the floor, and some guy asked what kind of bastard dared to deceive their man. Ning Tao realized that this was his spent 19 yuan for pork and fish sauce and rice with fried meat and vegetables, 15 yuan for pork rib soup, and 2 yuan for mineral water. The boy exclaimed that he did not deceive anyone, and why did he knock over his table with food? The guy replied that he is the one who, posing as a doctor, deceives people. The second one exclaimed that he was a fraud and how dare he stare at Brother Yoon. The guy clenched his fists and said that he would deal with him now. Ning Tao asked them to wait a little. He explained that he would not fight but would call one person. Will he be able to deal with it when he sees it? Yoon laughed and exclaimed that some petty swindler was intimidating him. He is Jang Yoon. Have a good time playing with him today. The guy asked to call his idiot so that he could deal with him. Ning Tao replied that then he would be grateful. He really doesn't know how to recover quickly. By doing this, he is doing him a great service. Jang Yilong wrote to Dr. Ning that his little lion cub Zhu was sick. He asks him to save him since he is looking for him all over the world. He asks him to call him back. The boy took the phone in his hands and began to call. The man picked up the phone and told Master Ning that he had made a mistake and was wrong. He asks to save him. Ning Tao asked to leave the idle chatter and said that he was waiting for him in the square behind the Blueprint Biotech building in Zhangbei. Someone named Jang Yoon wants to deal with him. If he does this, he will not be able to help him. He only has 20 minutes. The guy grabbed him and asked where the man was. He said that in his opinion, the boy was just putting on airs. The cretin he called simply did not dare to come here. How he kept Brother Yoon waiting here for 20 minutes. Ning Tao asked why there was such a rush, and then the car stopped right in front of them. The boy exclaimed that he had finally arrived. They were surrounded by many cars. Who was he, the boy thought? And how dare he drive a car into this area? The car parked right in front of them, and a guy started coming out from there. He began to put gloves on his hands. He looked very serious and menacing. Brother Yoon saw Zhangbei Yu Lin's first thunderstorm in front of him. His guys were surprised. He asked what wind brought Brother Lin here, and why did he come here? I could give instructions over the phone why you should come here in person. Lin immediately fell to his knees in front of Ning Tao. He began to explain to him that he was wrong and made a mistake. He apologized for making this mistake and asked to be saved. He exclaimed that he admitted that he had made a terrible mistake. The men were very surprised and could not understand what was happening here. How is Zhu Yu kneeling? Ning Tao asked him to get up from his knees. It seems he and his little sister like to kneel. Just now, Chen Chao, the one standing next to Zhang Yong, said that some idiot would not dare to come here. He thinks he meant it. He asked to come and talk to him to prove that he is not a cretin. Zhu Yu asked, who dared to say this? How dare they throw such words in front of the master? One began to pull the other's cheeks and say that it was because of him. Master Ning is an honorary doctor who treats people. In this way, he made most of the common people happy. He promised to kill him. How dare he insult Brother Lin and Master Ning? The guy asked Brother Yoon not to hit him because he is his younger cousin. Then the guys knelt down in front of Master Ning. The guy said that he was blind. A high-ranking person forgives the mistakes of people below him, and he asks to be forgiven. Ning Tao replied that they all love to kneel so much and asked them to disappear. Then the man answered. He was already leaving and began to run away. Their trail disappeared very quickly. Zhao Yu again began to contact the doctor and ask him to save him if he could. The boy answered, looking at him, that he could help him and asked to go to another quiet place. In front of us lies the bright, spacious Ruili Hotel. Ning Tao thought that he had brought trouble upon himself. Zhang Yinglong had a stroke and paralysis, and this is heaven's retribution. But he came to him because he pierced him with a heavenly needle during a fight with him at a party. He pierced him with a needle out of bad thoughts, so he only increased his sin. And after that, part of the bamboo plank turned black. If she turned black because of his evil thoughts, then if he continues in the same spirit, she will turn completely black, and he will take the path of vice. It won't work because he is a mediator of good and evil. He must maintain a balance between them. It seems he can erase this sin if he does some good. He must definitely cure him. Ning Tao asked the boy to take a bath towel and lie down on the floor, close his eyes with this towel. If he peeks, he will immediately finish the treatment. The guy said that he understood everything. He gave the boy a treatment fee of 1 million yuan. He asked to accept this check. But Ning Tao took it and tore it into 2 pieces. The guy asked the master what he had just done. Is this really not enough? Then he will add another million. He asks to cure him. The boy replied that money is dirt, although in reality he wanted to cry because he refused 1 million. Zhang Yu hugged Ning Tao and exclaimed that he was wrong. He thought that he was just doing this to make money, but in fact he turned out to be so great and he is in awe of him. Ning Tao asked the guy not to talk nonsense and asked if he wanted him to cure him. If so, let him go and get ready. The guy got out of the shower and asked Master Ning if this would be the case. Ning Tao threw a towel at him and called him a pervert. He asked the guy to immediately put on his pants. It hurts his eyes to look at this. The boy apologized and exclaimed that he would go change his clothes right away, but he unexpectedly slipped and fell. Ning Tao thought that he should be patient. For his own sake, he must be patient. Everyone woke up the guy. The gentleman was asked to wake up. After all, he sacrificed a lot for the sake of treatment. One of the guys said that it seemed like it was quite a long time. It turns out that Master Ning is not one of those deceivers. When Jiang Yu came to his senses, he turned to Master Ning and began to ask him for an apology for losing consciousness. He asked to continue the inspection. The guys explained to Jiang that Master Ning had already examined him and left. He also left him a letter on his chest. It was written there that if he again dared to commit any atrocity, it would affect his illness, and then he would no longer be able to save him. The guy was very pleased. He laughed and exclaimed that he was finally well. Ning Tao called Brother Ma and thanked him for helping with the clients. He explained that he was near his company when the man called him over. He showed a crowd of people and explained that they had all come to him for inspection. Ning Tao could not understand why there were so many of them. He said that he would sit down first. Ning Tao asked people to sit in line and come up one at a time for inspection. 2 hours had already passed. The guys said that they really felt better and called him a divine doctor. Ning Tao sighed with relief and said that it was finally over. Although it was difficult for him, he earned more than 2,000. A girl appeared and asked if he was a doctor. It was the Shin Biotech Company. The girl was the CEO of Lin Qing Hao. She explained to the boy that she also wanted to look around and asked to talk in another place. Those around her wondered why she called Dr. Nina to her office. Someone replied that this doctor is amazing. In a few minutes, with 2 acupuncture sessions, he healed her lower back. Another person said that she was embarrassed to say in front of everyone that she was in pain. There's no point in going into the office and talking there. They asked to speak more quietly, as it would be bad if she heard. Ning Tao asked the girl what was hurting her. The girl looked at him in response and asked if he was not a divine doctor. Hasn't he understood anything yet? The boy replied that she had these problems with her lower back. He asked her to take off all her outer clothing and lie down on the sofa. Then the girl jumped up and asked what he just said. Why would he take her clothes off? Ning Tao explained that in order to treat her lower back, she needed to take off her clothes and then he would do acupuncture. But if she doesn't want to, then don't. The girl replied that she would do it and believe him this time. The guys outside the door were wondering what they were doing there in broad daylight. The other guy asked her to keep her voice down so she wouldn't know they were there. Has the boss really decided to relax? The girl called it all kindergarten and exclaimed that she was returning to work. Meanwhile, the doctor began the session. The girl said that she felt very good. Ning Tao explained that it was just acupuncture and why she was reacting the way she did. The girl replied that she felt as if she were in a hot spring and it was very relaxing. The boy said that it was good and she could already get up. The girl was surprised that it ended so quickly and asked to do it again. Ning Tao explained that there is no need for this. Otherwise, if you do acupuncture many times, health problems will arise. The girl thought it was callous, since he immediately leaves after acupuncture. The boy asked her to say thank you that he still does not charge for treatment. The girl asked him not to worry, as the problem was not about money. She asked if he could cure her brother. Ning Tao asked what her brother's illness was. The girl replied that she did not know. The hospital could not determine. She asked if he could come to her house tomorrow and examine it. The boy replied that he would come and asked to call him later and talk about it. The girl thanked the boy and they ran away. Meanwhile, in front of us is an orphanage. The guys were tearing apart the food. They attacked her being very hungry. Everyone shouted that they were hungry. Ning Tao was surprised that the children were so hungry and asked them not to rush. Uncle bought them a lot of things. They need to eat more slowly so as not to choke. One little girl told her uncle that it was because everyone had not eaten, and that was why they were very hungry. Ning Tao asked Director Zhou and Sister Sue if they hadn't prepared food for them. The girl replied that Sister Sue went out last night and has not returned yet, and Auntie the director went out after breakfast and also hasn't returned yet. Ning Tao told the girl that then he would cook them something to eat today. The girl asked if he knew how to cook. The boy explained to the girl that he had lived alone for more than 20 years, and she still questioned his culinary abilities. Suddenly, the boy's phone rang. He asked what happened. He was asked if he was free now. Ning Tao was explained that their boss, Zhang Yinglong, was crazy. He donates money everywhere, and due to staff reductions, more than 10 people were laid off in the company, and he was among them. Ning Tao decided that he was the reason she was in trouble. She asked if he could come to the Sunshine Orphanage and work as a cook here. and at the same time help look after the children. The boy decided that she was joking. He can't even take care of himself, and she wants him to take care of the children. He was offered 4,000 yuan a month. The boy agreed and asked me to send him the address so that he could come. So they decided. After that, the guy started dialing her on the phone, but the called subscriber was out of network coverage. Ning Tao couldn't understand why Sue turned off the phone, and there is no note in the room to see if anything happened. The boy approached the bed and thought that the color of the smell near the bed was slightly different. He started looking under the bed and pulled some kind of rug. What was it? When he picked up the thing, it turned out to be tights. But what was on them? Some kind of blue-green clay and a circuit board. Did the girl really steal this from someone? Ning Tao called his friend Dong Qi and asked if he had come yet. It seemed to him that he was nearby, but the beeps on the phone became short and the connection was lost. Suddenly, a car drove up to him and stopped abruptly. The friend exclaimed that he was already here. Ning Tao asked if he was moving and why they hadn't brought the bed yet. Dong Qi replied that he wanted to, but could not. In general, he asks to be given a well-lit room. The guy asked to help him. Then the kids appeared from behind the door and exclaimed that they would help. One of them said that he is a man, so he is very strong. Ning Tao was surprised that the children wanted to help. Dong Qi thanked the guys and said that he would soon prepare something delicious for them. The children were very happy that they would soon eat the delicious food. Meanwhile, the boy's phone rang. He stepped aside to talk. Dong Qi asked the guys to bring in these small boxes. He will soon prepare food for them. The guys immediately agreed and went to help. Lin Qing asked Dr. Ning Tao where he was and whether he could come to her home and examine her brother. The boy replied that he was in the 10th house of the sun and asked her to come here. Dong Qi has already prepared various delicious dishes for the children. They attracted us with their appearance and smell. The guy was holding super fried chicken and boiled meat in his hands. These dishes gave off a subtle, aromatic smoke. Dong Qi asked the kids to eat plenty and laughed. Ning Tao exclaimed that it smelled delicious. One of the children said that he would have a chicken leg. Ning Tao said that the noodles he made could not compare to this food. Dong Qi replied that he used to be an assistant cook and offered him a leg. The boy immediately thanked his friend. Dong Qi asked him how he was doing with that woman policeman. Did she invite him to a movie or a candlelit dinner? Ning Tao asked what he was thinking about, and she was just his friend. Dong Qi asked if nothing had progressed between them yet and if they were calling each other. Ning Tao replied that her position was special and she had her own affairs to attend to. He asked to take better care of himself, and Dong Qi said that it was ugly. He saved her father, so why isn't she dating him yet? One of the girls asked if Uncle Ning and Sister Sue had broken up. Ning Tao asked the girl not to say anything. Dong Qi blushed and became thoughtful. The boy exclaimed that this was not so. He heard a sound and thought that Lin Qing had already come here. When Dong Qi saw this beauty, he asked who she needed. The girl replied that she needed the Dr. Ning Tao and asked if he was here. Lin Qing explained that she had come to pick him up for a patient examination. The boy had already put on his uniform and said that he was coming. He has a home visit. He asked his friend if anything happened to call him immediately and be sure to take care of the children. Dong Qi asked him not to worry and calmly leave everything to him. He thought to himself that Ning Tao was great. He is very popular with women. He would gladly trade with him. In front of us rises a villa on the banks of the Jialing River. The girl told her mother that this was Brother Ning, and he had come to examine his brother. Meanwhile, the father shouted that this was a disgrace and that this doctor was a charlatan. Hadn't she read about it, and how could she believe him? The mother asked her daughter why she was so immature and brought some strange person into the house. The girl explained to her parents that this doctor had cured many employees of the company, even her lower back, and his skills were simply amazing. Why don't they allow him to examine his brother? The mother replied that even in the hospital they could not find out his illness. She thinks a charlatan can do it. They have an important guest coming tonight, so she asks to see this scammer through. She doesn't want the guest to see him. Ning Tao turned to Miss Lin and said that it was a mistake to come here. The boy said that he was going to leave. The girl immediately apologized to him. When he was about to leave, Jiang Yinglong appeared in front of him. Ning Tao did not expect to see him here. The man asked why Master Ning was here. The boy was also surprised why Jiang Yinglong came here. Jiang Yinglong became nervous and asked if he knew who it was. This is his savior, Mr. Ning. He began to explain to the man that if it weren't for him, he wouldn't be standing here now. They treated Mr. Ning with great disrespect, and he will not just let it go. They still dared to throw him out the door. Were they really tired of living? He asked Mr. Ning what he wanted to do with them. He said that he could grind them into powder for his sake. Ning Tao asked the man why he had not yet gotten rid of this shortcoming. It's almost like he's threatening people, and why do that? Zhang Yinglong replied that he was mistaken and asked not to be angry. The boy asked the man why he almost sat down on his knees. He just wanted to ask why he came here and what he was thinking about. Ning Tao asked the man to get up from his knees. Zhang Yinglong explained that he has a piece of land that has many advantages and he wants to sell it to build a school in a poor, mountainous area. He wanted to collaborate with Li Donghai on this matter, but he didn't expect that he would be so discourteous with Mr. Ning. He asked him to leave and not deal with such people. The man immediately began to call them back. He exclaimed that he realized his mistake. The man began to invite them to have a drink. He also wanted to apologize to Mr. Ning, and I asked if they agreed. Ning Tao asked if he was only apologizing because he wanted to take over Zhang Yinglong's plot. He doesn't need his apology. The boy said that the two of them could talk and he would go. The man asked them not to leave and grabbed Ning Tao by the waist from behind. The man exclaimed that he would not let him go until he agreed. Ning Tao smelled a strange smell from him. He thought that this smell was the same as the clay under Suya's bed. Could Su's disappearance have anything to do with him? A man on crutches came out and asked why they were making so much noise. It was the brother of the girl, Lin Qinghua. The man asked why he went out and said that he needed to lie down. The boy watched this. He thought it was very strange that he did not feel any pathological changes in his body. The girl approached Brother Nin and said that this was her brother. She asks him to be cured. The boy looked the girl in the eyes and agreed. He said he would go and talk to him. The parents said that the doctor did not allow them to go inside and began to wait outside the door. The father asked, what if his treatment worsened his son's condition? Is it really true that Dr. Ning is not a liar? Zhang called his words nonsense and asked why he should lie. Without strangers, this is the rule of treatment of Dr. Nina. Lin Xing thought to herself that Dr. Ning would not disappoint her hopes. Meanwhile, the doctor was in the room next to his patient. He saw Lin Qinghua in front of him. Her face is flowers, her dress is clouds. The spring breeze is blowing. If it weren't for Mount Kunyu, they would have met in Yaotai. Ning Tao wondered what he was doing. The guy asked the princess to bring the horses, and they would ride until the morning. Ning Tao thought that this verse was written by Li Bani for Yang Guifei. He says does he really think that he is Emperor Tang Xuanzong? Ning Tao asked if he did this to himself. However, the smell on his body is similar to that smell of clay under Su's bed. He definitely has something to do with this. The guy continued to repeat, turning to his beloved. He said it was a little cold outside and they couldn't practice on the horse today. He began to cry and say that he was very lonely. Ning Tao approached Tang Xuanzong and asked if he knew these things. He showed him several bags with that green clay and a small green board. The guy began to take a closer look and his look changed. He exclaimed that he knew what it was. He began to hug the boy and say that he was so bad and he loved him. Ning Tao asked the guy to let him go. He asked to be released immediately. Outside near the door, relatives asked Dr. Nina what was happening. When his mother saw him lying on the floor and the doctor behind him twisting his arms, she asked to let him go. The father also asked what he was doing there with his poor boy and called him a liar. He asked the boy to explain what he did to him. Ning Tao replied that he was giving him a massage, and the guy kept repeating that her face is flowers, her dress is clouds, the spring breeze is blowing. If it weren't for Mount Kunyu, they would not have met in Yaotai. The mother was very worried and asked her son if he was okay. The guy turned his head in her direction and jumped up. His eyes glowed with some kind of yellow bright light. The boy flew into the air and then fell to the floor. There were clouds of white, transparent smoke all around. Ning Tao exclaimed that this was just crazy. Lin Qing approached the boy and asked what was wrong with him. Ning Tao immediately began to take the girl out of the room and asked to talk outside. The patient shouted after them and asked them not to leave. He caught up with his mother and climbed onto her back. He called her a good horse and began to urge her on. The mother asked her son to let her go since she was his mother. The son asked the horse not to resist. Ning Tao told the girl that her brother was working on some project. Does she know which one? He became ill from the medications he was working on. The girl understood what he was talking about. Her brother was working on an ancestry research project. Ning Tao said that although he does not know the specific situation of this project, in order to cure her brother, he must first get rid of this project. The girl asked if he was joking and what kind of doctor does that. It has nothing to do with him, so why should she do as he said? Ning Tao replied that he was indeed a doctor, but he had his own rules. He will think again and then contact her. The patient's father immediately went to Dr. Nin and asked how his son was doing. The boy explained that his situation was difficult. He asked to talk to Miss Lin. She would explain everything in detail, and he was about to leave. His father began shouting after him that he was a doctor. Shouldn't they be talking to him? Jiang Yinglong also asked Mr. Ning not to leave. The girl sadly looked after him. And now Ning Tao was already sitting in the room in the lotus position. Light streams of white smoke developed around him. The boy closed his eyes, meditating all the time. Then he opened his eyes and noticed that it was already dawn. He thought about how he had been practicing all night. We should go to the shelter and see whether Suya has returned or not yet. The boy started sniffing again. He smelled a stranger. This means that a person really entered Suya's room last night. He was apparently looking for that thing under the girl's bed, so she is clearly in danger now. To begin with, the boy decided to follow this smell. This smell ends at this river. Ning Tao approached Dong Qi and asked if he had seen who came to the shelter last night. The guy replied that he had not seen it and asked if something had been stolen from him. Ning Tao replied that it was not stolen. He was just worried about the safety of the children and thanked the guy for taking care of them. Dong Qi said that he left the children with him and left yesterday with some beauty. The guy asked to tell him what happened with her. Ning Tao replied that it was nothing. He was just examining the patient. Suddenly, the boy's phone rang. Dong Qi said that this call was not at all on time, although it was also not bad. Lately, it has become so popular among girls. Ning Tao stepped aside. He went to the wall of the house to talk on the phone. I asked Miss Jiang if anything had happened. Wasn't she at Lin Qing's house last night? The girl replied that if it was possible, he could help her bring Lin Qing to the place she told him. The boy replied to Jiang that the Lin family does not trust him now, so this request is very strange. Of course, if they ask him to cure him, then he can take him to the place she says. The girl replied that she would try her best. The girl thanked him for helping her a lot. Ning Tao asked when she was returning to Beijing. He promised her that after Jiang Yinglong was cured, he would ask her mother for forgiveness on her knees. Jiang replied that she had planned to leave for Beijing during these 2 days, but she suddenly had work to do, and he may not rush into apologizing. He can do it later. Ning Tao thought that he had to hurry, otherwise the man would die soon. He then asked her to tell her mother to come here so that Jiang Yinglong would sincerely apologize to her. But the girl replied that she had already said that there was no need to rush into this matter. Why does he insist that her mother come here? Ning Tao began to explain that this is not a trivial matter at all, and he is very principled. If he doesn't do it early, then he won't be able to help her. Jiang immediately agreed and said that she would book her mother a plane ticket, but he must promise that he will do what she asked. The boy asked her not to worry. If he agrees, he will definitely do it. Just wait for his call. Jiang asked why she had the feeling that he had other reasons. Ning Tao thought that the smell he was following stopped near that river. He wondered where he should start looking for Suya. Where could she have gone? Suddenly, a car stopped in front of him. He was driving very fast. The boy looked towards the man who was driving. He was familiar with this smell. It was he who snuck into Suya's room. Ning Tao looked more closely at the man. He opened the window and asked the boy if he was from the orphanage, and he asked me to look at the phone. Suya was on the phone screen. She was tied up and asked to be saved quickly. The girl asked for help very plaintively. The boy asked what he did with Suya. Ning Tao called the man a scumbag and asked where she was now. He asked him to calm down. If he wants to see her alive again, then he needs to listen to him. She stole their boss's things. He asked you to bring him this thing, and then he will release the door. The boy said that this thing is not nearby now. He asked me to tell him the time and address and he would bring it there. The man began to drive away and finally told the boy to wait for his call. He does not advise him to go to the police. Ning Tao was left standing rooted to the spot and wondering what to do next. Meanwhile, in front of us is a huge brick building, and there was a girl in this building. She was crying little by little. One of the men approached her. The second one asked what he was doing. He explained that the girl did not have this thing. Then the second one replied that after they receive this thing, he cannot just let it go. It's such a waste if he doesn't play with such a beautiful girl. Ning Tao stood behind the wall and thought that he would destroy these scum. A very strong sound was heard like an explosion. Something banged nearby. The man climbed out the window and asked who was there. Ning Tao appeared in front of him. He held some bricks in his hands and said that it was him. He took one of the bricks and held it to the man's throat. He began to press on his neck so hard that the juice squirted out of his mouth. The boy knocked over the man with this brick. He immediately fell out of the window onto the ground. Behind him was another skinhead with a club in his hands. He asked Ning Tao who he was and why he came here. The boy immediately became alert when he heard this noise. He immediately became thoughtful and began to catch sounds. Ning Tao dodged the blow of this shaven-headed man in time. He immediately flew, only not to the ground, but to the wall and sprawled across it. Meanwhile, the girl sat tied up in the middle of the room and continued to cry. The boy asked Suya if she was okay. He explained that he had come to save her. The boy quickly ran into the room and exclaimed that first he would untie her. The girl continued to whimper quietly, and when she saw the boy, she said his name. She ran up to him when he untied her and began to cry. Sue exclaimed that she was very scared. The boy pressed her to him and said that everything was fine, and he asked her not to be afraid. He explained that first he had to leave here and asked if she could go. The girl replied that she could go, but suddenly a shot was heard. She ended up on the floor. The boy quickly approached her, completely wet from beads of sweat. The girl apologized to him for having to drag her on his back. Ning Tao asked Xia Ya where she stole the thing that was under her bed. The girl explained that she stole it from a businessman. But didn't Zhang Yinglong donate 5 million to the orphanage? Why then did she steal it? The girl explained that it was worth stealing. She heard this businessman say on the phone that this thing was worth 10 million. The girl continued to cry and apologize. Suddenly, she screamed that she was in pain. Ning Tao asked what happened. Suya replied that she seemed to have a broken rib. The boy did not expect such an answer and thought that he seemed to have overlooked something. He asked the girl to lie here so that he could examine her wound. She asked where she should go. After I lay down, I asked him to be more gentle, but she can endure it because he has become a doctor. The boy said that he was originally a doctor and asked her if he was speaking correctly. When he touched her, he listened and thought. He explained to the girl that her rib was fine and she just had a minor wound. In a few days it will heal. And she need not worry, Sue asked if she should be treated. Ning Tao replied that it was not necessary, but he should avoid physical activity for several days. The boy asked the girl to get up and fix her clothes, otherwise she would catch a cold. They heard some sounds and realized that the police were there. Ning Tao said that before coming here, he called Zhang Hao and said that there were criminals in this place who had kidnapped a person. Night has already fallen. The full moon illuminated everything around and the stars twinkled non-stop. The boy and the girl found themselves near a large brick building and stopped near the door. Ning Tao asked her to go forward with her. Xia Ya was a little worried and stopped. Ning Tao said that sooner or later she would have encountered this. She has nowhere to run and should just tell everything she knows about Zhang Hao. The boy promised to help her, and I believed that nothing bad would happen to her. The girl, of course, agreed with him. When he approached the room, he saw something in front of him. He realized that it seemed like their brother Meng had done it. When he arrived here, he found out that someone had taken Su Ya, and then he killed his subordinates. I wonder if they found out who they are. In front of them lay some paper with inscriptions. The girl in uniform explained that they took the DNA of these two people and tested it. They are also checking CCTV footage. They'll find out everything soon. Does he understand what people he contacted? It was too dangerous. Now she forbids him to act so recklessly. Jiang asked if he understood this. Ning Tao replied that if she was worried about him, then he was grateful to her. She immediately asked who was worried about him and her eyes trembled. She asked if she was his girlfriend. Ning Tao replied that her name was Sun Ya. She was an orphan and grew up in the Sunshine Orphanage. And now she is a nurse in this orphanage. She committed a crime by stealing this thing, but it was for the sake of the children of that orphanage and she stole it from a businessman named Wang Yao. Ning Tao handed this thing over to the policeman. He asked if she could turn a blind eye to the fact that she stole this thing. Otherwise, there will be no one to look after the children in the orphanage. The police officer replied that theft should be brought to justice. They will think about her situation, weighing all the circumstances. She held a bag with a green thing in front of her and wondered if this was the thing he was talking about. Ning Tao replied that this was exactly that thing, and it was relevant to her task. The policewoman was very surprised by what he was saying now. Ning Tao began to explain that in Lin's house, Qing Hao was working on a project. The smell of his body is similar to this smell of clay, so he assumes that the two things are related. Moreover, Su Ya was kidnapped precisely because of this. Jiang exclaimed, "What does Wang Yaoyang have to do with this?" He is engaged in foreign trade and his entire family is in America. He's never broken the law, and he seems to be good at pretending. The girl asked to immediately find out details about this person and send people to capture him. Her people immediately obeyed, listening to their superior, senior in rank. Ningtao thought that if she found out that he kept this clay for himself, she would probably arrest him too. In front of us is a huge multi-story building. This was the center for the development of the project. Lin Qing said that she did not expect him to contact her and agree to treat her brother. But is it necessary to investigate her brother's project? The boy replied that this was necessary, and besides, her brother's project attracted another matter. He has a mission he is doing with the police, so he called her. Lin Qing agreed with him and said that she hoped he would keep his word and cure her brother. The boy asked not to worry and said that he would make every effort to cure him. Suddenly, someone appeared behind them. The voice of an unknown person was heard. The boy immediately turned around listening to this voice. He looked carefully at the man. The man shone a flashlight in their direction and asked what they were doing here so late at night. Lin Qing immediately turned to the man and said who she was. Then the man asked if it was her. He asked who was next to her and whether he was her friend. The girl explained that this was her friend and they were looking at each other here and he could leave. Then he said that he would go and look at other places. Ningtao thought that he was completely incredulous. Why does he feel like this old man is a little strange? A girl's legs appeared in the room. She said that after her brother got sick, she came here. However, she did not find any materials or records here regarding his project. Ningtao was walking around the room and noticed some kind of painting. He asked why it was hanging here and began to pick it apart. Lin Qing asked why he was doing this. This painting was a gift from her for her brother's birthday, and it means a lot to her. The boy asked the girl to calm down and showed the thing he was holding in his hand. She asked what it was. Ningtao replied that it was better for her not to touch this thing. That's why her brother fell ill with this strange disease. The girl began to look in and asked if there was a capsule inside. Ningtao replied that he also saw this for the first time. Lin Qing grabbed him and exclaimed that this was why he immediately tore the painting. The boy began to apologize to her and suddenly heard some strange sound. The girl asked the boy what was going on there. He began to listen again. Someone not far from them was screaming and wailing. The boy's eyes changed and he clung to Lin Qing. He asked the girl to quickly hide. He pushed her as far as possible and they rolled over. Ending up on top of each other, Ningtao asked Lin Qing if she was okay. The girl lay on the floor and said that she was in pain. Ningtao stood up a little and put his hand on his head. He said that someone was watching them, and I thought to myself that it was probably that old guard. There must be something really wrong with him. He came closer to them and began to laugh. He walked loudly with his rough leather shoes hitting the floor. He flew up to the boy and began to attack him in a fierce, menacing attack. Ningtao did not expect such a turn of events and began to scream while dodging. The guy was very strong and tried to kick him as hard as possible. Lin Qing couldn't understand what was going on here, and it's good that at least her phone wasn't broken. The girl asked who he was and exclaimed that the man was not an employee of her company. She warns him not to act recklessly or she will call the police. The man was somehow strange. He had sunglasses on his eyes, and screaming "Die," he headed towards the enemy. Ningtao tried to dodge the blows of this man's bladed weapon again. Lin Qing continued to observe what was happening. Her face became covered with beads of sweat. She slipped and fell, and her phone hit the floor. Ningtao said her name. The girl began to fall to the floor. Someone hit her with a cold weapon and blood sprayed out in a scarlet stream. Lin Qing fell back several meters, flying away. She hit her back against the wall. Ningtao thought that he couldn't dodge this man's blows all the time. He told this fool that he was the one fighting him now, and he was looking somewhere else. The man exclaimed that he wanted to defeat him, who had high skill. But the boy asked him to just dream about it. The man hit him again. Ningtao was knocked back by this strange man's powerful blow. The enemy asked how he liked his blow. He explained that very soon the boy would die from internal bleeding. He advised him to obediently give him that thing. Maybe then he'll be a little lenient with him. The boy replied that who will die is still unknown. The man exclaimed that how dare he still be stubborn. Ningtao asked him to look at his chest. When he looked at his chest, he was very surprised to see a heavenly needle in front of him. Ningtao explained that this needle was poisoned, so that he would soon die. If he wants to live, then you need to be polite to him. The boy explained that only he could neutralize the effects of the poison. But suddenly, this man approached him and quickly stuck this needle into his head. He laughed rudely and said that now his poisonous needle was in his head and asked how he could take such a turn. Ning Tao replied that if he told him, he would not believe him. This needle is effective on him, but for him, it is useless. The man called him a scumbag and said that he would die right away at his hands. Ning Tao replied that he better not make such sudden movements. The man suddenly changed. He began coughing up blood and could not understand what was happening to him. Ning Tao said that he did not advise him to move so abruptly. If he only tells him the local secret, then he will not die. The man turned to him and asked if he knew who he had contacted. When he finds out, he will definitely regret it. After he said these words, he began to run away, heading towards the door. Ning Tao was very surprised. This was a truly strange man. He remembered the girl and began to approach Lin Xing. He asked how she was. The girl was lying on the floor bleeding. She wailed that she was in great pain. Ning Tao came closer to her and blushed a little and thought about it. He felt sad that she was hurt. He approached her and asked her to hold on. The boy exclaimed that he would help her, but the girl did not stop saying that she was in great pain. Ning Tao noticed that the weapon had pierced her chest and the wound seemed shallow. The boy thought that he needed to first pull out this weapon and then examine the wound. He reached for her chest and said that he needed to pull it out. He asked the girl to be patient and said that it would hurt a little. Ning Tao tried to do this as gently as possible, but it had to be done abruptly. When he pulled the weapon out of her chest, she suddenly began to scream, rising from the floor. The boy was very happy that she had finally woken up. He couldn't hold back his emotions. She began to hold the floor with her hands. The boy explained that he helped pull it out, but she still needs to take off her bra so he can bandage her wound. The girl was very angry and hit him with all her might, calling him a pervert. Lin Xing told the boy that she would figure it out herself. Ning Tao replied that she could have simply said, "Why hit?" And now half an hour has passed. The huge building contained several toilets. The girl allowed him to enter. He asked what was going on there. She doesn't have to talk there. The police officer replied that there were no CCTV cameras here and asked to show her that thing as soon as possible. Ning Tao was very surprised by this and felt shy when he entered the women's toilet. He asked the girl what she wanted to see here. Jiang explained that she gave the thing he gave her last time to the person from the Academy of Sciences. She said the results would be out soon. She believes that there is some kind of secret file in that electronic component. This time he discovered a very important medicine. Perhaps this medicine is the result of the research of Lin Qinghua's project. Jing approached the boy and asked what was wrong with his face. Ning Tao replied that they had just met some old guard. He suddenly attacked him and Lin Qinghua. During the fight, he injured him. The girl's phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone and replied that she understood everything and would be there soon. The girl explained that behind the building, 4 corpses had been found in a grassy field on the mountainside, 3 in security uniforms and 1 without clothes. Ning Tao replied that that killer also came for this thing. By chance, he saw him and Lin Qing, therefore wanted to remove their witnesses. Jing said that the kidnapper of Suya is Chu Meng, and this old man are not related in any way. Ning Tao said that he was not there yet and asked to find out about it. The boy said that he couldn't help, so he would go home quickly and headed towards the house. He was already at home and thought that spiritual soil could be the same soil that is described in novels and is used for growing spiritual grains and spiritual materials. She is very valuable even in the world of immortals. But he couldn't understand how Lin Qinghua got it. The boy thought that he seemed to know the answer to this question only after this guy was cured. By the way, he doesn't know how Sunya is doing, and he should check on this girl as soon as possible. The boy again began to perform some rituals and extended his hand forward. He had a bloody finger and he began to draw a circle with blood on the wall and a point in the middle of this circle. Ning Tao looked carefully at the wall, thoughtful. He behaved very strangely when he performed this ritual. He listened when he heard a sound. Someone called his name. The boy thought that she was still awake. He paused and began to listen further. The girl in her dream talked about Ning Tao, not very good things. The boy thought that she was scolding him in a dream. He decided that he should teach her a lesson. Ning Tao pulled his hand forward and seemed to be enveloped in some strange thoughts. The boy's gaze changed and drops of sweat flowed down his cheeks. He began to hit himself in the face and ask where he got such thoughts. The boy changed his look, and after he hit himself on the cheek, he seemed to wake up. The girl looked at him with a strange look. She was also a little sweaty and red. Ning Tao heard a strange sound. It seems that there was something outside the window. The boy decided to take a look and went to the window. Meanwhile, the girl was in her bed. Ning Tao approached the window and looked at the bright, starry sky. He heard that strange sound again. The boy became wary and turned his head to the side. He quickly approached the girl and hugged her from behind and covered her mouth with his hand. Ning Tao told the girl that it was him and asked her to be quiet a little, as he heard something outside the window. He continued to hold the girl from behind without letting go. Something was heard outside the window again. It looks like someone pulled the bolt of the pistol. Several pistols flew down. The boy exclaimed that it was his gun. He asked Suya if she knew what kind of boy was holding the baton in his hands. "He raised this baton up." The girl exclaimed that she knew him and that he was Brother Meng. The guy was very strange and agitated. He asked them to wait a little. The guy screamed with a strange cry. He was clearly out of his mind, like some kind of crazy person. And now he was already sitting on a chair, tied with strong ropes to this chair. He continued to sweat. His gaze was creepy and his eyebrows were knitted towards his nose. Ning Tao stood in front of him and noticed that the guy had finally woken up. I asked to talk to him. The guy started shouting that he had nothing to say. He is not afraid of anything, and if he wants to make him talk, he can forget about it. Ning Tao asked what the tattoo on his chest meant. He asked if this was his daughter. Does he think his daughter will be safe when he has so many secrets? If he dies, what will those people do with her? Perhaps they will sell her or raise her to be just like him. He asked me to post everything as it is. He can give his daughter to the Sunshine Shelter or to another family. The guy heard this and said that he would trust him. Meanwhile, the girl's phone rang. When she woke up, she immediately pulled the blanket over herself. She didn't believe it was true and asked how he did it. Ning Tao replied that Ku Meng's boss was an American named Nicholas Conway. He ordered this guy to steal this thing from Wang Yaoyang. He and the biological company had business ties. They bribed Lin's subordinate Qing Hua to steal secret materials from the Ancestor Project. Zhang replied that Su stole it all, so she was kidnapped. Wang Yao went to the monastery and waited for Nicholas to get him out of there. The boy continued to say that Ku Meng's daughter was in the house of a man named Fan Dong. He asked to send the police there. He promised that he would take care of her. The girl replied that she would do it. And by the way, her mother has already arrived, so she asks to see her tomorrow. The boy answered her that in this case they would of course meet tomorrow and said goodbye to her. Meanwhile, it was a bright day outside. The sun rose above the houses. Ku Meng's daughter was placed in a foster home, but Wang Yaoyang was not caught. She thinks that Wang Yaoyang deceived Ku Meng and did not tell him the truth. Someone asked to leave and exclaimed that he did not want to see her. But the woman replied that she had not come to him, but to her daughter. The man asked Tang Zhen to forgive him. He knows that she hates him, but asks for a chance to explain. The girl approached her mother and said that she had brought Dr. Nin. She asked them not to fight. In front of them stood the girl's mother and her father. He noticed that Dr. Ning had arrived after all. The woman bent down in front of the boy and asked if he was Ning Tao. She didn't think that such a good doctor would be so young and asked if he had a girlfriend. The boy replied that he didn't. The mother exclaimed that this was very good. The daughter asked not to embarrass the doctor. The mother asked what was wrong with this. Women are always so afraid of marrying the wrong man, so she shows her an example of a good husband. The girl exclaimed, looking at her mother, that she was starting again. Her husband looked at his wife and wanted to say something. He knelt down and asked her forgiveness. The man exclaimed that he was very guilty before her. He said he would bow at her feet. The woman replied that she did not need this and would not accept his apology. Previously, she also asked him not to get a divorce, but he didn't care. The man continued to cry and lament that he was very guilty before her. He continued to ask for forgiveness. The daughter also asked her mother to forgive her father. The woman sighed heavily and exclaimed that so many years had passed. She said that she would forgive him for Dr. Nina's sake. She asked her husband to get up from his knees quickly. The man thanked her for this. He was in no hurry to get up from his knees. Jiang sighed heavily and had a red bump on his forehead. He kept hitting his head on the floor. The woman asked what was wrong with him. She looked at the doctor and asked him what happened to him. The boy asked not to worry, since he only had a slight concussion. In addition, his psychological trauma has eased, and he needs to sleep. He picked him up and said that he would carry him to bed. The woman told her daughter that she had good taste. This doctor is beautiful, selfless, honest, and sensitive. She advised her daughter to grab onto it. For an apology to Jiang Hao and her mother, as well as the return of property, compensation to residents of demolished houses, and a donation to an orphanage. For apologizing to them, everything bad began to disappear from this unfortunate man. Ning Tao exclaimed, thinking to himself that he had succeeded. It's a pity that he will forget about everything when he wakes up, but he hopes that he will now be a good person. The girl's mother contacted Dr. Nin and asked if his parents had time. She wanted to make friends with them and drink tea. Ning Tao replied to the woman that they had died many years ago. She immediately apologized to him. She asked him not to worry, although she is not related to him. Let him now consider her his own aunt or even mother. The girl asked her mother not to talk nonsense, otherwise she would not talk to her. Ning Tao told Zhang that Lin Qing had just sent him a message and he needed to go see her sick brother. The girl immediately glanced at the boy and walked up to him as close as possible. She exclaimed that if this was true, then it was very good and they would go there right away. Ning Tao said goodbye to the woman, and the girl also said goodbye to her mother. She tried to stop them and asked where they were in a hurry, but their trace went cold. The woman wondered who Lin Qing was. And here in front of us is a spacious, bright sanatorium. The girl leaned over her brother and said, turning to Dr. Ning, that the situation was getting worse. The girl explained that she gave him a sedative to make him sleep and asked him to be cured. Jiang said that everything was fine and she specially brought him to this sanatorium, since this is where the best treatment awaits him. She asked her to look after her brother, and she and Dr. Ning would go to a specialist. The girl thanked her for this. When she closed the door, she told the boy that she had a gift for him. Ning Tao was very surprised and asked what gift she was talking about. When they were alone in the room, she handed him some kind of folder. The boy could not understand what she was giving him. When he looked more closely, he realized that it was a doctor's ID. The boy was very surprised. This couldn't be happening. This is simply an amazing gift. He didn't even pass a probation. Is this document really fake? But the girl replied that she thought he deserved the best certificate. She asked the boy to calm down. His director just asked him to give it to him. He still didn't believe what happened. Jiang asked if she could give him a fake document. The boy thought for a moment, but then replied that he would take it after all. And in front of him stood a sign that said office. The girl approached the man. She explained to academician Liang that she had brought Dr. Ning to him. They immediately greeted each other. Liang Kemming was a biologist and the youngest academician. He also noticed that Dr. Ning was quite young. When she talked about him, he thought he was about 50. The man asked permission to introduce him to the general of the army hospital, Dr. Chen. He has enormous influence in the central and western parts of the country. Ning Tao extended his hand towards Dr. Chen Guojun. He said that he had heard a lot about him. Dr. Chen replied that he did not know him, so he asked him to forget everything he had heard about him. Jiang asked Mr. Chen what he meant. The doctor explained that he was so young that most likely he had not even completed an internship in a hospital, and he did not have any experience, much less qualifications. Before he arrived here, academician Liang said that a great doctor took part in the treatment of Lin Qinghua. Just don't let him tell him that this is exactly the young man. The other guy replied that he didn't think he was that young either. The man asked to let him see his doctor's ID. He decided that the boy definitely didn't have one, but Ning Tao immediately opened his document and showed it to the man. He exclaimed that even though he had a certificate, he didn't even dream of becoming his assistant. Then the girl turned on and told Mr. Chen that while he didn't want Dr. Ning to be his assistant, he shouldn't throw away his ID. Ning Tao told Dr. Chen that since he despises him, he suggests that he treat Lin Qinghua separately and start with him. If he fails to cope in 3 days, then he will personally begin to treat him. Dr. Chen became even more nervous. He exclaimed that he and his team could not cope in 3 days, and he won't be able to cope during this time either. The man thought about 3 years, but the boy asked to give him only 3 hours. Dr. Chen exclaimed that this young fellow was too arrogant. He asked academician Liang why he invited him. The man replied that it was the decision of the management and Miss Zhang. He has nothing to do with this. He personally recommended it too. Jiang said that Dr. Ning is here because he knows how to treat the patient. Ning Tao told Miss Zhang that there was no point in arguing with them. He invited her to see them in 3 days. Dr. Chen chuckled after him and asked him not to regret it later. And so they headed towards the exit. The girl tried to stop him, but he was adamant. Dr. Chen said that his initial diagnosis was manic psychosis. He needs to be admitted to a mental hospital. It cannot be cured even in 3 months. The guy asked what Dr. Ning thought about this. The boy replied that he didn't think it was psychosis. The guys were very surprised. Who was he to doubt the teacher's diagnosis? But Dr. Chen asked them not to make any noise. He hopes that Dr. Ning will make the correct diagnosis and be able to determine treatment. Ning Tao said that he does not know the diagnosis, but he knows how to cure it. Chen replied that it would be better not to put on a show. Otherwise, it would only make things worse. Everyone started laughing and calling him a liar in a suit. He also pretends to be a doctor. He himself understands that he is pathetic. What can he do in 3 hours? Ning Tao finally replied that they would see for themselves in 3 hours. In the meantime, he asks them not to enter their office. The guys began to ask what this deceiver was pretending to be. One of them said that he would come in now and see what he was doing there. Jiang looked at them and exclaimed that they should not bother him for these 3 hours. And so time began to tick slowly. Several hours have already passed. Some kind of smoke from the boy's tomb began to come out thicker and stronger. Ning Tao stood in front of the tomb and continued to think. He was near the patient and decided that he needed to find out the general picture of his illness. He came as close as possible and could not understand what was happening to him. Something will definitely happen now. The guy opened his mouth and started screaming. His face was somehow blue and incomprehensibly sick. He stretched out and began to scream louder and louder. The guy's clothes began to tear. His eyes changed color and the pupil turned into some kind of snake. Ning Tao couldn't understand what was happening. A mutation occurred to him. He didn't know what the guy wanted to do to him. Well, it looked pretty disgusting. This guy seemed to be turning into a girl. His eyes kept changing color. Ning Tao felt that this monster wanted to devour him. He had a disgusting feeling. The monster very slowly but surely began to approach the boy. He stomped very loudly and terribly. His eyes glowed with a bright red light. Ning Tao asked if he wanted to devour him. He called this monster evil spirits and exclaimed that there was no need to dream about it. He tried to dodge the monster and kicked it. The monster hit the floor as hard as he could. When he fell, streams of blood began to pour out from under his body. He didn't stop growling. Ning Tao could not understand what was happening and where there was so much blood. The monster began to ask to save him and said that he seemed to be regaining consciousness. Ning Tao asked what his ancestor was studying his project and where he got the spiritual land from. The guy began to gradually come to his senses and wanted to say something. He tried his best to say a word. Ning Tao asked him to speak quickly, otherwise he would die. The guy began to explain that the Ancestor Project is researching drugs that can activate the genes of ancestors. The human gene chain is the hard drive of humanity. It stores the entire history of evolution. He wants to reveal these secrets. The Ancestor Project was launched a long time ago, but nothing worked for it. But one day he received an anonymous call. He was told that there was one thing that would help him in creating his medicine. It would allow him to become the second Einstein. Out of curiosity, he went where the man told him. Ning Tao asked which place. The guy replied that it seemed like it was someone's grave. From there, he took the spiritual soil and ingredients. When he went there, the second time there was nothing there. And then he made 2 pills from those ingredients and took them, contracting a strange disease. Ning Tao said that he could save him, but he must cut ties with the demon and sign the contract. The guy, after listening to the doctor, replied that for the sake of this, he agreed to everything he told him. And now some time has passed. The relatives stuck to the door and said that time would soon run out, but not a single noise was heard from there. What is he doing there? Maybe they will sneak a peek there. Suddenly, Lin Qinghua had already died. Zhang stood outside the door. She said that until 3 hours had passed, they couldn't go there. Dr. Chen exclaimed that they were conspiring to deceive them. Lin Qinghua's symptoms are very severe. If he misses out on good treatment, he's done for. The man asked the girl why she was covering for him, or there is something between them. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of them and asked them to show respect. It was Lin Qing. She exclaimed that they were told to wait 3 hours, so they had to wait that long. The guy sat with his hands folded and answered Miss Lin that there was no need to get excited and the time would soon run out. It's better to knock on the door to remind Dr. Ning about this. Then suddenly he himself came out and exclaimed that there was no need to do this. The guys were very excited and asked if he had finished his treatment. Then there was some strange flash of bright blue color in the form of a star. Someone's hand reached out in their direction and opened its palm. Ning Tao asked the boy what he stood up here and asked him to go to his sister. When the girl saw her brother, she immediately ran up to him and began to hug him. She exclaimed that he had finally woken up and clung to him like a leech. Ning Tao asked Miss Lin to control her ardor. Her brother was still very weak. The girl asked her brother what was wrong with him. Dr. Chen said that now it is clear why he is so weak. He did not treat him, but only eliminated the effect of the anesthesia. which is why he got up. The second guy said that it seems that we will have to take this patient to the capital, but the boy exclaimed, turning to everyone, that Dr. Ning cured him and he would not go anywhere. He approached the boy and said that at least one thank you would not be enough, but he wanted to thank him. Ning Tao replied that there was no need for gratitude because it was his duty. Dr. Chen exclaimed that this was impossible and asked if he had forced him to play along. The guy called the doctor sick and explained that Dr. Ning cured him. He asked what he was trying to achieve, and he said that he was probably jealous of him. Ning Tao asked them to continue chatting, but it was time for him to leave. The guy wanted to go with him, but the man told Qinghua that he could not go with him and they should take him to the capital. Zhang said that he had no right to stop him. Lin Xinghua is an outstanding specialist in their country. Without an order from above, he should not touch it. The guy waved to Miss Jiang and said that he and Dr. Ning had agreed to go to a restaurant, but the boy asked when this was not agreed upon. And now huge, bright multi-story buildings rise in front of us. Ning Tao stayed in one of them. He sat in the lotus position and began to meditate as usual. A lot of white smoke enveloped the boy. He closed his eyes and began to think. He has been working in the heavenly clinic for a whole month. In 12 hours, all points for negativity and kindness will be taken away by the clinic, including his. Chen Pingdao only left him 2 initial pills, and he must turn them into fire pills, otherwise he will be in trouble. The boy continued to hold the fire with his hand and think about everything that happened. He held the fire in his hand and looked at it carefully, thinking about something for a very long time. Suddenly, he exclaimed that he had finally succeeded. The boy could not contain his joy and delight. After that, he stood up and hovered in the middle of the room. Ning Tao said that he needed to find ingredients for brewing initial pills here. Only half an hour passed. The boy called Chen Pingdao a scoundrel. He asked why the guy didn't even leave him the ingredients for the initial pills. Suddenly, he chuckled and turned his head to the side. He noticed something nearby. There were several pots on the shelf. They had very strange names. In addition, it seems that someone mixed up these names. The cauldron of beauty and fragrance looks worse than ashes and destruction. He came as close to them as possible and began to probe. He took one of the pots with his hand and asked what it was called. He took a closer look and noticed something very unusual about him. Ning Tao was very angry and began to turn these cauldrons upside down. The heavenly dog's pot immediately turned over. The boy thought that he needed to calm down and forget about the old dog Chen Pingdao. He must concentrate and try out his new skills. Apparently, these cauldrons belonged to the previous custodians of the heavenly clinic. Judging by the name, the cauldron of beauty and fragrance belonged to some woman. The boy continued to prepare the potion. Dried herbs turn into liquid. He was very surprised. He did not expect such miracles from an old shabby pot. When Ning Tao brewed the magic potion, he immediately began to drink it to try it out. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and the last sip of the new potion was on his lips. The boy said that he felt very good after drinking. Such warmth is pleasant throughout the body. Now he has enough spiritual power to create his own medicine. The heavenly dog left him almost nothing. But with the help of this miracle of the cauldron, he will be able to create medicine without its ingredients. Then he definitely won't have problems with money. The month's payment was written off, and the next payment was due in 30 days. It will amount to 300 points of benefits and sins. The boy couldn't understand why there were so many because last month there were 200. He considered it a robbery in kind. The system reported that after paying for 1,000 points, the clinic would receive an increase. The boy could not understand what the system meant. This is already a heavenly clinic, much higher than the sky. The system explained that the celestial clinic would become a space clinic. Ning Tao told brother Qinghua that he needed ingredients for medicine and he knew that their laboratory had a botanical garden with rare plants. The boy asked if he came to visit them and whether he would share these herbs. They gave him the go-ahead and he thanked the guy. Ning Tao said that he was already on his way. When he got into the car, some guy in a robe showed him a piece of paper through the window. It was written there that it was the night of the 15th, Mount Qinglong, near the village of Davan. After which he said goodbye to him and, as fast as he could, began to ride on a motorcycle. Moving away from the car, Ning Tao asked the driver to quickly follow him. The driver replied that he had not been chasing anyone for 10 years. He said that he did not promise the boy the result, but he would do his best. The driver asked the boy to fasten his seatbelt. Ning Tao now asked not to drive so hard. Then the driver asked how they would catch up with him if they didn't drive so hard. Ning Tao was already near the laboratory. The boy was very sick. He thought that the driver was chasing him like a shepherd hound, but he managed to escape. Lin Xing approached Dr. Ning and asked if everything was okay with him. She noticed that he didn't look very good. The boy replied that he got a little seasick in the taxi, but everything was fine. The girl said she called him so many times in recent days, but his phone was always switched off. She wanted to report him missing to the police when he called her brother. Ning Tao replied that his charger had simply run out. This girl asked why he didn't charge his phone. She feels like he has secrets from her. Doesn't it seem to him that it's time for them to open up to each other and become closer? The boy blushed a little and thought that the girl was hinting at exactly the same thing. Lin Xing replied that she was just teasing him and asked him to go to the laboratory, since her brother was already waiting. The boy silently threatened to not tease her. Qinghua asked Dr. Ning. Not to worry, he will have the ingredients on his list. Even if something doesn't end up in their lab, he will find it somewhere else. Ning Tao thought that judging by the color of his face, he was recovering quickly. The boy asked why there was no one here on ordinary weekdays, or the workers had a day off. Qinghua replied that he was going to wind down the Ancestor Search Project and sell the laboratory and botanical garden. He is already looking for buyers. The sister said that this was very good and she would not have to worry about him. Ning Tao thought about what it meant that he had begun to fulfill the conditions of the package, namely, to get rid of the demonic project. Qinghua asked his sister not to worry because everything is already in the past. He asked the girl to go and prepare tea for their dear guest. When the girl left to prepare tea, the guy turned to him. Apparently, he wanted to say something in private. When the boy looked in his direction, he saw his eyes. One eye had a pupil like a snake's. Ning Tao stepped aside a little and asked him what he was doing. He exclaimed that the guy was scaring him. Qinghua asked how he could calm down if, when he saw him, everything inside turned over. Ning Tao asked why and called himself straight. The guy grabbed his head and, blushing, said that he's actually not in that sense. He's actually also straight. He just wants to say that Ning Tao is not human. The boy couldn't understand what he meant. Qinghua exclaimed that he had put it wrong again. He is not just a person, but a cultivator. The guy asked if he was right. Then he said that they would leave this conversation for now because he could not formulate his thoughts correctly, and he asked him to look at one piece of paper. There was that note that Ning Tao received in the car. He asked when the guy received it. The guy replied that when he came to the office this morning, this note was already here. He thinks it was left by the person who gave him this most mysterious clay. He wants to meet him, but he is scared. The guy asked what Ning Tao thought about this. The boy replied that, apparently, it was useless to hide from him anyway. He asked him to go along and finally find out who he was. The guy exclaimed, calling him a master, that he was simply the best. Ning Tao got angry and asked what kind of master he was. Qinghua replied that he wanted to become his disciple. He will learn cultivation from him. The guy asked to open his world for him. Previously, he wasted time on unknown things. He asked to teach him cultivation and insisted that the boy take him as his student. But Ning Tao replied that he could not. They have different paths and he can't teach him anything, but he will always be ready to help him if necessary. Ning Tao asked him to forget about it. They cannot have a teacher-student relationship. They will just be friends. So they agreed with him. Meanwhile, Lin Qing had already approached the guys with a cup of tea. The girl said to Dr. Ning that she had prepared a cup of pu-erh for him. Does he want to taste what kind of mistress she is? Qinghua asked where his tea was. The girl replied that he only asked for tea for Dr. Ning. My brother immediately became offended. You cherish your beloved sister all your life, but then she won't even make you a cup of tea. The guy exclaimed that he would not interfere with their enjoyment of tea, and he will go and collect ingredients for Dr. Ning. Lin Xing asked what he was talking about. Then she approached Dr. Ning and asked how he liked her tea. Ning Tao took a few sips and immediately spat it out. He thought to himself that this tea was just fire. Lin Xing asked the boy if he might finally admit why his phone had been turned off for so long. Ning Tao replied that he had already said that charging had run out. The girl said that he constantly deceives her. Surely he behaves completely differently with Zhang Hao. Is she speaking correctly? The boy asked why she mentioned her, and he replied that they didn't talk to her either. Before he could finish speaking, his phone rang. Lin Qing asked who was calling him there. The boy thought that this couldn't be true. What a coincidence. Zhang Hao actually called him. When the guy picked up the phone, she asked what happened to his phone. She has been trying to reach him for days now. Ning Tao replied that his phone was dead and asked where she was now. The girl replied that she had stopped by the laboratory at the Lantu Biotechnical Corporation on business and asked what had happened. She asked to give the phone to Lin Xing. The boy handed her the phone and told the girl that they wanted to talk to her. Lin Ting asked what she needed from her. Ning Tao replied that he didn't know and asked if she would answer or if she would continue to freeze. The girl looked askance in his direction, namely at the phone. She moved her eyebrows to her nose and said that of course she would answer. Why shouldn't she answer? Lin Ting immediately picked up the phone and asked what she needed from her. Ning Tao thought that the clouds were gathering. Lin Ting told the girl that they could not sell the botanical garden. It belongs to their company and they now have no right to dispose of their own property. The girl was very angry and exclaimed that they could not arrest him. She hung up and shouted, throwing the phone, that this was some kind of madhouse. She accidentally hit her brother in the forehead with the phone. Lin Ting approached the guy and asked if he was okay. Qinghua asked what other arrest was made and who called. The girl replied that it was Zhang Hao. She says she will seize the botanical garden. She forbids them to sell it, Ning Tao thought, looking at his phone, that the girl's parents did not teach her to treat other people's things politely. He asked Zhang Hao on the line, or else the girl explained that their botanical garden had already become the site of 4 serious crimes. Until the investigation is completed, they won't sell it. The girl asked Dr. Ning to finish his business and leave from there. Soon her people will come there and seal everything. She said that there was one very important patient who needed to be examined at home. Ning Tao asked who he was. Jiang explained that he is a former boss and he is like a father to her. Now he is in the capital in very poor condition and cannot be brought to him. She asks him to go to the capital for her sake. The guy agreed and said that he still had no plans for the next couple of days. The girl was delighted and said that then she would immediately buy him a ticket. And in the evening she takes him out to dinner. Zhang Hao exclaimed that he was helping her a lot again. When they finished the conversation, the girl kissed him and said goodbye. Ning Tao thought that he shouldn't have said this. Qinghua suddenly approached the boy and, holding his cheek, said his name. Ning Tao saw him and asked where his sister was. The guy explained that she slammed the door and left. Then he explained that this box contained all the ingredients from his list. He asked the boy to check if he had missed anything. Ning Tao immediately thanked Brother Qinghua. He congratulated him that the police would soon question him about the ancestor search project. He advises him to cooperate with the investigation. It will be better for him. Qinghua replied that there was no problem and he had no intention of hiding anything. The boy thought, looking at the inscription in front of him, that he did not extort anything, but asked politely. 49 points will be debited from the balance, and 1 sin for extorting medicinal ingredients will also be recorded in the account book. The boy thought that he didn't care about 49 points, but it was a sin. He thought that he would not die for long. When he approached the plant, he thought that it was the same aloe that he had collected yesterday on the back slope of the mountain. Then the boy exclaimed, laughing, that he didn't need anyone's ingredients. He is also the guardian of the heavenly clinic and can prepare miraculous medicines from any garbage. Aloe itself is a medicinal plant. What if you cook it in a pot of beauty and fragrance? It will certainly enhance its healing properties significantly. The resulting product can be used to heal wounds or something else. The boy put his hand under the small green stream of aloe. When he brought his hand closer to himself, he was very surprised, as his wound had healed. This is exactly the effect he was counting on. The result is an incomparable ointment for healing wounds, although for the sake of the experiment he had to cut himself. But the result was completely justified. This ointment will make him very rich. Ning Tao thought that he was good at enhancing the healing properties of plants. What about their taste? You have to try them. And now 3 days have passed. Meanwhile, the boy was already in the capital. Zhang Hao said that they were already there. The girl said that their mother was already waiting for them. A woman was walking along the road with a cat on a leash. She recognized Zhang Hao from afar. Did she really bring her fiancé to meet her mother? The girl asked Aunt Zhang not to say that, but the woman asked what the name of her handsome gentleman was. After all, there is nothing to be ashamed of. She immediately began asking the boy where he was from and what his job was. She also asked if she had her own apartment and how many rooms there were, does he have younger brothers, and so on. Zhang Hao grabbed the boy's arm and told Aunt Zhang that they would chat later, but now was not the time, and said goodbye to her. Then the aunt said that the groom was so-so and dressed like a homeless person. He cannot be compared with her son-in-law. His watch alone costs about 200,000. The woman moved her eyebrows to her nose and turned to her ball and headed home. The woman asked Dr. Nin where he brought so many packages. She said that he shouldn't bother. Ning Tao explained that he could not come to visit them for the first time empty-handed. There is nothing special here, just some medicines and spices that he made himself. The woman was surprised that he himself made medicines and spices. Ning Tao explained that he inherited a couple of secrets. He thinks that spices will make food much tastier. The woman called the boy very skillful. She promised to cook today's dinner with the addition of his spices. And now, many dishes were already fragrant with their scents on the wide-open table. Zhang Hao reached for one of the pieces and began to carefully taste it. The mother asked what was wrong with her. Did she really not like what she had prepared? Suddenly, for some reason, the girl started screaming and her face turned red. The mother asked what was wrong with her. Ning Tao thought that there was something wrong with his spices. Zhang Hao exclaimed that this was simply excellent. She directly feels the warmth spread throughout her body. It was as if every cell of her body was vibrating. The girl explained that her mother had never cooked anything better in her life. Ning Tao was already afraid that she didn't like it. The woman exclaimed to Dr. Nin that his spices were simply a miracle. The boy replied that it was all nothing. Since she liked it, he will send more by mail. So they agreed and everyone was invited to the table. The woman said that it seemed that her entire diet would go to one place. After everyone had eaten deliciously, the girl and the doctor headed to brother Cheongjun. Ding Kongjun was thinking when he heard a sound. Zhang Hao approached him. She exclaimed that she had brought Dr. Ning. He will help cure his father. The guy greeted his sister and asked if the person who was next to her was the same doctor she was talking about. But he's so young, can he really do anything? The girl answered her brother that she had already told him about his incredible abilities. When her father was paralyzed after a stroke, the doctor was the only one who could put him back on his feet with the help of acupuncture. Yan Song was a Chinese medicine doctor. He was very surprised that the guy brought the paralyzed man to his feet with the help of several needles. He asked the girl if she was joking. Zhang Hao said that it was not just him. He also cured one mental patient, which Dr. Chen Guojun has already given up on. The man was even more surprised and asked her to be more careful with such statements. He exclaimed that Chen Guojun is one of the best doctors in their country, and he is an authority for many, including him. He will not allow his name to be defamed. The girl said that he was not there, but she saw everything herself. He cured that psycho in just 3 hours. The man immediately began to brazenly laugh in her face, showing his teeth. How he could cure a mentally ill person in just 3 hours. Another man who held his hand also replied that he had not heard such tales for a long time. The guy strongly advised Mr. Dean to send his father to Sydney. No one can cure him in China. This was said by a foreign doctor, but a man exclaimed that it was all nonsense. As is known, traditional Chinese medicine dates back several thousand years. King Shui, the Taoist, said to the trainee that he would not allow some pale-faced person to make such irresponsible statements. The guy, not expecting such an answer, asked if he could cure him. The man replied that maybe not. But if he is not capable, this does not mean that no one in all of China is capable. The guy said that here he won't even be able to provide the patient with the necessary equipment, but he's already said everything about doctors. He can assemble a team of the best specialists and a whole range of the most advanced equipment. The man exclaimed that this was a lie. Although they still have not found a cure for Mr. Ding, there is no need to look down on them. There are many craftsmen in China and someone will find a way to cure it. Zhang Hao said that this is true and she is firmly convinced that Dr. Ning is the right one. The guy asked Dr. Ning what institution he studied at. Or it would be more correct to ask who is his master. Ning Tao replied that he graduated from the Shang City Medical Academy. He does not have a master and acquired his knowledge by inheritance. The gray-haired old man was showing off about the Shan City Academy. This is the same charging facility. He asked what merits allowed him to gain the impudence to come here. Ning Tao apologized and said that he was just a doctor and did not come here for an interview, but to help a patient. He told Mr. Dean that the decision was his. If he trusts him, he will begin treatment for his father. If he doesn't trust, then he will now go about his business. The man asked the gentleman to calm down. Judging by the way Dr. Ning stands tall under their attacks, he dares to assume that the guy is truly confident in his abilities. The man told Brother Zongjun that if he wanted to know his opinion, he would give him a chance. Brother Zongju replied that he agreed and they would act at his discretion. He decided to give it a chance. The gray-haired old man sighed and said that since they had all decided, he had nothing more to say. He turned to the young man and said that if he managed to cure Mr. Dean, he would consider him his teacher. Otherwise, he should not even dare to call himself a doctor anymore. Do they agree to such a bet? The boy split up and told them that he was not taking students at the moment. Ning Tao, after listening to them, said that since they all agreed, he would go to the patient, after which he turned to everyone and said that he had only one condition. He asked the others not to disturb him while he was attending to the patient. The boy was already inside the room and noticed that there was very thick black smoke in front of him. Could this really be Dean? He was a military man. Jiang Hao said that he spent his whole life in military units and suddenly went crazy. Obviously, it's all about this smoke. The man's eyes glowed with bright green fire. The boy noticed this and thought that his demonic nature was manifesting itself in the form of smoke. He began to look more closely and suddenly thought that this could not have been better. The man began to rise from his chair and slowly approach him. He growled with a terrible, furious roar. He did not stop growling and black flames erupted from his mouth. This thick smoke kept coming out of him. His eyes glowed with a bright green light and he came closer and closer to the boy. Apparently, the men wanted to attack him, but he was tied with chains. He did not stop growling and approaching the boy. There were not nails on his hands, but long black claws. The man's anger knew no bounds. Ning Tao thought that he himself was under the power of this black, ominous smoke. If you get the smoke out of him, he should be fine. The man did not stop growling and approaching the boy. Ning Tao extended his hand forward. It was as if he stopped the man with his hand, pushing him away from him. Suddenly, the man screamed as if he was in pain. The guys behind the door became wary and listened. They couldn't understand what he was doing there. Zhang told brother Kongjun that Dr. Ning should not be disturbed while he was treating. Zongjun replied that if something happens to his father, is she ready to take responsibility for it? She trusts him so much, but does he deserve it? The girl replied that it was truly deserved. And so some time passed. Ning Tao opened the door and asked the others to come in. The man asked to be released as soon as possible. He clenched his fist and looked ahead at the others. He asked how his son dared to tie up his own father and called him a scoundrel. The man exclaimed what he would get from him. Then the son came closer and asked his father if he was really okay. He asked what happened here and whether he was deceiving him. Ning Tao replied that he himself sees everything perfectly well. He had already cured his father. The father folded his hands on his chest and asked if he looked like a patient. He just asks to free him, and he will fully feel all his health. He still has a long time to wait until they keep him in chains. He asked to know which of these scoundrels advised him to be shackled. Ning Tao said to the girl that she was so worried about him and asked if she would go to him. Zhang replied that they wouldn't let her get a word in. There was a whole line lined up there. Meanwhile, the man was hugged and told that heaven helps a good man. The man replied that it was so, because it was not for nothing that he always said that Mr. Ding would certainly recover. Their prayers were heard. Ning Tao asked Zhang Hao if she could buy him a return ticket. The girl was surprised and asked why he was leaving already. Can he stay at least a few more days? Ning Tao replied that he did not ask for a ticket for today. He plans to spend a few more days here. He will walk through the markets and look for interesting ingredients to create medicines. A guy's voice rang out. He asked if Dr. Ning wanted to buy ingredients for medicine. This is a big coincidence because he has a lot of friends from this area. The guy introduced himself as Fan Huani. He asked permission to express his admiration for him. He had never met such a skilled doctor as the boy. His treatment methods give immediate results, and it is amazing. Ning Tao asked him not to exaggerate because he was just lucky. He asked Zhang in a whisper who he was. The girl explained that this is one of the most sought-after organizers in the capital. He knows many stars, major businessmen and officials. Now it's clear why even those old men didn't hiss at him, Fan Huani asked. Exactly what ingredients he needed and asked him to make a list so that he could organize everything. He sincerely would like to establish a long and strong friendship with him. The guy asked to trust him with this matter, and he would not disappoint them. He understands that Ning Tao is worried that he will owe him something, but he will calm him down, because in return, he will need his help. The boy asked what kind of help he would need. The guy asked in response whether Dr. Ning knew how to treat various burns. Ning Tao, after listening to him, answered without thinking that he could. Zhang Hao couldn't understand why he was so happy. Fan Huani was also very happy and exclaimed that he knew it and wanted to be friends with him. Zhang Hao noticed that this guy was simply delighted. I wonder who his patient is. Ning Tao said that he would call her right away. She will fly in on a charter plane and he will see her in the evening. So they agreed. Suddenly, he was stopped by the man he had cured. He would like to thank Dr. Ning from the bottom of his heart. He asked permission to write him a reward check and The boy replied that it was not necessary because he came to him at the request of Jiang Hao. He will not charge him for treatment. If you need to thank anyone, it's her. The man changed his gaze and replied that he seemed to have begun to understand what was going on. Little Jiang Hao is like a daughter to him. This means that he is almost a relative to him. He apologized for offering him money. The man approached the girl and asked if he could steal her fiancé for a while. He explained that he had a conversation with him. The girl laughed in response and asked not to make things up. Their relationship is not like that at all. But the man also laughed and did not listen to her, and now they were already on the street with Dr. Ning. The man turned to him and said that he suspected that his illness was somehow connected with the green snake that he had met 30 years ago. The boy asked what he meant. The man gave him a strange look and replied that it was an old story. 30 years ago, he was on a military mission in the jungle. He got separated from the others, got lost, and decided to wait out the rain in a cave. He was already dying of hunger when he suddenly saw a snake covered with wounds all over its body. Frightened, he ran up to her and stabbed her with a dagger, but she crawled away with him. The boy looked the man straight in the eye and asked what happened next. He explained that the blade showed up on his doorstep a couple of weeks ago. The surveillance cameras do not show who planted it here. After this, he fell ill. He asked the boy if he thought this snake had returned to take revenge on him. Ning Tao asked Mr. Ding to give him this dagger for a while. He will try to understand the causes of his illness, Mr. Dean replied. That of course he should take it. He himself is afraid to leave it with him. He asked me to let him know when he found out anything. A gray-haired old man turned to the boy. He apologized for not immediately recognizing his incomparable gift. He does not go back on his words, and now he is his teacher. The boy answered Dr. Yan that he just said it in his heart. He is not worthy to be the teacher of a great doctor like him. He invited him to be just friends. Dr. Yang immediately exclaimed that of course he agreed, and he would be honored to be called his friend. Mr. Ding laughed and thanked everyone who had come to help him. It's done. Can they eat now? Dr. Yang thanked the gentleman for his kind words. Couldn't they not have come to his aid? All's well that ends well. Meanwhile, it was already dark outside. A huge country villa towered in front of us. The guy approached a wooden door and began knocking on it with his fist. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. They told him that, of course, let him come in. The boy came over there. Fan Huani told Dr. Ning that he could proceed. He remembers perfectly well his only rule is not to disturb him in any way. Ning Tao carefully began to enter the door. He saw a girl in front of him. The girl stood in a long dress and looked out the closed window. He came closer to her. The boy asked the girl if they could start. She heard him call him by name. The girl turned towards the doctor and asked if she was ugly. Her name was Zhao Wushuang. Ning Tao thought that this was his patient, one of the most beautiful women in the country. Now it's clear why she hasn't appeared in public at all for several months now. Zhao Wushuang asked if he was afraid of her. The boy replied that of course he was not afraid. Then she asked if she was really that scary. The boy replied again that she was very beautiful. The girl exclaimed that he was a liar like all the men. She immediately started crying on her knees. Ning Tao asked her not to cry. He extended his hand in front of her and exclaimed that he would return her to her former appearance. The girl immediately looked at him and asked if he was deceiving her. She just returned from Korea. Plastic surgeons said there was no chance of restoring respect. Ning Tao told Lady Zhao what he promised her. He doesn't know who hates her so much that he doused her with sulfuric acid, but he will fix everything. The boy asked the girl to take off her clothes and lie down on the bed. He's going to start treating her. The girl immediately agreed and began to take off her panties. He asked why she was taking them off. Ning Tao blushed and was simply shocked when he looked at the girl. She asked what happened. Is she really so ugly that he hates to touch her? Ning Tao noticed burns all over her body, but she is still very beautiful. Zhao Wushuang turned to him and called him by name. The boy exclaimed that everything was fine and he was already starting. Ning Tao picked up his aloe potion and began to pour it onto the girl's back. She began to sigh. The boy asked if it hurt. Zhao Wushuang replied that, on the contrary, she was pleased and asked him not to stop. His cream smells very delicious. Ning Tao said that he calls it the cream of beauty and fragrance. He prepares it himself according to a secret recipe. The boy approached the girl and exclaimed that now he would begin healing. He explained to the girl that she would have to be patient a little. His hand was completely covered in black smoke. She enveloped his hand and he began to approach her. The girl closed her eyes and sighed a little. She said that she felt like every pore of her body began to breathe. Zhao Wushuang did not open her eyes and continued to moan and say that she was very pleased. Ning Tao thought that for some reason she couldn't shut up and stop moaning like that. He was already excited to the limit. Meanwhile, Fan Huani heard these groans. He opened the door and asked what was going on here. Seeing the boy, he asked Dr. Ning where the girl was. The boy explained that she had gone to the restroom. Fan Huani didn't know what to think. He started knocking on the door and asking the girl what was wrong with her. Is everything okay with her? He opened the door and entered the restroom. The girl saw the guy and asked to look at her face. Then the boy looked at her. He noticed that there were no more burns. He was also quite surprised by this outcome of the treatment. The boy exclaimed that her angelic beauty had returned. His instincts did not let him down. He was right about Dr. Ning. He truly is a doctor from God. Ning Tao replied that he was overpraising him, but he was happy to help, and if that's all, he'll go. It's time for him to return to Jianghao. Fan Huani asked why he was in such a hurry to see his beloved. Maybe he'll stay with them for a couple of drinks. The boy explained that he and Jiang Hao were just friends and asked not to invent anything unnecessary. Fan Huani replied that it means he still has everything ahead. He rarely makes mistakes about people and he has a good instinct. Suddenly, Zhao Wushuang called out to them. She said that he couldn't even imagine how grateful she was to him for the healing. The girl began to take out something. She had some paper there. They couldn't understand what she got out of it. Ning Tao also asked what it was. Zhao Wushuang hands him a check of 2 million and tells him that this is a small thank you from her. Ning Tao asks her if this is too much. She smiles happily and tells him that this is the least she could pay. She looks very happy. Fan Huang tells him that he should take this money and not be shy because she earns more just for one concert. Ning Tao makes a dissatisfied face and thinks that if it were only his modesty, then everything would be much easier. He thinks that this money can kill him. He takes the check and presses it into Fan Huaying's hands, a tight, awkward smile visible on his face. Fan Huaying is very surprised by what he is doing, and his face looks too surprised. He tells him that he does not understand him. He tells him that this is his money and he simply cannot take it. Ning Tao asks him to take this money and tells him that he can consider this as payment for his services in finding and buying medicinal ingredients. Fan Huaying exhales calmly and tells him that then he can accept this money. He tells him that he will do everything in the best possible way. Zhao Wushuang turns to the doctor and with the same happy face asks him if he still has the beauty and fragrance cream. Ning Tao tells them that he can give each of them a bottle in honor of their acquaintance. This surprises Huayin. She thanks him. Fang Huang examines the bottle and tells him that this cream smells very nice, and he would say that it doesn't smell like a cream, but like a fortune. He asks him if the thought of creating his own brand of cosmetics has ever occurred to him. He tells him that his products would be in great demand. Ning Tao thinks that he is very cunning because he has already managed to come up with a business and tells him that he makes the cream by hand according to a secret recipe and therefore mass production is excluded. He doesn't let him say anything else and tells them that it's time for him to go and that in 3 days he will come to see her. He tells her to rest so that healing will go faster. Fan Huang cannot understand why he refuses to launch mass production and says that a lot of money is wasted. Ning Tao returns home tired, and night has long fallen on the street. He returns to Jianghao. He enters the house and sees that Jianghao is busy with something strange. He asks her what she is doing. She turns to him and holds a bottle of beer in her hand. She tells him that she is just drinking beer and asks her what is the big deal. He asks her if her mother has fallen asleep. She tells him that she has and asks him to sit down with her and have a drink. He asks her what the reason is. She tells him that there is no reason and tells him that she just wanted to relax a little. She puts her hand on her chest. He sees this and blushes. He just remains silent for a while and looks at her. He thinks about what is the right thing to do. He takes off his first aid kit and his blush fades. He tells her that he agrees and he will sit and have a drink with her. He sits next to her and sees that she just almost drinks the bottle in one gulp. He thinks that this cannot be called ordinary relaxation and more like she wants to get drunk. She continues to drink and drinks another bottle. She drinks everything very actively and it looks quite creepy. He asks her if she should slow down. She tells him that he drones too much and tells him to drink too. She tells him that he is falling behind. She wipes her mouth after drinking beer and her face looks very red. She looks very strange and unusual for him. He asks her if it could be that something happened to her. He wonders if something could happen to her. She looks at him and her face remains the same red, but there is a little sweat on it, as if she is trying to hide something from him. She calms down and, closing her eyes, tells him that he should drink first, and then she tells him everything. She mocks him and tells him that he is not a man. He hears this and it makes him angry. He thinks that she can't talk like that and he will definitely show her what kind of man he is. He quickly drinks the bottle and puts it on the table. She tells him that she is surprised because he drank the whole bottle at once. He covers his mouth and thinks that this could end badly. He is glad that he can break down alcohol in his body. He asks her what will happen after this. He tells her that now she must tell him absolutely everything. She leans over and tells him that now she will show him everything. He blushes and does not understand what is happening. He asks her what she is doing. She tells him that because he is so curious, she simply cannot help but tell him what she has to tell. She approaches him and tries to tell him something. She tells him that her mom told her something. He looks at her and is angry that she can't say anything concrete. He looks both angry and scared. She keeps telling him that she told her something and repeats it many more times. She doesn't stop repeating it to him. She finally finishes it off and tells him that her mom likes him. She looks very embarrassed. Ning Tao hears this and doesn't understand how this is possible. He looks like he's been shocked. His face is very strange. He tries to calm down and asks her how this is even possible. He tells her that they have a very big age difference. She begins to shake and tells him that he completely misunderstood everything and that she meant something completely different. She sheepishly tells him that she meant that her mother likes him as a future son-in-law and told her that she should grab him like a bull by the horns. He hears this and immediately blushes. He looks even more surprised and just remains silent. She gets even closer to him and tells him that otherwise her mother will stop considering her as her daughter. She asks him if he can believe it. He just looks at her and remains silent, his face getting redder and thinking about what he should say to her. He takes her in his arms and tells her that she is very drunk and it's time for her to go to bed. He tries to carry her away faster. He carries her into the room and still holds her in his arms. He holds her legs above the hips, and it looks a little indecent. He carries her to her bed and lays her down on the bed with a red face. She holds onto his neck and looks tired and drunk. She lies on the bed and decides to address him, her face looking red from either embarrassment or alcohol. She puts her hands on her chest again and asks him if he can answer his question about whether he likes her or not. He looks at her confusedly after this and thinks about how she should answer this. He looks very surprised because of this question. He leans over to her and tells him that they'll talk about it when she's sober. She starts to tear up a little. Unexpectedly for him, she grabs his cheeks because she doesn't want to let him go. He looks even more surprised than before. She holds him to her chest and tells him that she doesn't know what to do. She tells him that she fell in love with him, and she didn't know how to tell him. He does nothing and thinks that he wants to spend time with her. He thinks that he strives to become a celestial, and she is an ordinary person. He gets up from her and thinks that in any case, one day their paths will diverge. He asks her for an apology. He gets off her bed, and meanwhile the door to her room opens and her mother appears in the doorway. He turns towards the door and sees that someone comes in and finds him in bed with Zhang Hao. He sees her mother knocking on the door when she has already opened it and immediately turns away. She looks quite calm. He gets terribly scared and she asks him why he is not sleeping yet. He thinks that he would really like to fall underground. He runs out of her room very quickly, running past her mom and telling her that he was just getting ready to go to bed. Her mother turns to him and doesn't understand why he is so cheerful. She assumes that he is immune to alcohol because her daughter passed out. Early morning comes and the whole house wakes up. The sun rises in the sky and bright white clouds appear. He wakes up and leaves his room yawning. He looks fairly sleepy and looks around the house. He sees something that surprises him a little. He finally wakes up because of it and looks at what is in front of him. In front of him, he sees that a dressed Jiang Hao is standing in front of the door. He wishes her good morning and asks her where she is going. She tells him that she must return to continue the investigation. He tells her that everything is clear to him and tells her that he will have business here for a couple of more days. She tells him that she will go. She turns sharply to him and wants to ask him something. He does not understand what happened and what she wants from him. She tells him that she got very drunk last night and asks him if she said anything wrong to him. He tells her that he also got very drunk and doesn't remember anything at all about what happened. She tells him that absolutely nothing happened and quickly closes the door behind her. He is a little scared. He calls Fan Huayin and he tells him that he has collected almost all the ingredients on his list, and they are packing young bamboo shoots soaked in chicken blood for him. He tells him that all that remains is to pick up the 50-year-old white snake crawl, but the seller will only give it to him in person. Ning Tao tells him that he understood everything and thanks him. He comes to the market, where he must find a seller who must personally give him the shed snake skin. He walks through the market holding his first aid kit and just waiting for someone to call him, because the seller must find him himself. Some seller turns to him and asks him if he wants to sell him his first aid kit. He asks him to name his price, because he is ready to pay well. Ning Tao tells him that his first aid kit is not for sale. The seller spits displeasedly and looks at him. He asks him to stop and asks him if he is accidentally looking for the shed snake skin of the white snake. Ning Tao turns to him and notices something that terrifies him. He looks very surprised and scared. He sees that this merchant has a terrifying aura, as if he himself is a snake. He does not understand what it is and thinks about what kind of evil spirit he is. He tells the seller that it is indeed he who is looking for the crawl. He calms down after what he saw. The merchant tells him that he must follow him, his face showing what vaguely resembles snake scales. They come to some rich estate, which is illuminated by the sun's rays. He follows directly behind the seller. The seller tells his lady that he brought Ning Tao. He looks happy, and Ning Tao looks calm. After this, the seller's lady appears, and he sees something in front of him that a little tenses and terrifies him. A very strong aura can also be seen behind the lady who appears in the corridor of the estate. She asks the seller to leave and leave the two of them. The lady looks at him and her eyes are very similar to those of a snake. Scales are also visible on her face, and her tongue is also similar to a snake. Ning Tao looks at her and thinks about how to answer her correctly. He asks her who she is. She asks him in surprise why he asks her who she is, because it was he who came to her home, and not she to him. He thinks that he just definitely won't be with her. He asks her if she can tell him what her name is. He tells him that her name is Bai Qing. This makes him angry because she is a character from the play Legend of the White Snake. She does not understand why he is so angry. She shows him her business card, which says that she is indeed Bai Qing, and she is the head of the New World Company. She tells him that he can take her business card in order to check everything for veracity. He examines her business card and thinks about the fact that her name is really like the character from the Legend of the White Snake. He asks her what her company does. She tells him that her company develops and produces various drugs. He turns to her and asks her if he can take a look at the crawl they were offering him. She tells him that of course he can. She shows him the plate on which the crawl is lying and tells him that this is exactly what he has been looking for so long. He examines it and thinks that this skin smells the same as Bai Qing. He has no doubts about it. She asks him what he is trying to smell and tells him that the owner of the skin is very clean. She tells him that she has granted his request and asks him how he plans to pay her. He asks her to name her price. She asks him if she looks like a distressed person, and he asks him what she needs then. She asks him what he is ready for this skin. He tells her that he can do absolutely any favor for her that he can. She smiles maliciously and touches her lips with a finger. She looks very cunning and thoughtful. She unexpectedly tells him that in this case she wants him. He immediately blushes and looks at her in surprise. She laughs at him and calls him very timid. She tells him that she is just joking and asks him to calm down. He thinks that she is a very insidious evil spirit. He turns to her with a serious and slightly crooked face and calls her a business lady. He asks her to be more serious. She also blushes because of something and tells him that he is boring. She calms him down and tells him that she has one thing for him after all. She tells him that she needs him to help her cure one person. He asks her which person he should cure. She tells him that he should cure her sister. Ning Tao tells him that Mr. Ding Yi told him a story and now he understands what's what. He asks her if it is true that 30 years ago he stabbed her sister with a dagger. He asks her if he correctly understands that she brought the disease on him for the sake of revenge, and tells her that then his actions were guided by the instinct of self-preservation. She tells him to shut up, and explains to him that her sister was very young and was also in poor condition, and was badly injured during cultivation. She tells him that Ding Yi stuck a dagger into her sister's spine and damaged the life root. Her sister is trying to get up at the same time and is shaking violently because of this. She is covered in sweat and panting. She is red because she is trying to get up from her seat. She is trying very hard, but she is not succeeding at all. She falls to the floor and continues to shake. She groans loudly because of this and continues to suffer because of her spine. Bai Qing tells Ning Tao that her sister not only lost her cultivation ability, but also uses a wheelchair and she simply could not refuse to avenge her. She tells him that she knows that he is a cultivator doctor and all he needs is to cure her sister. He tells him that she cannot pay with one crawl. She asks him what he wants. He tells her that he will decide this only after meeting her sister and asks her when they will go to her. He thinks that they will look at what else she has to offer. She tells him that they can go to her place that evening and asks him if that will suit him. He tells her that first he needs to collect everything he needs and tells him that she can pick him up in the evening. He goes to the market. He approaches the shop of one merchant and examines all the goods that are on his counter. He carefully examines everything. The seller notices him and asks him what he is interested in from his goods. Ning Tao thinks about what to ask him. The seller tells him that he will not find better goods than on his counter in all of China. Ning Tao tells him that they will look at it. He asks the seller how much he wants for the vessel that he examined before, and the seller tells him that this is an item from the Ming dynasty and he can sell it for 10,000 ton. Ning Tao hears such a price and thinks that he cannot get that kind of money anywhere. He looks surprised. He points to another one of his goods and asks him what he will sell it for. The seller looks a little surprised. The seller appears behind him, and he does not understand how this happened. The seller tells him that these are real artifact fragments and they are very valuable. He rubs his head and tells him that he can give him these fragments for 3,000. This makes him sad. Ning Tao tells him that the maximum he can give for such fragments is 200 yuan. He looks confident in what he says. The seller looks very surprised at his words and tells him that he doesn't know how to bargain at all. Ning Tao tells him that he is willing to give 300 yuan, and the seller continues to look unhappy and tells him that he is too arrogant. Ning Tao tells him that he can add another 500 yuan, and he thinks that this is a normal price for a couple of shards, but the seller must tell him where they come from. After his words, the seller with shining eyes turns to him and tells him that he agrees and they agreed. It looks very arrogant. He tells him that he found these fragments in a lake near a place called Hai Shanzhai. And this lake is 60 kilometers to the north, next to a waterfall near a high cliff. He tells him that with enough effort he can find a bunch more fragments. He tells him to come again, because next time he will give him a 20% discount. The seller watches him leave and says that he was very lucky because he sold the fragments lying around unused for as much as 800 yuan. Ning Tao examines these fragments and says that it was not for nothing that he paid attention to these fragments and bought them, because they have very strange patterns that exude a weak spiritual power, similar to Bat's Qing. He examines these fragments even more carefully and suggests that these fragments may be from some kind of ritual utensils. He thinks that the cauldron of beauty and fragrance improves the properties of plants. He thinks about how the cauldron of decay and destruction can be useful. He understands that what must be connected with the cauldron of decay and destruction is that it is capable of returning destroyed objects to their former appearance. He decides to put these fragments in a cauldron in order to see if they will return to their previous form. He puts the fragments in the pot and looks at what happens to them. Some kind of blue glow and white smoke can be seen in it. The blue glow disappears and all that remains is white smoke. Looking at what happened and how the restoration happened, Ning Tao sees what happened and it surprises him. He looks very pleased with what happened in the pot. He examines everything and realizes that it looks like a cracked ink pot. He sees that the veins have come together into one pattern, but he does not understand what it means. He assumes that it may be a map of underwater rivers. He also suggests that it may be some kind of mysterious rune, and understands that this is a very extraordinary thing. He regrets that he cannot decipher the meaning, and also that he spent so much spiritual power. Baiting asks him why he sighs so strangely, and he turns to listen to her. She tells him that she thinks he just doesn't like it when pretty girls give him rides in cool cars, and tells him that just the sight of him makes her depressed. She smiles mischievously and tells him that it's time for them both to cheer up, because he looks very sad. She speeds up and quickly rushes forward. This all really scares Ning Tao. He starts screaming very loudly and asks her not to go so fast. They arrive and Bai Qing comes out first. She tells him that they are there and her sister is waiting for them inside. He understands that he hears the murmur of water, which is similar to the murmur of the waterfall that the merchant told him about. He sees a rock with a waterfall in front of him. It all really looks like what the seller told him about. He thinks that now he understands why the ink maker gave off a spirit that looked like Bai Qing. Bai Qing asks him why he was thinking and asks him if he likes this place. She looks at him strangely. He looks at everything that surrounds him and tries to tell her something about this place, but continues to look around. He sees in front of him a Chinese-style house which is clouded with similar white smoke, which was previously covered in the ink pot. He sees the air in front of him, which is distorted due to something. It looks very beautiful and creepy at the same time. He tells her that this place really inspires a certain caring impression. He thinks that even spirits are afraid to enter this place and this atmosphere is like a cemetery. She tells him that everything is fine and asks him to go inside quickly. They go into the house and she shouts to her sister that they have arrived. In a dark room you can see a girl with her head down. She tells her that it is good that she came. She looks up at them and tells him that it is her sister Qingjui and tells him that she is putting her completely in his hands. Bai Ting asks him if he can cure her. He doesn't answer her and just looks at her sister. He understands that he needs to analyze her, and he begins the analysis. He sees quite strange things. He sees that she has an extra bone and understands that this is the same mythical demon bone. He tells her that there is an extra bone in Qingjui's spine, and there is a crack and signs of necrosis on it. They are both very surprised that he was able to see and understand this. They are shocked by his words, and their faces are a little perplexed. Bai Qing tells him that he said everything correctly, and it is in this bone that spiritual power is stored, and therefore it cannot be full. She repeats that this is because of Ding Ye. He tells her that if she wants him to cure her sister, then he has some condition. She asks him what it is. He tells him that in addition to crawling out, she must promise him not to take revenge on Ding Yi for all this. Bai Ting tells him that she cannot agree so easily because he is her main enemy and she has been looking for him for 30 years to take revenge. Qingjui begins to speak. She turns to Ningtao and tells him that she can promise him that they will not touch Ding Ye. She asks her sister not to argue, and she understands that she is very sad about what happened to her, but everything can be understood because he was then afraid for his life and everything turned out that way. Bai Qing lowers her head and tells him that if her sister gets better in the end, then she will forget about revenge. She puts her hand on his shoulder and tells him that she has a condition under which she will not fulfill what she promised. She tells him that if he fails, he will seriously regret the consequences, and in that case, she will not only kill Ding Yi, but also his entire family. He understands that she is not joking and tells her that since she made inquiries about him, she should know his rule and treatment. She tells him that she knows everything and leaves. He begins to draw and is informed that a werewolf from birth can turn into a snake and has 3 months left to live, and the prescription of treatment is of no interest. He is very scared that prescribing treatment is of no interest. He thinks that if he does not save her, then Mr. Ding Yi and his entire family will be finished. He understands that he has no choice and he will have to look for a way to cure her himself, but his spiritual strength is not enough to restore her demon bone. He is thinking about finding a donor. He understands that he has the only way out, and only the cauldron of decay and destruction can help him. He says that it was obvious and strange that he didn't think of it right away. Because there are no hopeless situations, Qingjui asks him if he can cure him. He tells her that she has necrosis of the imp bone, and she had 3 months to live, and he plans to perform an operation and take out her imp bone. She interrupts him and tells him that without this bone, she will not last 3 months. He tells him that she doesn't have to worry, because everything will be fine, and first he will pull her out, then restore her and put her back in. She asks him if it will work, and he tells her that it will definitely work. And the main function of the imp bone is to accumulate spiritual powers and for cultivation. She tells him that in this case they should start immediately and begins to undress. He does not understand why they immediately begin to undress, because she didn't even ask anything. He takes out a scalpel and tells her that she doesn't have to worry because at the very beginning it will hurt and she will have to be patient a little. She tells him that there is nothing wrong with this and she is ready for it. And the main thing is that there is a result. She asks him to start and tells him that she will endure everything. He begins to cut her and cuts her flesh down to the bone. She begins to get to the imp bone, which he must restore. Qingjui starts screaming and blushing because of all this. She looks like she is not in much pain because of all this. He himself blushes because of all this and thinks that because of her piercing scream, he cannot concentrate. He thinks that now he must carefully remove the demon's bone, and then the cauldron will do its job without any problems. He takes out her imp bone from her. He puts it in the cauldron and pours spiritual energy into it. He thinks about how he can't help but fix her bone. He continues to pour in spiritual power, but it doesn't work. He realizes that he needs to come up with something. He tries to pour in further and thinks that he still does not have enough spiritual strength. He is worried about this. Bai Qing stands and looks at the scenery and notices that something is happening. She looks around and realizes what is happening. She notices that spiritual forces from all over the area have rushed into the house. This confuses her a little, and she looks at the house. She sees that a small tornado of spiritual power appears above the house. She does not understand what is happening there. Everything works out for him, and he looks at the working imp bone. He says that now it looks completely like new. She looks at the spiritual forces in the air and says that if the cauldron of decay and destruction had not sucked in spiritual forces from the outside, then it would not have been able to cope on its own. He thinks about how Bai Qing mentioned that she keeps her sister here because this place nourishes her, and understands that the source of the spiritual powers here is in the pond. and plans to go there after the operation. He approaches Qing Jui and says that all that remains is to carefully insert the demon bone into place and asks her how she feels. After this, Qing Jui begins to scream very loudly. It looks very creepy, and all this can be heard outside the house. Bai Qing runs into her house and asks her what he did to her and why her sister was screaming so much. She sees her sister in a strange position, and Ning Tao, who tells her that he can explain everything to her. Bai Qing is frightened by this sight and asks him. She assumes that he failed to cure her and asks him if everything is really like that. Qing Jui lies on the bed and tells her that he succeeded and now she is healthy, and she's just still in a little pain and doesn't want to straighten up yet. Bai Qing tells him that this is all just fine, and thanks him. She tells him that as soon as her sister gets better, she will send her to her for a checkup. He tells her that there will be no point and she is fine as is. She asks him if he has forgotten what happened to the characters in the play about the white snake, and he asks her what she means. She tells him that Bai Qing, as a thank you for saving her, married Xu Xiang and tells him that he saved her sister and touched her most intimate place, and they have traditions about this. She tells him that her sister will have to serve him for 3 years. He is very surprised by this news and looks at her in surprise. He calms down and exhales. He tells her that she scared him and he managed to think that she should give herself to him. She grabs him and tells him that he is over-fantasizing and asks her what she should do for the next 3 years. He tells her that she will work for him for 3 years as a nurse. Qing Zhong calls him master. Bai Qing tells him that she shouldn't call him master. He asks her to just call him Dr. Ning. She calls him master again, and he tells her that he could not have damaged her brain in any way during the treatment. Bai Qing tells him to shut up. Ning Tao then heads towards the pond near the waterfall. And the mountain, as he had planned, they go there together. Bai Qing asks him why he is going to dive there. She tells him that he will not find anything there except an underground river. He tells her that this lake is a source of powerful spiritual power and wants to dive and look for the fragments of the ink. She asks him why he needs some fragments and tells him that she will help. He tells her that he doesn't mind, but thinks that he just asked to show him the way and nothing more. She immediately jumps into the water, and he is surprised that she dives so quickly and so well he cannot keep up with her. He thinks that the faster they start, the faster they will finish, and he was too exhausted while treating Qing Jui, and he needs to return home early and regain his strength. She emerges from the water and starts screaming. He asks her what happened, and she tells him that she needs help. He doesn't understand what happened and thinks that it's some kind of coincidence. She is drowning and screaming for help. It all looks very plausible, but it is not so. Ning Tao swims as close to her as possible and tells her to grab his hand. He looks a little scared. They grab each other's hands, but she pulls him towards her. She stops screaming and calms down. He doesn't understand what's going on because she pulls him towards her and looks scared. He asks her what's going on. In her other hand, she holds some fragments and asks him if he was looking for them. He asks her what happened. She smiles maliciously and tells him that she was just playing him so that he would feel like a hero who saves the beauty. She asks him why he is so sad. Because she helped him, he thanks her. She swims away from him and tells him that there is nothing more at the bottom of the lake, and she is sure of it. She tells him that they can swim to the shore. He thinks about why he falls for this every time. The next day, Ning Tao comes to a house to examine his patient. He tells someone that he is finished and the patient can get dressed. His hands are a little sweaty, or in some kind of cream. He is standing in Zhao Wuxuan's house and has finished examining her. She asks him if all of her skin is completely healthy. He tells her that it is so, and his examinations are no longer necessary. He tells her that the new skin is very delicate. He tells her that he would recommend that she spend some time on the badly damaged areas while washing. She runs up to him and hugs him. She thanks him for his help, and he tells her that there is no problem because they are friends. He points out that she is still without clothes. She understands the form in which she is standing in front of him, and her face instantly turns red. She understands what happened. She quickly runs away from him and tells him that she needs to change clothes and apologizes. She asks him to wait for her in the hall. She hands him a check with the amount of 3 million written on it. She tells him that this is his reward for the treatment. Ning Tao sees this and sees the amount of 3 million. He does not understand why they all part with such amounts so easily. He calls her Madian and tells her that this is unnecessary and the previous reward would have been enough. She looks at him and tells him that after everything that happened, he should not call her Madame. She asks him to call her Wu Shuang and tells him that it is from the bottom of her heart, and if he refuses, she will be offended. He tells her that gratitude would be enough for him, and he cannot accept so much. She tells him that this is nonsense and he deserves every yuan, and she also has one more request for him. He tells her that she is leaving him no choice and he will have to accept the money. She asks her what her request is. She tells him that a friend sent her an invitation to a banquet, and she has not appeared in public for a long time. She asks him to accompany her. He asks her if this will all look weird. His face looks red and he looks embarrassed. Fan Huaying tells him that he shouldn't invent something and everyone will come there with someone, and he will also go. Ning Tao says that since even Huaying will be there, he agrees. Fan Huaying turns to him and tells him that at the same time he can introduce him to his friends and tells him that they will like him. They all approach the building where the banquet is to take place. It's a sunny day outside and white clouds are floating across the sky. Everyone in front of them sees Zhao Wushuang and discusses her. They talk about what they heard about what happened to her face. They enter the building and they continue to discuss her. They talk about how her career as a star was ruined, and they talk about how it was expected because of her refusal. A man appears and tells her that she was just able to return from South Korea. He tells her that they could not help her with her face because she is wearing a mask. He tells her that he can look for doctors for her in Europe because he knows specialists. She calls him Chen Tian and tells him that he still can't calm down. She tells him not to bother her. He asks him if he understands correctly that now he can't say hello to her and if she plans to wear a mask for the rest of her life. Ning Tao asks Fan Huaying who he is, and he tells him that he is an aspiring actor who has been approaching Wu Shuan. But after her refusal, he constantly tries to pester her somehow. Meanwhile, Zhao Wushuang takes off his mask and tells Chen Tian that he can't wait for her to wear a mask all the time and asks him if he is disappointed. He is surprised that she has a normal face. All the people at the banquet can't believe it and say that everyone said that her scars are forever and she looks better than before, and now it's clear why she decided to appear in public. Another man appears and walks towards Fan Huiying. Zhao Wushuang, Chen Tian, and Ning Tao all pay attention to him. This man turns out to be Huang Cabin. He looks very serious, and the people at the banquet look at him in surprise. Everyone talks about the fact that he is the main man in show business and his family owns multi-billion-dollar businesses throughout the country, and he single-handedly controls the destinies of all the stars. Fan Huaying says that Wu Shuan refused to sleep with him, and then an attempt was made on her life. And although the criminal was not caught, everyone understands who caused this to happen. Ning Tao comes up to her and grabs her hand. This is very unexpected, and she thinks about what is happening. She doesn't understand what is happening at first. She realizes what happened and she blushes because of it. She looks very surprised and pleased at the same time. He tells her that she doesn't have to be afraid. People start talking about them dating and talking about how Huang Cabin won't leave this. Huang Cabin looks at them and is silent. People continue to talk about Ning Tao seriously dropping the face of Huang Cabin, whom she refused. He greets Wu Shuan and tells her that they have not seen each other for a long time. He asks her if she can introduce him to Ning Tao. She tells him that he is a doctor, and it was he who returned her face to its former appearance. He comes up to her and grabs her hand. He tells her that when he heard that someone ruined her face, he felt very sad. He tells her that he is glad that she has recovered and invites her to privacy and chat because they have not seen each other for a very long time. She tells him that they have nothing to talk about and asks him to let her go. Ning Tao takes his hand and tells him to let her go and that she told him absolutely clearly that she does not want to communicate with him. Huai Cabin tells him that he may be a protector of ladies, but they will still test what kind of protector he is. People are sure that he is finished. Ning Tao tells him that he is not afraid of him and squeezes his hand tighter. Huai Cabin understands that he cannot free his hand. He raises his hand to strike and yells at him. He orders him to let go of his hand and calls him a freak. He tries to hit him with his fist, but Ning Tao just watches as his fist comes towards him. He quickly makes a retaliatory strike at Huai Cabin. And Cabin does not have time to hit him. He only has time to ask what is happening. Ning Tao kicks him in the face, and Chen Tian shouts at him that he should stop because he makes a living with his face. Huai Cabin sits on the floor and tells him that he is a doctor. But he does not fight like an intellectual at all. He tells him that hitting him in the face is not according to the rules, and he asked for it. He starts screaming and tells him that he will regret it. He calls a man to him, whose name is Dong Shengli. A huge thug appears and tells him that he came on his orders. This is his personal bodyguard, and people are sure that now Ning Tao is finished. Chen Tian begins to shout to him that now he is definitely finished, because Dong Shengli will finish him off without even straining. He tells him that he called the police, and therefore he will first be beaten and then arrested. Ning Tao calls him a dog. He tells him that he can only repeat everything after Huai Cabin. He tells him that he is not the only one with connections and takes out his phone in order to contact someone. He sends a message to someone, and meanwhile Huai Cabin gets up from the floor and is about to say something. He tells his bodyguard Dong Xiongli that he must beat Ning Tao. The bodyguard obediently listens to his order. He flexes his muscles and starts yelling belligerently. He looks very tense and absolutely confident. Dong Xiongli very quickly goes behind Ning Tao. He immediately raises his hand to strike, and this strains the doctor. He attacks him and he just looks at the fist that's coming straight at him. He looks a little scared. His punch hits him and sends him flying into the wall. He does nothing to defend himself from the blow. Dong Xiongli tells him that he thought Ning Tao was capable of something since he tried so hard to stand out. He calls him an upstart. Huai Cabin orders him to continue. He tells his bodyguard that he must teach him a lesson because he wants him to remember this day forever. Dong Xiongli tells him that he can do it and assures him that he will remember this lesson even in his next life. Chao Wushuang runs towards him. Huane tries to stop her, but he doesn't have time. She asks the bodyguard to stop and not touch him. Ning Tao watches her run towards him and tells her that she shouldn't come. He asks her to stop. Dong Xiongli instantly kicks her in the side and throws her away. It looks very painful and cruel. Ning Tao sees this and it makes him angry. He sees the blood that belongs to Zhao Wushuang. He looks very aggressive. He quickly gets up from his seat as if he had not received a blow from the bodyguard and heads towards her. He quickly approaches her and manages to catch her in his arms. She looks very scared because of all this. He manages to catch it before it hits the wall, looking both angry and calm. He calls Dong Xiongli a stupid jock and tells him that he could have killed her with his actions. The bodyguard tells him that she asked for it. Ning Tao quickly gets close to him and hits him in the face. He tells him that he asked for it, and the bodyguard tells him that he's hitting him in the face again and it's against the rules. The doctor looks very angry and tells him that he doesn't care about all these rules. He raises his fist for another blow. He starts constantly hitting the bodyguard in the face, and Chen Tian says that the doctor is crazy and asks what they will do, Huai Cabin, and asks him when the police will arrive. People appear who order everyone to stop and introduce themselves as the police. Someone orders to seize all the troublemakers. Chen Tian says that the doctor will feel bad. People dressed in army uniforms appear behind the police, and someone orders them to surround the perimeter. Chen Tian says that he does not understand who all these people in army clothes are. Huai Cabin asks him why they are all wearing body armor. Ding Yi appears and asks everyone present who dared to touch Dr. Ning. Everyone immediately recognizes him. He approaches Ning Tao and asks him if he is okay. In the background, you can see the policeman writing something to Chen Tian for false release, and he apologizes to him. Dr. Ning tells Ding Yi that they are fine and thanks them for coming. Ding Yi tells him that there is no problem because they are almost related. Huai Cabin appears, looking at them displeasedly and snorting. He looks completely unhappy with what happened. Dean Ye asks him why he snorts and asks him if he has any complaints. The star tells him that he has a complaint because he attacked him. Zhao Wushuang appears, who says that he is lying and that it was he who attacked him, and Ning Tao was simply defending himself. He looks at her with displeasure. Huai Cabin leaves them unhappily and tells them that the earth is still round and they will see them again. Someone puts a hand on his shoulder and orders him to stop, while the star looks quite scared because of all this. It turns out to be Ning Tao. He tells him that he forgot to apologize to Wu Shuang. Huai Cabin looks surprised. Dr. Ning looks at him angrily and asks him if he understands correctly that the star simply does not know how to do this. He makes him sit on his knees with one effort and tells him that he will teach him how to apologize and tells him that he will apologize to him on his knees. People at the banquet say that Huai Cabin is on his knees, and if his family finds out about this, they will burn with shame, and he will not recover from such reputational losses. Huai Cabin gets angry because of everything they say and tells him that he is not going to embarrass himself like that in front of someone unknown. He tries to attack him with a fruit knife and tells him that he is too arrogant for a doctor and tells him that no one has ever talked to him like that. Ding Yi commands his men to grab him immediately, and they grab him and take him out of the building. After all this and after the banquet, Ning Tao returns to his home and the next morning comes. He wakes up because his phone starts ringing. He looks annoyed that it's ringing so early. He takes the call and Jiang Hao calls him. She asks him if he wants to tell her something. He tells her that he returned home late and therefore did not call her. She asks him why he did not tell her when he returned to the city. She asks him what happened to Wu Shuang. He tells her that absolutely nothing happened to them and he just cured her. She tells him that he is deceiving her in vain because she is talking about how yesterday he humiliated Huai Cabin in public. He tells her that she has nothing to tell about this because he was immediately taken by Ding Ye's people because he rushed at people with a knife. He tells her that he hopes that he will go to jail for this. She tells him that he apparently doesn't understand his family's connections and assumes that Ding Yi will let him go. And in return, his family won't take revenge on him. She looks a little scared and tells him that he should be careful anyway after what he did yesterday. He tells her that he understands everything and he will be more careful. He thanks her for being worried about him. She tells him that there is more that she needs to tell him. She asks him where he is now and invites him to pick him up so they can have lunch together. Ning Tao looks very embarrassed and his face is red. He tells her that he has business during the day and asks her to meet in the evening. He imagines an indecent picture of her sitting on the bed and telling him that she is waiting for him in the evening. He blushes and says that he should stop thinking about it and talks about how he should gather all the energy together and create a pill. He drips his blood onto the snake's skin to create a reaction for processing. He takes it from the plate. He throws this bloody skin into the pot and looks at what happens. He understands that he must continue further. He materializes his spiritual energy and focuses on maintaining it to create the pill. He directs it into a cauldron in which there is a snake skin with his blood, and this spiritual power envelops the cauldron. He concentrates on pouring enough of his spiritual energy into the pot and continues to do so for half an hour. He manages to create a pill, and he examines it. He thinks that he created an entry-level pill because it is different from the ones that Chen Pingdao left him. He unrolls the scroll and realizes that this is a first-class first-level pill and helps with serious burns, skin diseases, and other ailments. He understands that this is all because of the quality ingredient. He leaves the house and thinks that there is still time until the evening. People around him think that he looks like some kind of wandering doctor. He thinks that he will not be able to score 300 points by the end of the month. He hears how some man assures some gentleman that he has a real treasure and asks him to buy something. Some owner of a jewelry store yells at a man on the ground and tells him that he is trying to sell him some strange fragment for 10,000 and drives him away. He tells him that he will call the police. The man with the fragment looks at this fragment and thinks that he cannot understand why no one believes him. Ning Tao approaches him and asks him where he got this fragment, and he thinks that this is one of the missing fragments of his ink. The man tells him that this is his family heirloom. Ning Tao looks at him in surprise and asks him why he is selling his family heirloom. He is really surprised. The man tells him that he has no choice and his daughter-in-law is very ill and her treatment costs 10,000, his son is studying, and he also has no money. Ning Tao tells the man that he is very lucky because right now there is a doctor in front of him who can cure his daughter-in-law. The man looks at him in surprise and tells him that everything worked out very conveniently. Because it was after his story that it turned out that he is a doctor, he does not believe him. Ning Tao tells him that he shouldn't believe him and shows him a license that confirms that he has the right to practice medicine. The man still doesn't believe it and tells him that his license is fake and asks him where he bought it. The doctor thinks that he already wants to hit this man. He turns around and starts to leave. He tells him that this is his business and he is not going to help him then. The man asks him to stop. They come to the hospital so that he can examine and treat his daughter-in-law. He goes into her room. The man opens the door to the room and thinks about how he can spy on what is happening inside, because the doctor just pushed him into the corridor. He says that his daughter-in-law is very beautiful and suspects that Ning Tao may covet her. Meanwhile, Dr. Ning is studying information about her. Her name is Liu Shusu, and during her life she has done many small good deeds and prayed to Buddha. He is informed that if the contract is signed, the disease will be eliminated. He studies all this, and the daughter-in-law herself turns to him and asks him if he can really cure her. He tells her that she need not worry because she is a kind woman and has done many small good deeds, and also fasted and prayed to Buddha. She does not understand how he knows all this. He tells her that she will need to sign a contract, after which all benefits will be canceled and the disease will go away. He asks her if she agrees, and she tells him that she agrees. He asks her to open her mouth and gives her his created pill. He tells her to swallow it and go to sleep, and after that she will be fine. He opens the door of the room and leaves it with an absolutely calm face. He does not expect anyone to distract him. The man asks him how his daughter-in-law is feeling and asks him if he molested her. He asks him if he looks like someone who could do that. The man tells him that he does. Ning Tao tells him that his daughter-in-law is sleeping and when she wakes up she will be healthy, but she will not remember how he cured her. He asks him if 20,000 is enough to buy a fragment, the man confirms. The man smiles contentedly and covers his mouth. He does not understand what is happening to him and what he did to deserve all this. He assumes that he is sleeping. Ning Tao slaps him in the face in order to calm him down. The man realizes that he was too worried. He holds his face and realizes that this is all happening in reality, and the doctor thinks that this man has never had luck before. He returns to his house to finish his ink painting, and it becomes dark outside. He looks at his work and is glad that after adding the last fragment he received a whole ink. He thinks about what its purpose might be. He decides to check what would happen if he added a little mascara to it. He pours it on her and the mascara begins to move because of something. He is surprised that anything is happening at all. He sees that an inscription appears that a search for spiritual land is taking place. He thinks about what all this could mean. He understands that this ink is needed to search for spiritual land. He notices that the inscription on the ink changes again. He sees that the ink creates an arrow that points in a specific direction, and he thinks that it is a kind of compass. He grabs this ink and says that this is excellent, because with such a treasure he doesn't have to worry about finding spiritual land at all, and says that the day turned out to be great. He remembers that they are supposed to meet Jiang Hao and meets her on one of the main streets. She eats ice cream and asks him where they will go next, and he asks her what exactly she would like. She wraps up her hair and tells him they could go to a movie. She's red-faced and a little embarrassed. He tells her that they can go to the cinema, but not a horror movie, because he is afraid of them. She thinks that the fact that he is afraid of ghosts is quite cute. She decides to make fun of him and tells him that she loves horror films. He is surprised that she does this. Unexpectedly for them, their conversation is interrupted by someone calling her on the phone. She answers the call. She asks what happened, but they tell her something, and after that they immediately end the call. He asks her what happened. She tells him that some security guard called her and said that something was happening in Lin Qinghua's laboratory, and when she tried to clarify what exactly, the connection was interrupted. She tells him that she is very sorry that everything turned out this way, but she urgently needs to go there. He tells her that he will go with her. They leave the center and head to her car. The evening bustle is on the street and the people around do not suspect anything. They drive a police car to the botanical garden and park there in order to head towards the laboratory. She changes into her uniform and tells him that he can sit in the car while she goes and see what's going on. And if he hears gunshots, he should drive away. He tells her that he can't do that. She takes out her gun and removes the restraint from it. She tells him that he doesn't have to worry about her. She tells him that in their police team she is the best shooter, and with a pistol she is in no danger. She climbs over the fence and jumps to the ground, while she constantly holds a gun in her hand. She quietly heads towards the laboratory so that no one can notice her. The full moon is watching her. She hides behind one of the fence columns and stands as if she is waiting for something, clutching the handle of her pistol. She keeps her head down because she has the feeling that someone is hiding somewhere. She is upset because she wanted to take night vision goggles with her, but didn't. She is shaking all over because of something, and she understands that she was not worried in vain. Some kind of fear is visible in her eyes. She thinks that because of something she even got goosebumps and thinks that someone is definitely watching her. While she is distracted by the area around her, a bullet is aimed at her at great speed, which she does not notice at first. She manages to turn her head halfway and notices that a bullet is heading towards her head. She turns her head completely, but someone appears who manages to save her from certain death and grabs her. It turns out to be Ning Tao. A bullet flies into the place where she had just stood, but it already hits the ground and she is surprised at how he managed to save her. She asks him why he came and thanks him for saving him. He tells her that he could not calm down in the car and was worried about her. He tells her that a sniper was working on her and they must find her. He looks at the place where the shot supposedly came from. He wants to find the sniper himself and take revenge on him for attacking Jiang Hao. He looks around, using his power, and notices the glint of a sniper rifle's sniper scope. He takes her hands and tells her that he will guide her hand, and when he tells her to shoot, she just has to pull the trigger. She agrees with him. He points her hand at the sniper he found earlier and looks at him closely. He tells her to shoot. A bullet flies out of the barrel of a gun, and the sound of a shot is heard. The barrel is pointed directly at the sniper on the roof. From an amazingly long distance, they hit the sniper directly in the head and thus neutralize him. More people appear behind them. Ning Tao notices them, and they start shooting at them. They fail to hit them. They start aiming at them and running towards them. These are 5 armed people. They are very aggressive. Ning Tao tells her that they revealed their location with their shot. But as long as he is near her, she needn't worry, and they will work the same way. He points her gun and asks her if she is ready. She tells him that she is, and he orders her to shoot. She obeys him, and they fire 5 shots, which hit almost all the people who tried to attack them. One of these people manages to escape their resistance and tries to escape from them as quickly as possible. She notices him and tells Ning Tao that one of them managed to escape to the laboratory. He tells her that he is most likely not alone, because he does not see their commander. She begins to shake, and she understands what is happening between them. She begins to be very worried and embarrassed. She leans forward and her face looks very red. He asks her what is happening to her, because she is shaking all over. She starts talking to him and tells him that all this looks like some kind of perversion. He asks her where. He tells her that he just wanted to go to the toilet for a long time, and this happens to men. She tells him that he doesn't need to explain anything and asks him to get ready to go inside and tells him that it won't be sweet for them there. He moves away from her and thinks that this whole situation that happened was very untimely, and he is embarrassed because of her. They take away the weapons of the people they open the doors to, and she asks him if he is ready. He tells her that he is ready. He asks her why he got the body armor. She tells him that only she knows how to handle large guns, and whoever has a gun gets the body armor. He grabs her hand in order to stop her. He notices something that worries him very much. He asks her to stop, and she asks him what happened and why he decided to stop her. He tells her that he just feels that something happened. She asks him what exactly happened. He tells her that he smells something strange. He analyzes everything and tells her that he thinks he knows this smell. He sniffs it and uses his power. He understands that this smell is familiar to him because it is the smell of explosives. It scares them both. She asks him if he knows her exact location because she can neutralize anything. He is surprised that she can do this. She tells him that they went through this at the academy and the laboratory has strategic value and importance for the country. He tells her that this will not work because the explosives could be anywhere and he cannot afford them. She looks at him confused and tells him that she is very pleased that he is so worried about her. He understands that he has again done something embarrassing and also blushes. He immediately does not answer her. He turns away from her and tells her that he wouldn't let anyone risk themselves in a situation like that and that it's just common sense. She grabs him by his t-shirt and pulls him towards her. She is about to do something that he did not expect from him at all. She kisses him and this surprises him very much. He does not resist and just enjoys the moment. He looks at her and his cheeks are just burning. This whole situation is very embarrassing and it all looks very beautiful. She walks away from him and leaves him standing in disbelief. She tells him that he should leave because this place is really too dangerous. She asks him not to think anything unnecessary and tells him that she has never kissed anyone in her life and she may not survive tonight, but he just happened to fall into her hands. He tries to stop her and tells her that she should not sacrifice herself. She asks him to stop convincing her because she serves in the police and this is her duty. Unexpectedly for her, the door she passes by open, and she sees this and is very surprised by it. They see that people with weapons and in bulletproof vests are taking some person in a wheelchair out of these doors, and at first they do not notice them. They turn around and see a policewoman standing in front of them. She orders them to put down their weapons and tells him that the building is surrounded and they can't get out of here. The man with the gun tells her that he is not going to listen to her and starts shooting. He tells her that he is not going to listen to the orders of the corpse. His bullet is heading towards Zhang Hao and she, not expecting it, just looks at it. Ning Tao tries to tell her to dodge. These people start shooting at them, but they still manage to dodge their shots because she comes to her senses. Her cheek is hit by shrapnel from the gunfire and she lets out a brief cry of pain. Ning Tao asks her if she is okay. She tells him that she is fine. She jumps back behind him. She tells him that they must choose the right moment to finish off these armed men. One of these people tells the second one that he is out of stock, and the second one tells him that he needs to recharge faster. Zhang Hao and Ning Tao understand that they will not have a better moment and chance. They focus on this moment. Zhang Hao quickly runs in front of him, and he is surprised that she decided to run ahead, considering that she is not wearing body armor. She runs closer to them, and two armed men are standing and one of them is helping the second to reload, but for some reason nothing works out for him. She jumps to the side and starts shooting at them on the fly to make it harder to hit her if they start shooting. One of the armed men turns to her and only manages to notice that a bullet is flying at him. He looks scared at that moment. The bullet hits him in the head and he drops his weapon. He only manages to make a sound of fear and one of them is finished. Due to her shooting them in the air, she ends up crashing into a wall and also dropping her weapon. The second armed man aims directly at her and says that he will finish her off and avenge his comrade. Ning Tao appears behind him, who tells him that he will not allow this to happen and asks him to repeat what he just said. He tells him that he will not allow anyone to touch Zhao Wushuang, and after these words, the sound of a gunshot is heard. He rummages through the belongings of the armed men who attacked them, looking for a remote control with which he can disable the explosives. He presses the red button on the remote control, above which it says that it turns off something. He sniffs it. He understands that the detonator is turned off, and he also does not smell the smell of other people. He understands that the building has now been cleared. He enters the room Jiang Hao entered and sees that she is taking off her shirt. He asks her what she is doing. There are visible wounds on her back, and she tells him that she wants him to help her with the wounds and asks him to look for an antiseptic first. He understands that she ran into fragments when she fell. She leans on the table and asks him to be as gentle as possible. She tells him that she is a little afraid of the pain. He looks a little strange and asks her a strange question. He asks her again if she is really afraid of pain. He spanks her and tells her that he is telling her not to take risks and asks her if she will do this again. She is very surprised. She is shaking and blushing because of this. She turns to him and asks him what he is even doing. He also realizes what he did and immediately blushes. He begins to think about what he is doing and does not understand why he spanked her. He tells her that he did this so that she would remember for a long time what thoughtless decisions lead to and asks her not to get into trouble anymore. She calls him a pervert. Behind them, a trash can falls and someone's foot appears. This takes them by surprise and scares Ning Tao. He turns around and asks who did this. She begins to think the worst and suggests that they did not eliminate all the criminals. It turns out that this is Lin Qinghua. His face is red and he tells them that they don't have to worry. Ning Tao thinks that he always appears at the most inconvenient moment and is surprised that he woke up so quickly. He tells them that he woke up and just wanted to go to the toilet. He tells them that they can continue and he will pretend that he didn't see anything. Ning Tao tells him that there is nothing for them to continue since they never did anything like that. He looks a little confused. Jiang Hao grabs her shirt and covers herself, after which she runs out of the office and calls them stupid. She tells them that they can continue talking and she will not disturb them. Lin Qinghua calls him master and tells him that he met a beauty. Ning Tao tells him that he can calm down because he was just helping her with her wounds. He asks not to call him master. He tells him that since he does not allow him to call him master, he will call him brother. He tells him that in his heart he will still consider him his teacher. They leave the laboratory and the next day he heads to meet Stump and Suyu. Panek asks Ning Tao how he likes the building he sees. He tells him that it is a clinic, just like he wanted. Ning Tao tells him that he pleasantly surprised him and invites him to celebrate. Panek tells him that this is a great idea and asks him where they are taking them. Ning Tao tells him that the cook and he will feed them. Panek gets angry and tells him that he has already done a lot for him and tells him that he cannot be so greedy. The doctor tells him that he was just joking. Ning Tao turns to the car and tells Stump that this car is his gift to him. Panek is very surprised and blushes because of joy and surprise. He asks him if he really bought him a car. Ning Tao tells him that after the departure of the manager Zhou, the orphanage needs a new manager, to whom he would pay 10,000 a month and asks him if he would agree to such conditions. Panek tells him that he cannot but agree to such conditions and tells him that he loves children no less than food, and he is ready to take office. He hugs him and tells him that he loves him very much and always knew that if he was friends with him, then life would go uphill. The doctor asks him to let him go. Suya tells him that she does not agree with this, because she grew up in this orphanage since childhood, and the position of manager should be hers, and Panek is only fit to be a cook. Ning Tao tells her that she doesn't have to worry and she will have a position as a nurse in his clinic. She asks him if she can handle it. He tells her that she will cope with this because this clinic will not be for everyone, but only for good people who do not have money. And her task will be to find such people and he will take over the treatment himself. He tells her that she will also receive 10,000 a month. He is waiting for her answer. She doesn't think for long and tells him that in this case she is also ready to start work immediately. He asks her to calm down, because she will strangle him like that. After that, late in the evening, they leave by car, but no longer with them. They drive along a mountain serpentine road. Lin Qinghua thanks him for agreeing to go with him to the meeting in Big Pits and drives the car. Ning Tao tells him that he doesn't have to thank him, and he tells him that when he was treating him, at some point his face changed to a woman's. He asks him how this is possible. Lin Qinghua tells him that this could have happened calmly, and it was the face of one of his ancestors. The doctor does not understand how this is possible. He tells him that human genes store evolutionary data, and everyone has countless ancestors, and the goal of their project was to search for ancestors, and if they were successful, they would learn the secret of their origin. Ningtao asks him if he understands correctly what he wants to say, that he can take on other faces. His face turns creepy and his eyes are invisible. He tells him that he is completely right and this can really happen. His creepy face frightens Ningtao very much, and he screams very loudly as they continue driving along the mountain road. He asks him why he scares him so much because it's already night, and it's better for him not to do such tricks. He asks him to look at the road. He removes one of his hands from the steering wheel and tells him that he will try to put on a more harmless face for him. He makes a stupid face and immediately starts coughing. Ningtao tells him it looks really cool. He makes some very beautiful face and tells him that by taking on the face of his ancestors, he has access to their deepest memories. The doctor tells him that it is better for him to make a woman's face. He makes himself a woman's face, and his body also changes. He tells him that a set with such a face comes with low combat effectiveness, and if not for this, then a few days ago he would not have been kidnapped. He asks him to remain like that. He tells him that academician Liang Kaming was the initiator of the revival of the project because of this ability, and he forced him to participate in it, and he pretended to agree but did not help him. Ningtao asks him if he correctly understands that this project is the reason why the stranger called them to the big bulls. Lin Qinghua tells him that this is so, and informs him that he is there. He stops their car very suddenly, and because of this, Ningtao starts screaming. He is very scared of what happened. He asks Lin Qinghua why he should brake so sharply, and tells him that if it weren't for the belt, he would have flown out the window. He apologizes to him. They get out of the car, and in the night moonlight, head to a nearby village. Lin Qinghua asks Ningtao if he is sure that they should enter the village. The doctor tells him that they have already arrived and have nowhere else to go. He also asks him what kind of face he tried on this time. He tells him that he has no idea, and he just chose the face of a man with stubble to look more threatening. He tells him that he feels that there is someone in front of them. He tenses up and tells him to keep his eyes open. He notices someone who makes him very scared and begins to worry about his condition. In front of them stands a man wearing a straw hat and with a white cloth under it that covers his face. He tells them that he was beginning to think that they would not come. Ningtao asks him who he is and why he called them. He begins to tell him about the centuries-old history of this village and talks about the great warrior who founded this village. He tells them about where the name of the village came from and introduces himself to them as the protector of the village. He says that at the moment there is no one left in the village at all, and the village no longer needs him. Ningtao again asks him why he called them, and tells him that they are not psychologists who should listen to him. Lin Qinghua tells him that the man in front of them is not himself, and offers to leave. The man in front of them takes off his hat covering his face and tells them that he will tell them who he is. He says his name is Yin Molan, and he used to be the head of the Secret Service during the Ming Dynasty and commanded 1,000 agents. Ningtao realizes that the clothes he is wearing are the clothes of a Ming Dynasty Imperial Guard. He looks surprised. Lin Qinghua tells him that he is most likely a eunuch, and the doctor asks him how old he really is. Yin Molan's eyes turn green and he looks at them without answering them. His eyes look quite scary. Ningtao thinks that these green eyes could mean that this is another evil spirit. He asks him if he gave Lin Qinghua that strange recipe. Yin Molan tells him that this is not an ordinary recipe and says that this recipe can be used to make a pill, and tells them that the world is changing and times are changing and they also have to change. He tells him that he tried to make a pill to find ancestors using modern technology, but it didn't work out, and he knows that he is a doctor who does cultivation. He tells him that he knows that he is also a doctor who knows how to make pills, and therefore he needs his help, because only he can make a pill to find ancestors. Ningtao turns around and leaves. Lin Qinghua asks him where he is going, and he tells him that he will not help the guardsman. The guard tells him that he can't just leave after he found out all his secrets. Ningtao tells him that he poured his heart out to them and they didn't ask him to. Lin Qinghua is angry that the guard is aggressively addressing his master and telling him that he cannot threaten his master. The guardsman tells him that he is not at all afraid of some cultivator doctor, because he can't do anything except pills. He asks him if he can make a magic weapon. Ningtao tells him that he cannot make a weapon, but he can repair it. The guard tells him that all magical objects were given to people by the Celestials, and there are no people left with a strong spiritual principle. He shows him the ink maker that he repaired before, and tells him that this is an example. This surprises the guardsman. The doctor tells him that the Black Emperor turned to him for repairs. He notices that something is happening to the ink, and he examines it in order to understand what is happening to it. He examines her and sees that the ink maker has some very strong reaction to this place. Spiritual energy shows some direction. He thinks that there is a spiritual land in the Qinglong Mountains, but the guard tells him that no one has seen the Black Emperor for a very long time and he could not get his ink from him. He gathers energy in his hand and raises it to strike. He tells him that he tried to fool him, and he will not forgive him for this. He thanks him for bringing the ink pod and tells him that he will need it. He waves his hand and sends an energy attack gathered from his spiritual energy at Ningtao. It hits the doctor, who doesn't even try to defend himself from his attack, and because of this attack, he is thrown into the wall. He slams him into the wall with his attack, and Lin Qinghua turns to him. He calls him, but Ningtao does not respond. He turns to the guardsman and tells him that he dared to touch his master, and thus he signed his own death warrant. He sees the amount of spiritual energy that is released from Yin Molan's hand and realizes that he was in a hurry with his words. He looks scared, and his face is covered with sweat. He thinks about how he can properly fight such an opponent. He seems to go crazy and starts screaming loudly. He tells the guardsman that he will finish him off because he touched his master. Unexpectedly for him, he turns into a girl, and his clothes become too big for him and fall off him. Yin Molan sees this and blushes. His eyes also turn red. He says that he has a very childish face and large breasts. He begins to bleed from his nose and falls to the ground. He tells them that the Imperial Guards should not look at this. Meanwhile, Ningtao creates some kind of large circle and calls Lin Qinghua to him. He is surprised that his master has created some kind of magic. His robe falls off and he begins to run towards him in only his shirt. The guardsman lies on the ground and tries not to look. Lin Qinghua grabs his hand so that together they can escape from this village and this guardsman. Lin Qinghua asks Ningtao what this circle is and what he did. He tells him that it is magic and it will allow them to get away. Yin Molan hears this and cannot believe that he owns magic. He says that no one in the modern world owns it, and no one has enough spiritual power. He calls it an ordinary trick. Ningtao hugs Lin Qinghua and tells the guard that if he himself does not know how to use magic, this does not mean that others cannot either. He turns to him and tells him that if it's just a simple trick, he can catch them easily. The guard tries to stop them, and they disappear together, and he realizes that this was not some ordinary trick. He begins to scream so that his screams can be heard across all the mountains. He tells them that he will definitely find him. 2 days later, Ningtao heads to his heavenly clinic to sort out all the matters. He regrets that the guardsman never found him, because in his clinic he would definitely have defeated him. He thinks that he could go to him and check what the ink was reacting to. Qingjui comes up to him and wishes him a good day and greets him. She is already dressed in a nurse's uniform. She spins around in front of him and asks him how he likes her image and whether he likes it, because she spent a very long time choosing this robe. He blushes at her appearance and asks her who bought her this robe. He looks very embarrassed about her outfit. She continues to twirl and tells him that her sister bought it for her, but she chose the style of the robe herself. He thinks that he was wrong to tell her to work in his clinic. She asks him if he likes it. He says that he likes it, but there is a nuance. He tells her that they are running a treatment facility after all, not a brothel. She doesn't understand what he's telling her. She changes the subject and asks him if this is really his clinic. He is surprised that she changed the subject so abruptly. He confirms to her that this is his heavenly clinic and explains to her that they only treat those who have committed many good deeds or sins, and they will not charge them. They will pay with their actions. He tells her that she will look for people who have done a lot of bad things and asks her not to tell her sister about this. She tells him that she understood everything, and he understands that she did not even listen to him. She turns to him and asks him where she will live and assumes that she will live with him. He immediately tells her that this is not so. He tells her that he will rent her an apartment nearby, or she can live in an orphanage. He tells her that her colleague Suya lives there. She tells him that she doesn't like apartment buildings because there are a lot of people there and asks him if there is a forest somewhere nearby, because she would rather live in a cave. He is surprised that she wants to live in a cave and understands that the snake personality in her prevails over the human one. He tells her that there is a mountain behind the clinic. They head towards the side of the mountain that he told her about so that she could find a cave for herself. They come to a huge cave, and she tells him that she likes this place and this will be her new home. She says that this cave is very spacious. A few days later, there are already clients in the heavenly clinic. The client tells Suya that she doesn't have to accompany her. The woman tells Ningtao that he should not hurt Suya, otherwise he will deal with her. Suya asks her not to say that, because he is just a doctor and they work together. The woman tells her that she need not deceive her. because now her eyes see everything very clearly. The woman says that Suya is smart because she managed to become a doctor. Suya thanks the doctor for curing her aunt and does not understand why she thinks that she cured her. He tells her that she doesn't have to thank him because he is a doctor and treating patients is his sacred duty, and she helped her for many years, and she herself was able to thank her. Suya tells him that he treats people every day and then gives them 10,000, and after that they don't remember him. He tells her that the main thing for him is that they leave him healthy, and this does not offend him. He thinks that he cannot do anything about the fact that they forget him, because these are the terms of the contract. He remembers Joe, who did so many good deeds, because of which she forgot everything. Suya turns to him again and tells him that she does not understand why he gives so much money to the sick, because everything should work the other way around. He tells her to calm down and not forget about the chain of command. He doesn't want to answer her question and tells her that he can fire her. Behind her, doors open and two people appear in them. This happens very unexpectedly, and they do not understand what is happening. Ning Tao comes forward and, just in case, asks them who they are and why they came to their clinic. The two people introduce themselves as Tang Suifeng and Tang Zixuan. They both tell them that they are from the Tang Brotherhood. Ning Tao tells them that this all sounds like some kind of martial arts novel and tells them that he doesn't care who they are because they broke the door of his clinic and they will have to compensate for the material damage. Tang Suifeng tells him that because of his words, they can understand that he is the person they came for. Pennek appears, who asks them what is happening and asks them what they need. He tells them that he has already called the police. Pennek tells Ning Tao that he will deal with these people who broke into their place and tells them that they will curse the day they cross the threshold of their clinic. Tang Suifeng asks him if he really risks threatening them and creates some kind of magical sphere in his palm. He waves his hand and tells him that he was in vain to risk climbing towards them. He launches this sphere at Stump, and he does not understand what kind of sphere it is. The doctor is trying to move him away from the trajectory. He manages to push Stump away and thus save his life. The dangerous sphere hits the floor of their hospital and destroys the floor around the place it hits. Ning Tao understands that these people who burst into them are very serious, and if he had not saved Stump, he would have been dead. He decides that since they are ready to kill, then he will not restrain himself either. He tells Penk that this is not his showdown. He asks to take Suya to a safe place and stay with her. Pennek tells him that he cannot leave him alone. Ning Tao turns to him and tells him that he will not repeat twice. His eyes become the same as Yin Molan's that night, but not green, but red. Pennek sees what is happening to the doctor and it shocks him. He sees what is happening to his eyes and cannot understand how it happened. He has to agree with him, and he grabs Suyu. She tries to stop him and he tells her that they will only get in his way. They begin to run inside the hospital so as not to disturb these people and the doctor. They are very scared of this situation. Tang Suifeng tells him that the situation is very simple, and because Ning Tao broke the legs of their brother Dong Xiongli, they will cut off one of his arms. He says that this will only be the beginning. He looks at them, and only one of his eyes turns red. He asks them if he understands correctly that they came to him on behalf of the Huai clan. Tang Suifeng tells him that it was very reckless of the doctor to raise his hand against Huai Kebing and humiliate him without finding out about his connections. He tells him that his mother Tang Huai is the sister of the head of their sect, and Dong Xiongli left with her when she married the head of the Huai clan. He asks him what he can offer them in an apology. He doesn't directly answer their question about what he can offer to make amends with the Huai clan and the Tang sect. He simply tells them 2,000 yuan. Tang Suifeng tells him that 2,000 will not be enough at all for them to spare his pitiful life. He tells him to wake up. Ning Tao tells them that they misunderstood him, and the 2,000 that he named is the amount of compensation for his broken door, and if they don't give it to him, then this will be their problem. They are very surprised by this. Tang Zixuan, who had always been silent before, tells him that in this case he himself will throw some kind of dart in his direction. Ning Tao dodges this dart, but still it manages to hit his cheek. He asks them if he correctly understands that this is all they are capable of. Tang Zixuan tells him that this dart is enough for him. He tells him that the dart was poisoned, and therefore he does not have long to live. He thinks that the dart is poisoned and calms down, because such ordinary poisons do not affect him. He jumps very high into the air, and they are surprised that he flies up so easily he is about to attack them. He starts jumping, and his second eye also turns red. He is about to attack Tang Zixuan first. Tang Zixuan looks at the doctor approaching him and tells him that he cannot understand how this is possible and does not understand why the poison does not work on him. Ning Tao heads towards him and puts his hand forward, which is clothed in his spiritual energy, creating a kind of weapon. Tang Zixuan tells him that they will see how he handles this and throws a few more darts at him. Ning Tao doesn't try to somehow dodge his darts and just lets them hit him. He looks at them angrily. All the darts hit him, and he stops attacking. He grunts due to the sudden pain from the darts. They start laughing at him and he sits down on his knees. Tang Zixuan tells him that now they don't see the same fervor he had when he attacked. Ning Tao says that he is hurt. Tang Zixuan looks at him contentedly and tells him that absolutely no one dares to attack the Tang sect. He tells him to remember this. Qingjui appears and sees Ning Tao sitting on his knees with darts in his body. She asks him what is going on. He turns to him and looks at her with his red eyes. He asks her why she came to them and tells her to leave. She looks in horror at the darts sticking out of his body. She calls him master and asks him what they did to him. She begins to smile bloodthirstily and tells his attackers that they will pay for this, scales appearing on her face. She creates a huge spiritual snake and sends it at the Tang sect people. She tells them that it will kill them and they don't understand what is happening. Her eyes turn yellow and scales also appear under her eyes. She tells them that anyone who touches her master will pay for it. She grabs them with her snake and tells them that they will face the death penalty for attacking her master and his clinic. Ning Tao behind her stands up and tells her that she should stop. Her eyes immediately begin to return to normal and the scales disappear. She becomes normal and asks him if he is okay. He takes out the darts from his body and asks her not to kill them as they are just scratches. He tells her that he is fine and the poison has no effect on him. They hear a siren, and it surprises them. Ning Tao instantly orders her to release the people from the Tang sect because the police are already approaching. She lets go of them, and they fall painfully to the ground from the height at which she held them. She smiles contentedly and tells them that they should quickly run away from them if they do not want to earn themselves more problems. Tang Suifeng and Tang Zixuan quickly get up from the floor and start to run away. They tell the doctor and nurse that they will be back. Ning Tao and Qingjui leave the hospital and head to the nearby forest. Someone on the phone asks him if he is really okay. He tells his interlocutor that he simply did not want to communicate with the police again, and asks him to tell the police that they were ordinary hooligans. Qingjui asks him who these people were, and he explains to her that they were from the Tang sect and he does not want to draw attention to his clinic and therefore needed to let them go. She tells him that they can find them. He turns to her and sees that she is doing something strange. He asks her what she is doing. She stands with her tongue hanging out and lisps. She tells him that she is picking up the trail of those people from the Tang sect. They come to a place where they can see a huge river, in the center of which there is a small island. She tells him that she is sure that these people from the Tang sect are nesting on this island. She invites him to get there and kill everyone there. He tells her that she has just recovered from a long-term illness and he does not understand where she gets such a desire to kill. She tells him that she is evil spirits, and if she does not kill or maim, she will not be evil spirits. He looks at her and thinks about what she said. He tries to figure out how best to answer her. He tells her that he will only allow her to go further with him if she asks him before she wants to kill someone. He asks her to keep her sadistic tendencies under control until he gives his permission. She tells him that she agrees to such conditions and is satisfied with everything. She offers to seal their agreement with an oath. He agrees to the oath. He gives her his hand with his little finger extended. She wraps her tongue around his little finger, and this surprises him because usually everyone swears on their little fingers. He quickly jumps onto a tree branch and asks her to wait for him. He tells her that he will try to look into the distance from the tree. He looks at the island and does not understand why he cannot smell them. He assumes that they could not go to the island but go down the river. Suddenly, Qingjui hangs from a higher branch. She wants to ask him something, but at first he doesn't react at all. After a short pause, he gets scared and asks her why she scares him so much. She tells him that she found some kind of violet mushroom and shows it to him. She tells him that this is a rare mushroom and it grows only in places of high concentration of spiritual energy, and it is also healing. He asks her if he correctly understands that there is a source of spirituality somewhere nearby. She tells him that it is and sits down next to him. He tells her that on the island in front of them, there are deposits of spiritual earth and he needs to get there. He tells her that she will come with him and she agrees. She asks him to wait and takes off her nurse's coat. She is left in her underwear and he asks her what she is doing. He blushes and she jumps into the water. He asks why all the girls in his life start taking their clothes off without warning. He jumps into the water after her, and she quickly swims away from him. He asks her why she swims so fast, and she tells him that it is because she is a snake. He sees her body in wet underwear, and it confuses him a little. He thinks about what to do. He begins to go under the water so as not to look at her and thinks that this must all look quite strange. He goes under the water and doesn't watch how far he goes. He starts to drown and shouts to her about it. She immediately turns to him. She takes him and swims towards the island. She must swim to the island to bring him to his senses. She places him on the ground and some time passes before he comes to after nearly drowning. He opens his eyes and immediately asks where he is. He looks very surprised and does not understand what is happening. She leans over to him and tells him that he has finally woken up. He immediately blushes and asks her why he is lying on the ground. She tells him that they are on an island, and she pulled him to the shore. She tells him that he can lie down and rest while she explores the island. She tells him that he should take care of himself and she will be back soon. She walks forward a little and sees that in front of her there is some kind of plant growing in the ground, which is illuminated by sunlight, and around it in the shape of a circle there is some kind of swamp. Ning Tao approaches her and asks her what it is. She tells him that it is very similar to the legendary spiritual spikelet. She tells him that it is a long-extinct spiritual plant that can only grow alone on Earth with strong energy, and it is very useful for cultivators, and they can pick it. Ning Tao asks her how they can get to him, because there is a solid swamp around this spikelet. She tells him that she will do everything. Her panties fly at him, and he immediately turns away. At first, he does not understand what she threw at him. He examines what is on his head and realizes that he has her panties on his head. He turns to her. In front of him stands Qingjui, who has a snake bottom and a human top. She holds a spikelet in her hands and tells him that it is his. He is surprised that she glows and does not understand why dirt does not stick to her. Unexpectedly, a voice begins to speak to them. He asks them what kind of beast dared to rampage in his domain. They are looking for the one who says it. They look around and notice some kind of monument with bones, something written on it either in blood or in red paint. It says that this is Tang, a sacred place of the Tang sect, and those who dare to desecrate this place will face death. He examines this monument and notices what is in the hole below it, which frightens him very much. He sees that under this monument there is a pile of human bones, and he understands that everyone who discovered this monument was killed. He says that the Tang sect killed so many people, but still did not remove their bones, and they also write the name of the sect right at the scene of the crime. The same unknown hunger says that there are people in front of him again. An old man appears on the monument. He tells them that if they pick a spikelet, they will die, and darts appear around him. More and more darts appear around the old man. He tells them that they will not be able to leave and suggests that they are tired of the world of the living. He starts pointing all the darts straight at them and tells them that he will have to send them to the world of the dead. Qingjui holds a spikelet in her hand and concentrates her spiritual energy in her hand. She tells the old man that he is in vain threatening her master and assures him that this will not end well for him. Ning Tao tells her to calm down and creates a circle of movement under him. He tells her that they cannot defeat him because he is too strong. He tells her that he will pull them out. He grabs her hand and pulls her up. He tells her that she is too slow. She doesn't understand what is happening. He tells her that he is saving them. They manage to move at the last moment before all the darts aimed at them hit them. They all hit the ground. The cries of birds can be heard from the island, and a column of dust is visible that rises from the place from which Ning Tao and Qingjui recently disappeared. Some light appears in the heavenly clinic, and this means that they will successfully mix into their clinic. Qingjui turns back into a human and groans a little due to the unexpected movement. He asks her if she is okay. He looks at her and realizes that she is still without panties. She tells him that she is hurt and that he does not know how to treat girls carefully. He turns away from her and throws her his robe. He tells her that she better put something on herself and cover herself. They transplant the spikelet into a small pot. She tells him that the spikelet looks very beautiful. She asks him if they can cook porridge from this spikelet and asks his opinion. He tells her that this is their common catch and therefore they will divide it and she can cook her part. She tells him that she is his servant and she does everything only for his sake, and since he is her master, it means that he owns everything that she has. She tells him that there is no point in giving her anything, because it will still be his. He tells her that he cannot argue with that. She looks at him confused and tells him that she is very sincere with him and asks him if he can grow violet mushrooms for her. She tells him that he can do this, but not on this day because he will need to return and collect the mycelium for reproduction. She looks at him contentedly and giggles. while she covers her mouth and makes a cute little face. She takes out a mushroom and tells him that she took the one that she found and offered him to use it. He tells her that he will then collect the spores from it and grow her as many mushrooms as she wants. She switches to another topic and tells him that he asked her to find very bad people. She tells him that she found one such person. He asks her what the man's name is, and she tells him that her name is Majun, and she runs a private kindergarten. She tells him that she actually does terrible things, and when he sees everything with his own eyes, he will want to kill her. He tells her that everything is clear to him. They quietly go to the sunny kindergarten, where this woman works and where she commits her sins. The first thing they see is that a man hands her a suitcase and tells her that it contains money for her service. Majun tells this man that he must follow me, and according to the rules, he will need to change his clothes first. They hide in the bushes and watch her. Qingjui tells him that in fact, she is not the cutie she looks like, but a real monster because there is real horror going on inside the infirmary of her kindergarten. They quietly follow them, and Majun takes this man to the very first aid station that she told him about. The man next to her puts on a robe and asks her if she will definitely have no problems. She tells him that she knows her business and his task is to have fun, and she will take care of the rest. She tells him that he came to her on the recommendation of her regular client and need not worry, because his time has already passed and he should not waste it on doubts. She opens the door to the infirmary and invites him to come inside. He examines what is inside. She points him towards the crowd of children and tells him that this is what he came for. The children look scared and sobs can be heard. The man next to her's face turns red and she tells the children that this is a doctor from the city hospital and he will examine them. She asks them to be good children and stand in a line. The girl tells her that she doesn't want an examination because the last time she was examined by another doctor and he hurt her very much. She tells her that she is very scared. Majun sits down and takes her hands. She tells her that she must obey the nanny because otherwise the doctor will give her an injection. The girl tells her that she does not want an injection. The man takes out 2 candies and tells the children that the doctor will give the one who takes off his pants first 2 chocolates. He tells them not to be afraid because during the examination he will be very gentle and will never hurt anyone. Ning Tao hears everything that is happening in the infirmary and cannot believe what he heard. He is very disgusted because of it. He thinks that she is ready to destroy the psyche of children for the sake of a little profit, and cannot believe that such people are carried by the earth. Qingjui tells him that they must intervene. They hear that someone starts knocking and screaming at the kindergarten door. They ask to open the doors for them. Majun and the man hear what the guard is telling people who are trying to enter the kindergarten, that he will call the police. These people tell them that they will be glad to see the police. The man next to her asks her what to do. She takes him out of the infirmary and tells him that he needs to get out quickly, and she will arrange for him to continue in the evening. She tells him to go forward along the corridor to the back door. Qingjui asks Ning Tao if they will really let such a rotten person leave so easily. He tells her that they cannot give themselves away, because they will ruin everything so much and in the evening they will catch them. When they meet, she tells him that it is better for them to wait on the roof. They crawl into the vent and he crawls along it. He realizes that this was not the best idea at all. He blushes and thinks that they could not have climbed the ventilation shaft because they could have easily climbed the stairs. She tells him not to lag behind. Meanwhile, Majun leaves the kindergarten and goes to the guard who did not allow the children's parents to enter the kindergarten. The guard tells her that they have unexpected guests, and she asks them if they are the parents of the children and why they came. The parents run up to her and tell her that their daughter is complaining to them and telling them that she is being hurt, and there was blood on her underwear. They ask her where all this comes from. Majun tells them that she cannot know where this came from because children play with each other and can easily get hurt. And if the scandal continues, they will look for a new kindergarten next year. The girl's mother tells her that she is deceiving them, and her daughter told her that some doctor touched her. The nanny asks her what else she told them. She tells them that they came to her to argue only because of the fantasies of a small child, and if they want, they can report to the police. She tells them that she can call her husband, who will deal with them. Her parents try to stop her and tell her that they haven't finished the conversation yet and they will actually report it to the police. The security guard stops them. Qingjui tells him that she is very sorry for these parents and they are obliged to punish her. He tells her that she has no illnesses and they themselves will have to arrange her health problems. She tells him that now she will definitely be able to sort everything out and she will arrange some kind of health problems for her. He tells her that they can also give her the same disease that her sister gave General Ding Ye. She tells him that this is just a great idea and she will do it with great pleasure so that she gets it in full. Maroon gets into the car and drives away from them. The fact that she has a car comes as a surprise to Ning Tao. He asks Qing-jui why she didn't mention that she has a car, since there isn't even a taxi nearby and they won't be able to catch up with her like that. She tells him that she thought it didn't matter. She gets a little embarrassed and removes her eyes from him. She tells him that she also has transport. He tells her that this is good news. She shows him the bicycle that is standing next to them, and this disappoints him very much. He expected something else. She looks pleased and asks him if he will take her for a ride. He tells her that he has no choice. He gets behind the wheel and she sits on the back trunk. He tells her to hold on tight and starts pedaling. They arrive at some high-rise apartment building and the moon is already visible in the sky. Evening is already coming. Ningtao tells Qing-jui that they are very lucky that they both have a good sense of smell, because otherwise they would not have found her. She tells him that he just got tired quickly and needs to go in for sports. He agrees with her. In one of the apartments, a man who dated Meijun asks her if he will have any problems. She tells him that she adopted this girl and he can do whatever he wants with her. The man looks at her and calls her a beautiful doll. He asks the nanny if they cannot give her sleeping pills because he wants her to be conscious. Majun tells him that then he will have to pay another 5,000. He tells her that she is a very businesswoman, and the girl begins to talk about what she wants to see her mother. She leans over to her and tells her that she is her mother. The girl tells her that her name is Yaya and her mother's name is Tian Dame, and she is not her mother. She tells her that she wants to see her. Majun tells her that she will only play with the man in front of her, and after that she will take her to her mother. The girl agrees and asks what they will play. After these words, the door to their apartment is knocked down and does not allow them to commit terrible atrocities against this girl. The door falls to the floor, and the man grabs the girl. He does not want to let her out of his hands. Meijun looks at the doorway in surprise. Qing-jui is standing in the doorway. She tells the man to let the girl go. She looks very angry. The man calls her old and asks them who they are and how they found their apartment. He does not understand what is happening. Ningtao appears next to her. He tells them that they came to them in order to heal them all. Majun calls some Lu Hu and tells him that they have problems because they were found and guests came to them. A tall man with a fairly good physique appears. He asks them what happened. He looks quite aggressive. Majun points to the doorway and Ningtao and Qing-jui. She tells him that he must deal with them and their secrets should not leave the room. He asks them who they are and how they found them. Ningtao smiles kindly and tells him that he is a doctor and Qing-jui is his nurse. He tells him that they came on a special flight to cure them. Lu Hu hears what he is telling him and looks very surprised. He does not understand how he was going to treat them. He takes out a knife and rushes at him. He tells him that there is no one in this apartment who needs to be treated and they should first find out who they are breaking into the house. Ningtao dodges his knife attack without any problems, and he tells them that they are probably tired of living. Qing-jui freaks out after she sees her master being attacked and tells Lu Hu that he has no right to treat her master like that. She hits his hand very quickly with her knee in such a place that he unclenches his fist, and because of this, he releases the knife. His knife flies up and Lu Hu looks at the spinning knife in the air. He looks quite surprised. She grabs his arm and renders him unable to move, and he can only watch as his own knife flies into his hand. His knife cuts his hand and he starts screaming loudly due to the pain. The knife sticks into the floor and blood drips onto him. Majun sees that he is bleeding. He really has a very large cut on his hand. The man tells him that he was killed. Lu Hu does not fully understand what is happening. A huge amount of blood is flowing from his hand. Qing-jui tells him that he is very lucky because he got hurt and there is already a doctor next to him and he just has to ask him to heal him. And with him bleeding, he can die in less than 5 minutes. Lu Hu crawls up to Ningtao and begins to beg him to stop his bleeding. He tells him that he cannot help but do his job. Majun thinks that she must figure out how to hide. Majun rushes to Yaya and calls her daughter. She tries to grab her. The girl tells her not to touch her. Ningtao and Qing-jui see what she is doing and they think that she is very cunning. They look very angry. Qing-jui jumps in place and is about to turn into a snake in order to stop Meijun. She turns into a snake and wraps her tail around her. She tells her to take her hands off the child and moves towards her neck. She tells her that her blood smells very sweet. She bites her neck and Majun's face starts to sweat. She looks very scared because of this. A very loud female scream can be heard in the house, judging by which one can understand that she experienced very severe pain. She releases her from her embrace and tells her that during the bite she injected a highly toxic poison into her. She advises her to see a doctor before the poison spreads throughout her body. The girl looks at Qing-jui and sees what happened to Majun. She begins to shake and cry. She only says that a werewolf is now standing in front of her. She looks very frightened by this. Tears are visible in her eyes. She can't stand what happened and faints because of it all. Qingjui gets scared because she fainted. She tries to ask Ningtao for help, but Ma Jun and Lu Hu are kneeling next to him. They beg him for help. He tells them to get in line. They start arguing with each other, and the goon tells the nanny that he came first and she should get in line behind him. She tells him that she could die because of the poison. Qingjui tells them both to shut up. She asks Ningtao what they will do with the man who molested the girl. He asks them not to kill him. The doctor tells her that they will need to cure this man too, and he looks very pleased. Another scream is heard in the house, but this time it's a man's. He screams because of very severe pain. Ningtao tells them that medical ethics obliges him to make sure that they all agree to the treatment. He asks them if everyone agrees to the treatment. Sitting in front of him is Mejun, who has poison in her blood, a man with broken legs and Lu Hu with a cut on his hand. They all tell him that they agree. He waves his hand to summon a scroll from his power. He is going to cure all these people. A scroll appears above them and they ask him what it is. He tells them that it is a scroll of virtues and sins. Lu Hu is described with all his sins: for murder, for 2 kidnappings of a child, for debauchery of a minor, and 3 times for forced prostitution, and atonement for sins will be through death under the contract. Mejun is described with her sins for kidnapping a child, for causing harm to the mental health of a child, and there are 17 such episodes. Her atonement for sins will also be through death under the contract. It turns out that the man's name is Li Kun, and his sins include as many as 3 episodes of depraved acts against a minor. And when concluding a contract for treatment, atonement for sins through castration is possible. Ningtao tells them all that they must all put their fingerprints on the treatment contracts and then take their pills next to the contracts. Lu Hu and Ma Jun immediately agree and put their fingerprints on their contracts before swallowing their pills. Li Kun asks him if he can read what is written in their contract first. The doctor tells him that he can do that. He begins to read his contract and his face begins to sweat. He begins to shake and he does not understand if this is real. He reads that castration must be performed on him before starting treatment. He is very surprised and tells him that he does not agree to the terms of the contract. Ma Jun's wound heals and she says that she is fine. Lu Hu takes off and tells Li Kun that he will help him fulfill the terms of the contract. Li Kun is surprised that their wounds have already healed. Lu Hu begins to take off his pants and tells him that he will also be healed immediately once they castrate him. Ningtao looks at them and looks a little surprised. He thinks that he received a rather harsh contract. All 3 sit and begin to thank him for curing them. They call him a holy miracle worker. Lu Hu and Mejun tell him that in the future they will definitely cleanse their hearts and souls of sins and change completely. They also offer him their home for saving them. Li Kun says that he wants to go home. Qingjui asks Ningtao what they will do with them next. He tells her that he will take Yaya with him, and she must finish it herself. He tells her that she should remember their vow and tells her that he is waiting for her outside. He leaves the house, and sounds of pain are heard from the house. Half an hour later, she comes out of the house and tells him that first she beat them up, and then sucked 10 years of life out of each of them, and also injected a poison that would activate if they did something bad. He tells her that she did a good job, and he will take Yaya to their orphanage. He tells her to go back to her place and rest. She tells him that she is scared to leave him alone. He tells her that the girl might wake up and she has already scared her. She tells him that he cannot say such hurtful things to her after everything she has done. He is transferred to their orphanage. This can be seen by the fact that traces of his magical transfer appear. He immediately materializes in the main room and looks around. He looks very pleased that they managed to save the girl. After that, he hears snoring behind him and turns to check who is making such sounds. He sees Suyu, who is lying in rather revealing clothes and snoring. He understands that she most likely fell asleep during yoga. He notices that she is starting to wake up due to the noise and decides to quickly leave the room. She still notices that someone is standing outside the door and asks who it is. He thinks that it would be better for him to pretend that he just came in so that she doesn't think that he was staring at her. He comes into Suya's room and tells her that he loudly closed the front door and woke her up. She asks him why he brought him in the middle of the night and asks what kind of child he has in his arms. He tells her that this girl is lost, and tomorrow he will ask Zhang Hao to help him find her parents. He asked her to sleep with her that night. Suya is surprised that things are so bad. She tells him that there is absolutely no problem, and she can stay with them. She tells him that there are no more free beds and he puts her on her bed. She asks him if he will sleep with them too. He quickly runs out of her room and tells her that he will sleep on the sofa. She asks him why he is running away. He tells her that she could use some warmer pajamas. She is surprised that he is talking about pajamas and blushes. She eventually realizes how she looked in front of him. She tells him that he shouldn't have seen her like that and looks very embarrassed. She tells him that it was very awkward. He lies down on the sofa and his face is very red. He thinks that now he will not be able to sleep properly. The next day, he meets Jung Hao outside the Lantu Corporation Botanical Garden, and she looks at Yaya. She takes the girl's hands and tells her that she will take her to her mother. Yayu tells her that she is good and her mother's name is Tian Dame. She takes her in her arms and Ning Tao apologizes to her for disturbing her. She tells him that there is no problem because it is her job. She tells him that the miracle ointment that he gave her before was taken by her mother and does not want to give. She asks him if he has any more. Ning Tao tells her that he does have another ointment with him. She is very happy that she has another one. She tells him that he can put the ointment in his pocket since her hands are busy holding Yaya. He realizes that she wants him to put the ointment in her pocket, which is on her shirt and her chest. He takes out the bottles and his face looks very red and embarrassed. He tells her that he will put the bottles in her pocket. He opens it and puts the bottle in her pocket. He thinks that it is very soft. His hands are afraid. She looks at him happily and thanks him for putting the ointment in her hand. He turns away from her very red and tells her that he was glad to help her out. Someone appears behind him, calling him Dr. Ning and greeting him as he does so. It turns out to be Lin Qinghua. He asks him what he is doing. Liang Keming is standing next to him. He tells him that they have not seen each other for a long time. Jiang Hao tells him that Lin Qinghua is researching the Ancestor Search Project, and Liang Keming has been appointed in charge of this project. Lin Qinghua approaches Ning Tao and tells him that he is very happy to see him. He tells him that he admires his transfer magic and tells him that he was shocked that he transported him to the capital. Liang Keming, who is standing behind them, accidentally begins to cough and speaks, interrupting their conversation with the doctor. Lin Qinghua tells him that his sister should come soon and asks him if he would like to meet her. Ning Tao agrees, and he himself thinks that he is under serious pressure. Jiang Hao tells them that they can continue talking and she will carry Yaya to the car. She looks calm. She leaves, and after that, Liang Keming starts talking. He tells Ning Tao that he has something to tell him. He tells him that their project is very important for their country, and recent events indicate that external forces have their eyes on him, and Lin Qinghua is an important object of government protection. He asks him not to ask his lab assistant questions about the project, and tells him that Ning Tao is a wonderful doctor, and he wouldn't want his curiosity to end his career. The doctor tells him that he asked different questions because there were reasons for this, and he doesn't care about the project, and he doesn't need to explain the importance of what is happening, and he loves his camp no less than him. He tells him that he must remember that if it weren't for him and Jiang Hao, their laboratory would no longer exist, and they would have to look for new jobs. Lin Qinghua interrupts them and apologizes for this. He tells his boss that they need to go back to the laboratory. He tells Ning Tao that, provided that he disappears somewhere, he would like him to take care of his parents and sister. He has to agree. They leave him, and he begins to tell him some old proverb and says that great times await them ahead, after which everything will change. Ning Tao thinks about what Lin Qinghua told him and thinks about what great times could mean and that everything will change. He assumes that he has achieved a breakthrough in his research. Unexpectedly for him, his phone starts ringing. It's some unknown number, and this surprises him even more. He asks the person who calls him who is in front of him, and it turns out to be Yin Molan. He asks him if he forgot him. Ning Tao is surprised that he called him and asks him why he is calling him and what he wants. He tells him that he wants to cooperate. He tells him that he has already told him clearly that he will not make a pill for him. He asks him if he understands correctly that his words are not reaching him well. Yin Molan asks him if the information he has is true, and that he is now located next to the botanical garden of the Lantu Corporation. Ning Tao is surprised by the accuracy of his information and turns around to look around. He thinks that he can be watching him now. Yin Molan tells him that Liang Keming is capable because he used radical methods and made a breakthrough. He tells him that Lin Qinghua will soon change a lot. He tells him that they are studying the changes in him, and he gave Liang Keming what he gave to Lin Qinghua before his illness. He threatens him and tells him that he wants to offer to test the new pill on Jiang Hao. He tells him that he would really like to see how she will change, and also mentions the lab assistant's sister. Ning Tao asks him if he is threatening him. He tells him that these are not threats, but cooperation, And the doctor thinks that his cultivation will improve in 3 days because of the heavenly clinic, and he will be able to improve his combat skills and Qing Jue will help him. He tells Yin Molan that they will meet in 7 days, and he will inform him of his decision. The guard tells him that he will give him this week and choose a meeting place for them. He ends the call, and Jiang Hao runs up to him. She sees that Liang Keming and Lin Qinghua have already left. She asks him what they were talking about, and he tells her that it doesn't matter. He approaches her and tells her that in the near future she should be extremely careful not to drink or eat anything from other people. And also beware of Liang Keming and call him immediately if they meet. She asks him why he began to worry about her so suddenly. He tells her that there is no reason for this. Some woman appears. She turns out to be Lin Qingyu. She greets Ning Tao and Zhang Hao. She tells her that she has become even more beautiful than before. He thinks that this is an amazing coincidence. She tells him that a lot of time has passed since he saved her brother, and she never had time to thank him properly. She invites him to a restaurant. Zhang Hao hugs him and tells her that they agree because she just has a place where she wanted to go, and this will be a great opportunity to get to know each other better. He blushes and hesitantly tells her that this is true. He thinks that all this will lead to something bad. They come to a restaurant together and sit down at a table. Other people in the restaurant are not particularly visible. He sits and doesn't look very good. He thinks that he is in a very uncomfortable situation, and he doesn't know how to behave. Lin Qingyu and Zhang Hao hand him 2 forks. Lin Qingyu hands him a cake and tells him it is delicious, and Zhang Hao hands him a piece of steak. He blushes because of such an uncomfortable situation and tries to make an excuse. He tells them that he needs to go to the toilet. He comes to the men's room and calms down because he is finally left alone. This whole situation has been very stressful for him. He starts doing his own thing and continues to think about what he needs to do. He is worried that he might do something wrong. He calmly exhales and says that this is not an easy situation and he just has to be a man in it. He notices that there are some men standing to the right and left of him. He does not understand when they manage to stand next to him. He quickly turns his head so that they don't understand that he is examining them and thinking about what this could mean. He thinks about what it all looks like and realizes that he needs to stop worrying about everything. His face turns red and he realizes that he must still test them with his power and sniffs. He looks very surprised after realizing what he smells from them. He is even more scared. He understands that both of these people have the smell of cultivators, and he understands that they probably came after his soul. But it is unlikely that they are from Yin Moliang because he is evil spirits. He becomes more serious and realizes that all this can only mean one thing, namely that they are from the Tang sect. He quickly and seemingly unnoticed leaves the building and heads into the forest where he and Qing Jui were not long ago. He quickly walks along the path in the middle of the forest and at first does not risk turning around to see whether they are following him or not. He nevertheless decides to turn around and sees that in the place where he was literally a moment ago, there are these 2 men. He decides to stop and at first does not say anything to them. The men also do not say anything to him and just stand still. Ning Tao turns to them and looks very angry. He asks them why they are following him. They tell him that he need not try to deceive them because he himself should have understood everything. They tell him that those who become enemies of the Tang sect do not live longer than 3 days and he lasted longer. He asks them if they came because of Hawaii Cabin's humiliation and tells them that they are telling him that he stole their treasure and the leader's nephew should not mess with such people and is the enemy of the entire sect. Ning Tao thinks about their words and that spiritual spikelet has been growing for 200 years. He assumes that the growth process was so slow due to a lack of spiritual energy. He tells them that he thought that their sect specialized in martial arts, but they turned out to be cultivators. He tells them that the swamp in which they grew the spikelet is very funny. He tells them that they do not have licenses for that land, and they cannot declare that piece of land as their sacred land, where outsiders are not allowed to enter. One of the men tells him that he is annoying them, and they are tired of listening to what he tells them. He throws some darts at him. Ning Tao looks at their attacks and realizes that these are absolutely the same darts with which they have already tried to defeat him. He quickly jumps up and lets the darts hit the tree trunk. He does it very easily. The second man also jumps up next to him and tells him that he won't be able to escape from them like that, which surprises the doctor a little. Ning Tao tells this man that he is not trying to run away. He quickly approaches him and raises his leg to strike. This surprises the man. He kicks the man in the groin and he starts screaming in pain. The doctor tells him he's squealing like some kind of pig. The Tang sect man's face looks terrible. He is shaking all over, his eyes are red and he is covered in sweat. He tells the doctor that he will kill him. Ning Tao flies up to him and raises his hand to strike. He tells him that he very much doubts that this man will be able to kill him. He hits the man with all his strength and slams him into the ground. A huge sand explosion appears at the place where he falls. The second man looks at his partner and does not understand how this is possible. He turns to Ning Tao and tells him that this is too much. This man begins to freak out about what happened to his partner and yells at him. He tells him that he is a dead man. He quickly jumps up and heads towards him. He also quickly throws 3 darts at the doctor. Ning Tao quickly reacts to his attack and jumps a short distance to avoid the darts. He lands farther from where he was before, and he lands on the ground at the same time as his offender. He quickly finds his bearings and grabs a stone from the ground. He throws it at the Tang sect man and tells him that it is his hidden weapon. The man from the Tang sect quickly moves to the side and manages to dodge his attack. He realizes that it is a stone. He is angry that they tried to defeat him with a rock and tells him that it is a regular rock and cannot be a hidden weapon. Ning Tao looks at him contentedly and he looks a little tired. He asks him why the stone can't be his hidden weapon. He tells the man that the Tang sect does not yet understand the power of his skill and he can use anything as his hidden weapon. He tells him that he can prove it to him, but the man refuses to do so and again throws 3 darts at him. He tells him that he will prove it to him in hell. Ning Tao decides to run straight at him. He quickly takes off and starts running towards him. He wants to tell him something. He tells him that first he will teach the man some manners and he looks very serious. He runs at him and easily dodges all of his darts. He does it on purpose because he dodges right next to them. A man from the Tang sect tries to dodge the doctor who is quickly overtaking him and jumps back while he throws another dart at him. Ning Tao does not have time to dodge such a close and unexpected attack. The dart makes a cut on the edge of his ear. The man from the Tang sect tells him that he was finally able to hook it and looks very happy. He tells him that his dart is a real hidden weapon and it was poisoned and he won't last long. Ning Tao takes a stone in his hands and hits him in the face. He tells him that he is rejoicing early because his fellow tribesmen forgot to warn him that poisons do not affect him. He knocks him back with this attack and at the same time, blood pours from the man's face. He grunts because of this pain. The man's eyes become as red as his predecessors, telling him that he cannot believe that he was defeated with a stone. Ning Tao tells him that everything is according to the rules, and this man wanted to kill him and tells him that they will still look at who among them is the best wielder of hidden weapons. The man does not understand what he wants to do. The doctor looks at him angrily and tells him that their sect positions itself as a sect of tough guys, and they tried to kill him with poison, and he wants to test whether the man can handle their poison. The man begins to beg him for mercy and tells him that he is sorry and he is to blame. He screams in horror. 10 minutes later, the man lies on the ground, trembling, his face covered with some green spots and foam flowing from his mouth. Ning Tao tells him that their poison is really good and he asks him how much more time he has before death and understands that he is in vain asking such a question because his mouth is busy with foam. He stops laughing at the man and notices some changes. He thinks that he feels some kind of cold. A man with long white hair and some kind of outfit appears and hits the doctor in the chest. Because of his blow, Ning Tao is thrown into a tree and he crashes into it. He does not understand how everything could happen so quickly. The doctor kneels on the ground and starts coughing up blood. He covers his mouth with his hand to stop the bleeding. The white-haired man tells him that in the several hundred years of their sect's existence, he was the first to challenge them. The man at his feet asks this white-haired man for help. The white-haired man tells him to open his mouth and throw some kind of pill into his mouth. This saves the man. Ning Tao rises from the ground and leans against a tree. He asks him if he understands correctly that he is the leader of the Tang sect. The white-haired man tells him that it's practically like that. He tells him that his name is Immortal Tang. The doctor begins to discreetly draw a circle on the tree, and the Immortal Tang tells him that he has become a problem for them, but he can give him a chance at a normal death if he gives them the sacred spikelet. Ning Tao mocks him and tells him that his offer is very generous, but he will reject it, and if he kills him, then he will never see the ear of corn or the spiritual land of their sect again. Immortal Tang asks him if he understands correctly that he is trying to threaten him somehow. Ning Tao tells him that he is not afraid of him because his followers are weak and his relative disfigured his girlfriend's face and never repented. So he does not think that he should apologize to him for anything. He tells him that first he beat the younger members of their sect, and after that the elders came. And after he beat them and the immortal leader came, he asks who will come after him. Immortal Tang tells him that he is funny and asks him if their entire generation is like this. He says that he should get out to mere mortal people more often. Ning Tao smiles contentedly and tells him that he is a really interesting conversationalist, but then everything will be even funnier. His transference circle begins to work, and he tells him that their sect will end up humiliated. He thinks that he is lucky that he took so long, and it would be difficult for him if he did not have enough energy. Immortal Tang looks angry at what he told him about their sect and tells him to repeat it. He rushes towards him and tells him that his offer of a normal death is rescinded, and he will chop him into pieces. He tries to reach out to the disappearing doctor and tells him that he won't leave him so easily. He wants to stop him. He understands that he cannot reach it and cannot grab it with his hand. The doctor just looks at him contentedly. Immortal Tang cannot understand how such magic is possible and how this even happened. He looks surprised. He quickly jumps back from the tree on which his portal is drawn. He is afraid of what might happen to him. He thinks that on the day of the theft of the spiritual spikelet from their sacred place, he managed to leave in the same way and regrets that he hesitated. He thinks that he will not allow him to use this trick a second time. He sits on the ground, and meanwhile 2 men from the Tang sect approach him, holding each other and calling him master. He turns to them and calls one Tang Wen. He tells him that he will meet the eldest and bring her back along with Huai Cabin, and the second Tang Wu and tells him that he must find out Ning Tao's ancestors. His disciples tell him that they obey his orders and they will definitely carry out all his instructions. Meanwhile, Ning Tao is transported to his heavenly clinic. He thinks that he is very lucky this time. He says that this time his magic worked, but next time Immortal Tang will be ready for it and he needs to be well prepared for their meeting. He also says that Yin Molan also gave him problems, but he must wait 3 days to increase the level of the clinic so that he becomes stronger. After that, he heads to the mountain, in which there is a cave in which his nurse lives. The moon and stars are visible in the sky. He enters Qing Tui's cave and sees a cave already equipped inside. He asks her if she is sleeping. He tells her that he has business with her, and then he sees that she is washing herself and instantly blushes. He is surprised that she has equipped herself with a geothermal source. She doesn't get dressed and leaves the source. She asks him if he wanted to talk about something. His face is very red. He turns away from her and asks her not to come near him. He tells her that he will talk to her from this place. He tells her that he met with the head of the Tang sect and managed to get away from him. But next time he will not succeed, he tells her about the increase in the level of the clinic and asks her to look after the orphanage. She tells him that he can calmly rely on her and she will kill anyone who makes an attempt on the life and health of the children. He quickly starts and tells her that. Then they agreed and he needs to leave. She asks him where he is in such a hurry. She watches her run away and doesn't understand why he didn't look at her. She thinks she's scary. 3 days later, the clinic begins to upgrade, and he stands in an empty room and realizes that everything is beginning. He is informed that the rent has been collected and the level of the heavenly clinic has been increased, and the next payment day will be in 30 days. He asks how many points he must pay next time. He is informed that the payment for the next month will be 1,000 points of sin and virtue, and his score is 800 points. He sees some 2 books. He examines them and sees that one of them is an introductory course for the cultivation of wushu, and the second is an introductory course for the cultivation of fist fighting. He thinks about which one to choose and realizes that he is lucky and one of these books is exactly what he needed. He chooses an introductory book for cultivating fist fighting and is given 3 techniques: Crazy Foot, Cat's Paw, and Defense Bubble. He thinks that these are strange names. He says that names are not so important and the main thing is that they are effective and hopes that it will not affect him. That recently the balance of sins and virtues has been shifted in favor of sins. He extends his hand and says that he is ready to increase the level of the heavenly clinic. His spiritual power is concentrated. His spiritual power connects with the power of the heavenly clinic, and he begins to increase it, and his level, it looks unusual. He thinks that he directly feels that he is becoming much stronger, but he is not sure that this will be enough to defeat Yin Molian. 4 hours later, something happens in the orphanage. Panek shouts to someone that they can't go to the orphanage, and the people he's yelling at tell him that their plot was purchased from the Xingfu municipality. They tell him that they have received an order to demolish the building from the new owner, and if they continue to stand in their way, they will not stand on ceremony with them. Stump looks at them angrily and at the same time fearfully and asks them what they will do to him. He tells them to attack. Little Yu runs up to Suya, who is standing behind him, and asks her if these people want to kick them out of their house. Suya asks her to calm down. She tells these people that this orphanage is the only place of residence for many unfortunate orphans. She tells them that they should be afraid that their actions will bring upon themselves heavenly punishment. The man tells her that they can go to complain to the municipality or court. He tells them that if the construction work is delayed because of them, they will go to court and the orphans will not have enough money to reimburse their claims. Ning Tao appears, who tells them that no one will demolish anything, and the man asks him who he is and why he thought that he could decide something. The doctor tells him that they can hold him in charge of this orphanage where the orphans live. Suya sees him and is happy that he came to them. She tells him that they have been waiting for her for a long time. Pennek also looks happy. Little Yu runs up to him and tells him that these people want to demolish their orphanage. He tells her not to be afraid and assures her that they won't do that. Pennek tells him that he came just in time. Ning Tao tells them all to go inside and hide behind the gates of the orphanage. They ask him to be extremely careful. He asks these people who bought the land under this house, but all these people do not want to tell him anything and tell him to get out of the way. Ning Tao tells someone from this crowd that he better not hide in the crowd and come out to him, because he will need to convey something to his master. The men tell him that he is talking nonsense and no one is hiding among them. But he sees a man with an ominous aura in the crowd and smells him. The man who told him that no one is hiding among them tells him that he is tired of him and takes out some kind of stick and is going to hit him with it. He tells him that he has been asking for this for a long time. Ning Tao thinks that this whole situation is an excellent opportunity to try out his new techniques. He decides to use his barrier skill and shouts the name of the skill, which is Defense Bubble. He looks a little worried. Some kind of barrier appears around him, similar to a soap bubble. It breaks under the man's blow but does not allow him to hit him. He thinks that he feels something strange. He feels that his previously clogged blood vessels suddenly expanded and boiling blood ran through them again. He understands that with the help of this bubble, he can harden his veins, muscles, and blood vessels. And he understands that he can do something else. He moves from his spot and begins to walk towards the man who tried to hit him with a stick. The man looks a little scared. He quickly slaps him and the bubble takes the shape of his hand. He asks the man if he had a good breakfast. People call this man a foreman, and he doesn't look much after he got slapped. They just stare at him. The foreman asks them why they are standing still. He orders them to attack the doctor and tells him that this slap in the face will cost him his life. All the construction workers run towards him and try to hit him, but he has no problem defending himself from their blows with his bubble. The builders understand that their blows do not cause him any damage at all, and say that they feel that some kind of barrier is protecting him. A man with an incomprehensible aura appears and tells them to disperse. He hits Ning Tao and manages to knock him away with his blow while he continues to radiate his aura. The doctor crashes into the wall of the orphanage and creates a dent with cracks in it, but his bubble does not disappear even in this case. The foreman asks the man if the doctor would die from such a blow, and he tells him that his boss pays them triple the price for this work, and they could not get that much without any risks. Ning Tao goes down to the sidewalk and his bubble disappears. The man tells the builders that they can now demolish this orphanage. The builders tell him that they are already starting. A man calls someone on the phone and tells him that he knocked out the doctor and asks him if he should bring him. Unexpectedly for him, a fist with enormous power flies into his cheek. His face shrinks due to this blow. Ning Tao hits him. He tells him that he concluded very early that he passed out. The man grunts in pain. He looks at the phone and looks at who he called. He realizes that this man called Huai Cabin. He very quickly grabs his phone in order to talk to his boss and somehow resolve this issue. The man falls to the ground and hits his head. He lies unconscious and cannot do anything, while he lands far away from him. He asks Huai Cabin if he understands correctly that he bought the site for the orphanage and sent people to demolish it. Huai Cabin immediately recognizes him. He confirms to him that he bought this plot, and now it is his land and he can do whatever he wants with it, and he will also buy the land under his clinic to blow it up. He starts laughing at him and tells him that he came up with everything very well. Ning Tao tells him that very soon he will again kneel in front of him and no one will protect him. He approaches the man who hit him and kicks him. He tells him to stop pretending that he is unconscious, because he will not kill him if he agrees to be the messenger with the message. He tells him that he must return to the head of their sect and tell him that he doesn't have to look for it because he will find it himself, and if their sect touches his loved ones, they will forget about their treasure. He tells him that if he understood everything he told him, then he can get up and run away. After these words, he instantly gets up from the ground like a soldier and stretches his arms forward. He starts to run away very quickly and tells him that he will convey all his words, and he is sure that he is finished. The foreman asks him what they should do. He tells them not to dare to continue doing this. He thinks that Huai Kebing will never go to peace, but he does not intend to just sit and wait for his death. He starts writing a message to someone who can help him with all this, and he immediately receives a response. It turns out that he is writing to Yin Moliang. He writes to him that he will help him make a pill, but he has a condition and offers to meet him in Big Pits. He immediately answers him that he is waiting for him. He heads to meet Yin Moliang, but not before stopping by to get another person to help him. He comes to the village of Big Ploshki near Qinglong Mountain and is met by a guard who asks him why he brought evil spirits with him. Standing next to Ning Tao is Qing Jui, who materializes her snake essence. The doctor asks her to control herself. He tells Yin Moliang that he doesn't have to act like an innocent victim since he threatened him a week ago, and he couldn't expect him to act like they were friends. He tells him that he suggests that he fight first and then move on to calm negotiations. Yin Moliang tells him that he is impudent because first of all, he offered to communicate and came to his domain while challenging him. He rushes at him and concentrates his spiritual power in his fist. He tells him that he has long wanted to teach him to respect his elders, and he is already tired of his arrogance. Ning Tao decides that he should try to defend against his attack with his defense bubble. He awaits the result. First, Yin Moliang's hand slams into his bubble, and he stops briefly as he continues to put force into his punch. Ning Tao understands that he is unable to withstand his blow and that he will now be thrown back because of his blow. He is actually thrown back and slammed into the wall by the guardsman's blow, which Qing Jui sees. He tells him that he had time to think that his insolence is based on his strength, but he is sure that he remains the same empty fighter. Scales begin to appear on Qing Jui's face, and she tells him that she will kill him for touching her master. She is stopped by Ning Tao. He tells her that she should not interfere in their battle. He sounds very serious. He is covered in bruises and has a visible wound on his face. He tells the guardsman that their battle has just begun and he has not even warmed up yet. He jumps out of his seat and heads towards the guardsman. He tells him that he should prepare to be slapped. The guardsman concentrates energy in his other hand. He manages to punch him in the face and tells him that he should think before he says anything. Ning Tao receives a blow from him, but does not move from his place. He asks the guardsman if this is really all he is capable of. He glares at him and tells him that now he will see what he is truly ready for. He is going to test his abilities. He uses the cat's paw skill and begins to hit the guardsman in the face many times. He only manages to groan due to the pain. He concentrates the energy in his fist and tells him that he is about to get punched in the face and raises his hand to strike. He makes a punch, and just as he was sending the guardsman into the wall, he slams him into the wall. After the guard crashes into the wall, he only coughs up blood and says absolutely nothing to him. He begins to fall to the floor, and Ning Tao asks him if he really gave up and tells him to get up from the floor. The guardsman comes to his senses and jumps towards him. He tells him that he could at least sometimes be silent and not talk nonsense. He stabs him, but the doctor defends himself. The guard tells him that everything will be as the doctor said, and they have just begun their battle. They start jumping all over the free space in the place where they fight and hit each other. Their blows meet and an explosion occurs, causing them both to be thrown away from each other by a wave. The two of them land on the floor and look at each other, waiting for a chance to strike. They are in no hurry to attack each other. Ning Tao waits a short time and realizes that this moment is his chance to win the battle. He jumps from his place and heads towards his opponent. The guardsman also takes off in response. He makes a very unexpected attack, which he calls the sneaky cat's paw, and hits him in the groin. The guardsman tells him that this is a forbidden move that is against combat morals. He holds his groin and shakes. He tells him that he almost tore off his life root, and as soon as he gets over the pain, he will turn it inside out. Ning Tao shows him the needle and tells him that he has a couple more tricks up his sleeve and can show him the dark side of the art of acupuncture. The guardsman tells him that he is able to defend himself and is also friendly with evil spirits, and he could not be afraid of his threats, and he does not understand why he offered to meet and asks him what he wants. Ning Tao tells him that he wants an alliance with him, and Yin Milan tells him that he refused to help him with the pill, and he does not understand what kind of alliance he is talking about. The doctor tells him that he will help him resist the Tang sect, and in return he will help him with the pill. The guard tells him that this clears everything up and he needed him because he has problems with the Tang sect. He tells him that he heard a rumor that someone recently robbed them, and he realizes that it was the doctor. Ning Tao tells him that he didn't steal anything, and he just picked a spikelet that grew in the middle of a small island, and they decided that this was their sacred land and everything belonged to them and that they already had a conflict. The guard tells him that he agrees and he will help him, and from now on, they will be brothers. But they still have something to do. He takes out his knife and cuts his hand. It starts to bleed, and he tells him that they must seal their union with blood. He clenches his fist, from which blood is flowing, and he looks at him somehow bloodthirsty and tells him that now it's the doctor's turn. King Jui tells him that he shouldn't follow the example of the guardsman, and he shouldn't cut himself like that. He tells her that he didn't mean to do that. He makes a small puncture in his finger using his needle. The guardsman looks at him silently at first. He decides that this is enough for their blood union, and blood continues to flow from his palm as the sun illuminates them. They shake hands, and the guardsman tells him that the doctor will make an ancestor-seeking pill for him. And Ning Tao tells him that the guardsman will help him resist the Tang sect. The guard tells him that he must come with him so that he can give him the recipe for making the pill. Suddenly, Ning Tao feels something very strange, which makes him stop, and he looks a little surprised. He blushes and sees that Qing Jui is licking his finger. He asks her what she is doing and why. She tells him that the owner's blood smells very sweet and she really wants to lick it off, because otherwise it will simply disappear. He pulls his finger out and tells her that it's better not to do this in a place like this and that it's too much. He asks her not to do this again. And the guard sits on the sidelines and thinks that due to the fact that he was an imperial guard of the Ming dynasty, he has not known a woman's affection for several hundred years. He is offended. They go into some dark room underground, and he presses on one of the stones on the wall to open something. Huge doors open in front of them, behind which there is some kind of large and long corridor. They go inside. They walk along a corridor, on the walls of which very old torches hang. They walk in complete silence and say nothing to each other. Yin Moliang stops and tells them to stop as well. There are doors in front of them that he must open. They enter the Ming crypt. They ask him who is buried in this place. He tells them that it was a stronghold of their movement, and inside are the remains of Zhu Hongyu, the daughter of the third crown prince. Ning Tao begins to tell the biography of Zhu Zihuan, and he was killed by the Manchu court when he was over 70. And about Zhu Hongyu, he tells that there are no specific stories about her. He says that everyone agrees that she hanged herself in front of the crypt of the third crown prince, and he would never have thought that he would end up in a crypt with the remains of the semi-legendary Zhu Hongyu. Yin Molon tells him that he is great and knows history well, and suggests that he did well in his history lessons at school. They come to a huge pond, which creates a kind of funnel, and the guardsman tells them that they are there. They see in the very center of this funnel some kind of skull that floats in it. It seems to glow. King Jui looks at him and asks the guard what is floating inside this funnel. She looks interested. They look at the skull, which has some kind of aura of its own. It looks very sinister. She asks again what it is, and he tells her that she doesn't have to worry, because these are just the remains of Zhu Hongyu. Ning Tao understands what the ink maker was reacting to, because at the bottom of the crater is spiritual earth. Yin Moliang tells him that the recipe for making the ancestor search pill is written on her skull, and he must read it. Ning Tao takes it in his hands and reads that each of the creatures has a life root, and those who can comprehend the Tao will become immortal, and ancestors can be found using the spiritual land. He reads all this and understands that with the help of the pill, you can find your ancestors and comprehend their wisdom. Find the Tao and become immortal. Yin Molian asks him if he was able to remember this recipe. The doctor is silent and does not answer him. Ning Tao starts talking after a while and tells him that he has memorized the recipe, and now they can talk about the Tang sect. The guard tells him that the Tang sect has a secret place in Mount Dabashan, and this is their ancestral nest, and their headquarters is located in the Tangda skyscraper, and this is in a technology park in the northeast of the city. Ning Tao tells him that everything is clear to him and asks him to help him find Huai Cabin. He tells him that this is Tang Huaiyu's son. Yin Molian understands what he is telling him about the nephew of the sect keeper, and he can find him for him in 2 days. He asks him what will happen next. Ning Tao tells him that he himself will decide what will happen next, and the main thing is that when the time comes, he fights shoulder to shoulder with him against the Tang sect. His phone interrupts all of them by starting to ring. It is most likely some very important call. Suya calls him, she cries, and tells him that their orphanage was demolished after all, and he asks her to calm down, because he will find a place to place the children. After all this, he heads to the Lantu Corporation Botanical Garden. He heads there to meet someone. He meets with Lin Qingyu, and she tells him that he doesn't have to worry, because they didn't use the upper floors anyway and the children will be comfortable there. Ning Tao tells her that he is very grateful to her for her help. She tells him that he is thanking her in vain. and he doesn't have to do it. He apologizes to her for the fact that that day he ran away from the restaurant, and he had to, because he had urgent business and he is sure that they were waiting for him there for a long time. He tells her that he is embarrassed. She takes his hand and asks him how he is going to make it up to her. He tells her that he can take her to a restaurant and blushes. Lin Qingyu turns away, disappointed, and tells him that the restaurant is very boring. He laughs awkwardly. He doesn't tell her anything and notices something that makes him realize that he has to leave her for a while. She asks him where he is going, and he tells her that he will not distract her from her work because he himself still has a lot of things to do. He approaches a girl who asks him if he is free, and she is standing in some very beautiful dress. This girl turns out to be Qing Jui. She looks at him and asks Ning Tao where they will go together. The doctor tells her that they are going for a walk together. She tells him that it is great and she needs to buy a tracksuit and a pair of shoes. She gets embarrassed and tells him that he also needs to buy 2 more sets of underwear. She asks him what his favorite color is. He tells him that she is saying strange things because she wants to buy underwear for herself and asks him what his favorite color is. He asks her why. She tells him that she just asked it, and she is collecting data for personal statistics and tells him that it is not that difficult to answer. She tells him that they shouldn't stand in the middle of the road, and he asks her not to drag him. A man appears behind them. It turns out to be Tang Suifeng, who is talking to Huai Kebin. He tells him that Ning Tao and Qing Jui are heading towards Freedom Square. Huai Kebin tells him to keep an eye on them. The two of them head to the shopping street to buy the things that Qing Jui needs. They walk down the street in complete silence. They understand that something is happening in their regard. She decides to speak first. She asks the owner if he noticed that someone is watching them. She tells him this in a whisper. He tells her that he noticed it immediately and tells her to ignore it and just move on. He senses that Immortal Tang is already nearby. He tells her that he himself cannot find the spiritual spikelet, and therefore he can only watch them indifferently. Qing Jui asks him what they should do, because Huai Kebin wants to buy all their land. He tells her that she doesn't have to worry about all this. He tells her that this is a completely solvable issue. After these words, he calls someone who takes pictures of Zhao Wushuang on his phone and relaxes with her on the beach. It turns out that he is calling Fan Huaying. He asks Ning Tao why he is calling him so unexpectedly. The doctor tells him that he wouldn't call him just like that, and he needs his help with organizing an event. He asks him what kind. He tells him that he needs a charity evening to find businessmen and stars who have health problems, and as payment, they will have to donate money to a new orphanage. Fan Huaying tells him that he understands everything, and tomorrow he will be able to fly to him with Wushuan. He assures him that he will arrange a charity evening for him. Ning Tao tells him that if Wushuan flies, it will be even better, and he asks to call him upon arrival and he will meet them. Huaying says goodbye to him until tomorrow. Zhao Yulin appears behind him, looking surprised that he met him and asking him what he is doing. He approaches Qing Jui and takes her hand. He tells the doctor that he has a very beautiful girlfriend and asks him where he found such a doll. She tells him that she is not some kind of doll, and if he does not remove his hand from her, then she will bite his head off. Ning Tao asks her to behave more decently. He tells Zhu Yulin that he is kind of tense and asks him what he has done. He answers him that he has not done anything, and he has changed and is doing honest business. He points him to a building and tells him that it houses his luxury goods boutique, which surprises the doctor. Ning Tao asks him if he could help him find a hall for a charity event for tomorrow. Zhao Yulin tells him that next to the Zhongbei Clinic there is one place that is not cheap, but quite spacious, and such events are often held there, and he knows the owner of the site and can call him. Ning Tao tells him that this is good news, and that he still needs a small free plot on which he could build a new orphanage. Zhao Yulin looks surprised and asks him what happened to the old one. The doctor tells him that a man bought the land under it and demolished it. He becomes angry at this news and tells him that he only needs the name of who did this, and he will deal with him. Ning Tao tells him that he doesn't have to worry about it and he will deal with it himself. Zhao Yulin tells him that they can say goodbye then, and they can go and rest, and he will call them when there is news. Tang Suifeng, who is sitting in the trash, is watching all this. He is trying so hard to hide from them. He does not say anything about this. Qing Jui asks him where they will go now, and he tells her that they should return to the clinic because he needs to brew his miracle ointment for tomorrow's charity evening. He tells her that the Tang sect members are still watching them and they can show them the way and see if they risk attacking. They head towards the clinic, and by the time they get there, it's sunset time and the sun sets below the horizon. She asks him if he wants to watch the sunset with her, but he tells her that this is not entirely true and they are just waiting for guests. At this moment, a man approaches them and, as if by chance, stomps his foot. This draws their attention. The man holds a yoke on his shoulder, with firewood hanging on one side and a basket on the other. He asks them if they want to buy firewood from him. Ningtao tells him that they might like to buy firewood, but to do this, the man must come to them and let them inspect it. The man tells them that he just came down from the mountains and he is very tired. The doctor tells him that he himself is also tired and cannot get up. He tells this man that he should approach and understands that a completely unusual person is standing in front of them. He calls him Immortal Tang and asks him why he is so afraid, because he has been watching them all day. He tells him that what he needs is in the building behind him, and if he really wants to take the spikelet, he must stop pretending to be someone he doesn't know. The man takes off his hat and lets out a small chuckle, telling him that he underestimated him a little. He takes off his hat and throws the yoke. His face and his long white hair are shown. He tells him that he thought that with such a disguise, he would not recognize him. He throws his hat aside and tells him that in this case, the rest of the sect people also have no point in hiding and orders them to show themselves. People jump from the roof of his clinic, and Ningtao looks a little surprised. Immortal Tang has eclipsed their presence with his aura. There are 4 of them, and they land on the road behind their mentor. They are all wearing battle Gs and moving very synchronously. These 4 turn out to be those who have already tried to deal with the doctor. These are Tang Wen, Tang Wu, Tang Suifeng, and Tang Zixuan. Immortal Tang tells him that out of impunity, Ningtao decided that he was a Cerberus, but today they will show him his true place. The doctor covers Qingjui with himself, and she tells the sect leader that they are not afraid of them, and if they even lay a finger on her master, she will tear off all their limbs. Immortal Tang takes his sickle in his hands and tells her that she has no right to threaten him and calls her a reptile. He tells her that she was born only to crawl. He makes a quick swing of his hand, in which he holds the sickle, and tells her that because of her bravery, he will start with her. Ningtao looks at his attack and his sickle and realizes that this is a completely unusual sickle. He asks Qingjui to keep his eyes open. After his words, she manages to jump up, but his attack still hits her leg, and she lets out a short exclamation of surprise. She quickly turns to Ningtao and tells him that she is fine. She tells him to turn around because he is also under attack. She jumps back, while the large spiritual blade created by Immortal Tang's sickle attack is aimed at the doctor's back. Ningtao quickly turns around and sees this blade right in front of him. He does not understand what it is, but what protects him from this blade is not his strength. Some kind of barrier appears in front of him, on which some signs are drawn. This barrier completely stops the attack of the master of the Tang sect. Ningtao examines this barrier and realizes that it is the clinic's magical barrier, and it protects them from their attacks. Immortal Tang looks annoyed and asks him why he hid behind the barrier. He tells him to come out of it so they can fight one-on-one. The doctor tells him that he doesn't want to come out. The teacher of the Tang sect is angry and silently ponders how best to act in this current situation. He grabs Tang Zixuan and tells him that the sect has been taking care of him for so many years, he is going to sacrifice him. He throws him up very high, directing him at the barrier. He tells him that the time has come for him to repay him for his goodness. Tang Zixuan begins to fall on the barrier and talks about how he is not afraid of anything, and continues to talk about how the Tang sect is invincible. Before his death, he manages to shout that all this is being done for the sake of the sect. He falls on the barrier and breaks dead. Ningtao and Qingjui see a large bloody stain on the barrier, which begins to spread some kind of smoke. She holds onto her leg. The barrier begins to burn and disintegrate. It turns out that the smoke that came from the bloody stain was smoke from the melting of the barrier. Ningtao sees that the barrier is disintegrating due to his blood, and does not understand why his blood was able to burn through the clinic's barrier. His blood gets on the road and begins to burn the road. He does not understand why his blood is so caustic. A drop of blood falls on Qingjui's face and begins to burn her skin. She begins to scream due to such intense pain. He approaches her and tells her not to touch her face with her hands, because he will try to heal her. Immortal Tang tells him that his barrier was desecrated with blood and therefore lost its magical power. Ningtao treats Qingjui's wound. While she looks very angry, she tells him that she will finish him off. Ningtao says that Immortal Tang sacrificed his disciple in order to destroy his barrier, and he is sick of him. He tells her that together they will rid the world of such a scumbag. A sword with an unusual blade and guard, as well as a red hilt, crashes into the ground in front of them. Someone tells them to wait. It turns out to be Yin Molan. He lands behind his sword and asks them not to start the fight without him. Immortal Tang sees him and is surprised. He asks him why he is with them and what he is doing. He tells him that they coexisted peacefully for several centuries, and now he wants to become an enemy of the Tang set, and he does not understand his actions. Yin Molan tells him that he really tried not to get involved with their sect before, but now he is ready to turn the page because he has a great future ahead of him. He grabs his sword and pulls it out of the ground and takes it with one hand. He is about to say something to the Tang sect master. He points his sword at him and tells him that there will be a murder on this day, and it will be either Immortal Tang or him. Ning Tao looks at them and decides that he cannot stay away. He sits down in order to start running towards them. He begins to run towards them, and at the same time screams loudly. He is offended that a mentor can act so brutally with his students. He concentrates his spiritual energy in his hand and tells them that on this day they will bring justice instead of heaven. The disciples of the Immortal Tang jump out in front of him. The three remaining, they are not going to let him near their mentor. Tang Suifeng tells him that he has decided to raise his hand against their mentor, but first he must deal with them. He takes out the darts and orders Tang Wen and Tang Wu to also take out the darts. He commands them to throw darts at the same time, and the three of them throw their darts at Ning Tao running towards them. He doesn't defend himself in any way from their attack, and all their darts hit his body. He doesn't understand what he's doing. Ning Tao creates his own protective bubble around himself in order to restore his strength a little. He tells them that they are fools because they cannot understand that their darts have absolutely no negative effect. Tang Wu tells his brothers that heaven sent them this doctor in order to ridicule their signature weapon. Suddenly, his face changes very quickly and fear is visible in his eyes. Something is happening that he did not expect at all. Standing behind him is Qing Jui, who pierces him with her hand filled with spiritual energy. Scales are visible on her face. She tells him that she was sent along with her master. Tang Wu falls to the ground because such a hole is made in him. He will no longer be able to fight. He is already dead. Tang Suifeng sees this and cannot believe that his brother is dead. He tries to call him, but Tang Wu does not get up from the ground. Yin Molan appears behind him and performs a quick attack that slices his body. He watches as blood begins to flow from his wounds, his eyes filled with anger and determination to win. Tang Wen sees how easily his brother is cut, and also cannot believe that everything is happening like this. He calls them names and tells them that they will definitely pay for killing his brother. He looks like he has already fallen into despair. Ning Tao appears and kicks him in the chin and tells him that he should have worried about his defense. He grabs him after this blow, not allowing him to escape his further attack. He no longer looks like a tenant. He lifts him above himself and then slams him into the ground with great force. The sound of Tang Wen's bones crunching can be heard. He rubs his fist, and Qin Jui and Yin Molan tell him that his attack looked very good. Immortal Tang appears and hits him in the side with some long weapon, and his weapon has some kind of aura. He tells him to die. He throws it away and slams it into the wall of his clinic with his attack. It can be seen that he has a little difficulty handling such a long weapon. He smiles evilly and tells him that he made a fatal mistake when he decided to contact his sect. Qing Jui immediately tries to run to Ning Tao, but Yin Molan stops him and tells her that she should not approach him, because he is holding the yoke of heavenly retribution and this unusual weapon. She tells him that this is not a reason not to help her master, and her duty is to protect him. He tells her that they are not abandoning him, but are simply biding their time. Ning Tao descends to the ground and falls to his knees. Immortal Tang comes closer to him and knocks his rocker on the ground. He tells him that in the several hundred years of their sect's existence, not a single enemy of theirs has remained alive, and the doctor is no exception. Ning Tao tells him that he is mistaken. His face turns red and he tells him that it felt really good when he hit him with his stick. He asks him if he can do it again. Immortal Tang looks surprised by these words and looks at him for a short period of time. He fills the yoke with his spiritual energy and tells him that he will now please him so much that he will die. Unexpectedly for him, Ning Tao simply puts his palm forward and stops his attack by simply grasping the tip of the rocker. He quickly snatches the rocker from his hands and grabs him by the shoulder in order to immobilize him. He looks at him aggressively and shouts to Qing Jui that this is her way out. Immortal Tang looks very surprised after these words. Unexpectedly, Qing Jui appears above him and begins to screw into his head like a drill, and he looks scared at this moment. During her attack, he orders Yin Molan to attack. This becomes an even greater surprise for the mentor of the Tang sect. The guard obeys his order and makes a quick strike to his neck. He aimed to cut off his head. Immortal Tang lets out a final cry of pain and a look of terror in his eyes, which is reinforced by the blood running down his forehead. His bloody bandage falls off his head, and this means that he is finally defeated. At this moment, the sky is illuminated by a beautiful sunset. His head falls from his shoulders and rolls further down his body. It looks very creepy, but it also means that their sect is defeated. Yin Molin tells them that Immortal Tang greatly exaggerated when he called himself immortal, because he cannot live without a head. Qingjui asks Ning Tao if he is okay. His face is red because of something and he has a strange smile on his face. He tells her that he is completely fine and could use some stress relief. They hear what he says, that he needs to relieve tension, and they look a little puzzled. It scares them. His words scare them so much that they jump away from him. Just in case, he asks them why they did that. After that, they head to the clinic, and he takes the Tang sect master's weapon with him. He wants to examine it. He first examines the sickle and says that he would never have thought that his first magical weapon would be a sickle for cutting brushwood. But in any case, it is better than going barehanded. He looks at the rocker and thinks that he can definitely make something more impressive out of it. A scroll appears and he is informed that the main source of evil in the area has been eliminated. And after the next rent payment, the location of the Heavenly Clinic will change. He is surprised. He understands that he will have to deal with moving, but he understands that if he is within the country, he will be able to adapt everywhere. He says that he has no free time now, because he must prepare his miracle ointments to sell them at auction at a charity evening. The next day, he heads to the mountains to meet Qingjui and check on her after a difficult battle. He goes inside and asks her if she is awake. She asks him why he came and tells him that he is not allowed to enter. He listens to her carefully and understands that for some reason her voice is trembling. He does not understand what is happening. He begins to run in the direction of her voice and assumes that something has happened to her. He asks her as she walks if she is all right. She is covered in sweat and tries to tell him that he can't come in, her voice sounding weak and embarrassed. He sees her lying on the floor and she tells him that he shouldn't go in with her. Her tail looks unusual. She covers herself and her tail falls off. She tells him that she asked him not to come in, and he understands that she is shedding her skin. His nose begins to bleed due to this sight and he falls to the floor. She does not understand what happened to him. After that, they go together to a charity banquet. The guests at it say that they heard that this evening was organized in honor of one of the best healers of our time. They talk about how he was able to restore Wu Shuang's skin after acid burns, and say that if he can cure their illnesses, they will definitely donate money to build an orphanage. The host informs all the guests that their banquet is beginning and Ning Tao is getting ready and will show up soon. He tells them that for a better wait, Zhao Wushuang will sing for them. He asks them to greet her with applause. Chen Tian appears and orders them all to stop. The guests do not understand what is happening and why he is stopping them. He tells Wushuang that she could have warned him that she would be at this banquet, because with her company she could brighten up his flight from the capital. Zhao Wushuang looks at him and does not understand what is happening. The banquet host looks very scared. Fan Huang approaches him. He tells him that this is a private party and no one invited him, so he would ask him to leave. Chen Tian asks him why he is so inhospitable. He tells him that he really came uninvited, but he came on behalf of Huai Cabin and therefore no one dares to throw him out. He tells him that he asked him to do something and he should fulfill his small request. He tells all the guests that Huai Cabin will be joining via video soon, and he would be interested to see what kind of special party they are having that he wasn't invited to. He picks up some kind of remote control and presses a button in order to create a video link between the star and the guests. A huge window appears, showing Huai Cabin. Looking around at everyone present, he turns to Zhao Wushuang first. He tells her that he heard that she was invited to star in a musical and he congratulates her. She looks scared in front of him and in a timid voice asks him what he is doing and what he is saying. He tells her that he is just talking to his girlfriend and he has the right to congratulate her. She tells him that he is lying and they have no relationship with him. He tells her that it is up to him to decide whether they have a relationship or not, and they will meet very soon and discuss their future. She asks him to shut up. He tells her that he has already found out that this charity evening is organized by Ning Tao and tells everyone that he wants to deceive everyone by selling his ointment. He commands Chen Tian to pay attention to who exactly will buy his ointment, because later he personally rewards them for their contribution to charity, because they deserve a reward for their actions. Chen Tian tells him that this is not a problem for him and he will easily write down the names of all those who decide to buy his ointment. Huai Cabin closes the laptop he was talking on and thinks that Ning Tao is a stupid doctor who still doesn't understand who he contacted. His subordinate Tong Ju appears, carrying a package in his hands, and tells him that it is his. The star asks him what is in it. His subordinate tells him that he doesn't know for sure, because he X-rayed it and found nothing dangerous inside, just some paper. He tells him to leave and unpacks the package. He looks disappointed at what is inside it. He sees a bunch of incomprehensible leaflets and inserts from magazines. He doesn't understand what kind of garbage this is and who could have sent it to him. He notices one blue sheet with something vaguely resembling a circle drawn on it and decides to get it. As soon as he takes this sheet out of the box, the circle on the sheet begins to glow and he does not understand what is happening. He decides to throw the paper away because he doesn't know what might happen if he continues to just stare at it. He throws it on the floor and sees something appearing from a circle on the sheet. He does not understand what is happening at all. Ningtao appears from the circle with a hood on his head. He looks quite creepy. He asks him if he is happy to meet them. Huai Kabin does not understand what happened and how he ended up in this place. He assumes that he is some kind of sorcerer. And the doctor asks him if he really hoped to sit out in the sect. He tells him that he was wrong to think that others would do all the dirty work for him. The star tells him that the Tang sect will take revenge on him for him. Ningtao shows him the Tang sect's hidden weapon and asks him if he would be under suspicion if he killed him with their sect's poisoned dart. Huai Cabin begins to beg him for mercy and asks for forgiveness. He tells him that he was wrong and asks him not to kill him. Ningtao is not interested in his pleas and requests. He calmly begins to insert a dart of the Tang sect into him, and only screams are heard due to pain. He completes his task and moves back to the banquet building, before setting fire to the paper with the circle that he used to move. He leaves it to burn and doesn't look at whether it burns or not, he just leaves it to burn in the room. Huai Cabin sits on a snow-white sofa and does not move at all. It becomes clear that Ningtao did a good job. There are dart punctures on all exposed parts of his body, and around these punctures his skin turns green, foam comes out of his mouth, and a dart is inserted into his forehead. Zhao Wushuang knocks on the door of the room where Ningtao should be. She asks him if everything is okay. He opens the door for her and shows himself to her in his usual doctor's clothes, as well as with his first aid kit. He asks her what happened. She tells him that they have unforeseen difficulties, and she tells him that Huai Cabin ordered to keep an eye on those who will buy his ointment, and that is why no one wants to buy them. He tells her that she is worrying about it in vain, and everything has already been decided with him. He looks convincing, and she believes him. Meanwhile, Chen Tian continues to mock and tells everyone that by not buying Ningtao ointment, they saved their money and health, and he does not put pressure on anyone and they can all make their choice. He tells them that the healer they so hoped for did not even come out to the guests he invited. He tells them that they cannot trust him, much less his ointment, and suggests that he was simply scared of Huai Cabin. A doctor appears behind him. He tells Chen Tian that he thinks he is someone unknown and he will not allow him to scare his important guests. He yells at him and tells him that he gives him 10 seconds to get the hell out of his banquet or he will throw it out piece by piece. The guests begin to say that he is too young to be considered one of the best healers of our time, and others say that Huai Cabin would not threaten them if he were a nobody. Ningtao turns to Chen Tian once again and asks him if he heard him and orders him to leave. Chen Tian tells him that he cannot threaten him in front of so many witnesses because he can call the police and he must make sure that no one buys his ointment. Ningtao asks him if he is talking about the man he brought to his knees the last time they met. Chen Tian tells him that he will immediately call Huai Cabin to repeat these words to his face and tells him to prepare his apology speech. He tries to call him, but all that happens is endless beeps. He does not understand why his call is not being answered. The guests begin to think that Huai Cabin is afraid of Ningtao, while others think that he is just busy. On the hologram on which the star appeared not so long ago, an image begins to appear, and Chen Tian's call is answered. The hologram shows Tang Ju and Chen Tian, asks him why he answered his call. The star's subordinate asks him if Ningtao is nearby. He tells him that he is nearby. After his answer, Tang Ju tells Chen Tian that Huai Kebing is dead. He cannot believe it, and all the guests are also surprised. His face immediately changes, and he looks scared and starts sweating. He doesn't understand how this is possible, because they just recently talked to him. Ningtao says that he is very sorry that this happened, because he was very young and still had his whole life ahead of him. He tells them that he would have cured him if they had turned to him. Tang Zhou glares at him and tells him that if they find out that this has anything to do with him, they will take revenge on him. After these words, he ends the call and his image disappears from the hologram. All this looked very good for Ningtao. The guests say that he only recently threatened them, and now he is dead and cannot understand how this is possible. Many say that everything happened as it should have happened and he fully deserved it. Ningtao turns to a depressed Chen Tian and tells him that his presence at the banquet is not appropriate and again tells him to leave. Chen Tian cannot stand all this pressure and quickly runs to the exit. He tells him not to touch him because he is leaving and pushing people in front of him. After this, Ning Tao introduces himself to all the guests and apologizes to them for being late and for this unpleasant scheme. He declares the banquet open. Fan Huaying approaches him and asks him if he can explain to him what happened here. Ning Tao asks him if he understands correctly that he wants to know from him about the death of Huai Kaban. Huaying tells him that he only wants to know if he has anything to do with it. The doctor asks him if he blames him for his involvement in the death. He changes his face at the same time. Huaying tells him that he is not accusing him of anything, it's just that everyone knows that they were at enmity, and if the police suspect him, he can turn to him. He asks him to stop talking about this topic and tells him that he should turn his attention to the guests. He tells him that if they like him, he will raise enough money for the orphanage, and he immediately approaches the first guests and starts a conversation with them. They tell him that he does not look much like an experienced doctor. He approaches one guest and tells him that he has gallstones, and the doctors will probably advise him to have an operation. The man does not understand how this is possible and how he can see what is happening to his gallbladder. Ning Tao tells him that after the operation, his digestive system will be disrupted, and after eating fatty foods he will suffer. But he can break these stones for him. The guests do not believe this. He tells the second man that he has a blood clot in his left leg and tells him that he can get rid of it. The man with the bald head is surprised that he can recognize such injuries. He looks very scared and asks him how he knows. Ning Tao tells him that he has such a job, and he also knows that he has problems below the belt and he can also cure it. The man tries to tell him that he does not have such problems. Meanwhile, at the morgue, Tang Jiu tells Huai Kaban's mother that this is their last meeting with the dead man. He tells her that he died because of a poisoned dart from the Tang sect, but he can swear that their people had nothing to do with this situation. Tang Huayu looks at his son's disfigured face and looks at the number of wounds caused by the dart. It looks very creepy and disgusting. She tells him that it only takes one light stab to kill him from a dart, but his killer took a large number of hits. She asks him who could hate him so much. He tells her that he does not know the answer to this, because so many hated him. She tells him to shut up and asks him if she understands correctly that there is still no news from their forefather. He tells her that there is no news. She cries and says that she cannot understand why their forefather disappeared at the very moment when she needed him so much. She looks at her dead son one more time and talks about how he was never a gift to her, but she vows that she will not rest until she avenges him. Meanwhile, the banquet ends and Ning Tao can finally rest. He sits on the edge of the bed to think about everything. He says that this long evening is finally over and calls all the rich people sick because they have sucked all the strength out of him. He recalls how he was attacked by the wives of rich men with various women's requests, rejuvenation, weight loss, and the like. At the same time, their husbands stood aside and complained that they needed help more than their wives, and they should not have taken them with them. After that, he was surrounded on all sides and begged for different types of salvation. He asked them all to stand in line. He looks up and is shaking all over. He says that all these rich women are very scary creatures. His thoughts are stopped by Zhao Wushuang telling him that at least he doesn't have to be afraid of him. He turns towards her voice. He sees her bringing him a glass of wine and the bottle of wine itself. Her face is already red and looks like she is already drunk. She hands him a glass and pours more wine in it. She asks him to drink because he needs to relax, and he blushes and thinks that he is afraid of her more than anyone. They clink glasses and he holds the glass and she keeps the bottle. It looks like she really wants to get drunk. She starts drinking straight from the bottle, and he advises her to stop because if she gets drunk, something terrible might happen. She turns to him and tells him that she might be having a party and that is why she wants to get drunk. She closes her eyes a little and tells him that she knows that it was he who killed Huai Kaban. She asks him if she is right. He doesn't answer her, and she tells him that he doesn't have to answer her anything because her own intuition is enough for her. She takes him by the neck and tells him that he doesn't have to worry because this can remain their joint secret. She moves closer to him and he tells her that she is already drunk. She tells him that she does not agree with him and that is not true. She moves closer to him and opens her mouth to kiss him. She looks very embarrassed. He is very embarrassed by this situation and closes his eyes. While calling her name, he does not know what to do. He quickly gets up from the bed and lays her down on it. He tells her that it is time for her to sleep. She gets scared because of this. He quickly leaves the room and does not allow her to say anything to him. He quickly closes the door. She only manages to reach out to the door with her hand. She remains disappointed and looks very sad about the whole situation. She just quietly calls his name. Meanwhile, Ning Tao walks down the corridor and thinks about why he always does this in such situations. He lowers his head and tells him that he deserves all this. He thinks that he will remain a boy for the rest of his life. He takes out his phone and calls Zhu Yulin. He tells him that he has found 2 luxury plots to build a shelter, and one of them is located within the city, and the other is in a suburban village, and asks for the time of the meeting. Ning Tao asks him what kind of village he found, and he tells him that it is the village of Mekni. There is a mountain around it, and there are many reservoirs there. The doctor tells him that then they will go there tomorrow. The next day, they both get into the car and head to the village that Zhu Yulin told him about. They stop and he asks the doctor if he likes the view. They see beautiful mountains. Ning Tao tells him that they should inspect their area first. He tells him that the head of the administration is already waiting. They approach a girl who first stands with her back to them. He asks her if she is the head of the local administration. He introduces himself to her and tells her that his name is Ning Tao and they came to inspect their site. She tells him that her name is Lunan and she is also very happy to welcome them to their humble village. Zhao Yulin also greets her and tells her that he was the one who spoke to her on the phone. She tells them to follow her so she can show them around the site. They follow her and he tells Ning Tao that the head of the local government looks great from behind. He hits him on the head for such words and she turns to them, not understanding what is happening. She asks them what happened. Ning Tao tells her that everything is fine and asks her to tell them more about their village and asks why it is called Mekni. She tells him that this is a very touching story, and the mountain that they see people called Sword, where the immortal swordsman son of the black sky was engaged in cultivation, and a village girl fell in love with him, but he refused her. He hears her story and thinks that there was some kind of immortal swordsman named Son of the Black Sky. She interrupts his thoughts and stops. She tells him that they are in place and in front of them is the same area. She shows him a huge plot, which is a full 20 acres of land, and all of it costs only 1,000,000 yuan. Zhao Yulin looks surprised that she quoted a price of a whole 1,000,000 yuan for 20 acres of land. He tells her that in such a remote village he would have second thoughts if she said a price of 200,000, and tells her that she can't fool them. She tells him that this is the final price. He is surprised that she doesn't even bargain with them. He tells Ning Tao that they can leave, because for that kind of money you can buy a plot in a better place. Lunan tells him that with this money she will repair the road, as well as install a water supply system. And it was not for nothing that she set such a price. She tells him that she also works as a teacher at the local primary school, and if they want, she can teach the children from their orphanage for free. Zhao Yulin tells her that such a teacher would only cost them 60,000 a year. And she tells him that knowledge is priceless. Ning Tao thinks that he can find the items of the immortal swordsman. He stops their argument and tells her that he agrees to 1,000,000 yuan for this plot, and if it is possible, he would like to sign the contract right away. Zhao Yulin tries to stop him and tell him that this is not a good deal and they can find a better deal. Ning Tao tells him that he has already made his decision and asks him to help him find a good construction company, and the sooner the better. Zhao Yulin tells him that he can rely on him, and he assures him that everything will be ready within a month. A woman appears and tells Lunan that her husband is coughing up blood again and asks him to come back to him soon. She apologizes to Ning Tao for having to interrupt like this and tells him that she urgently needs to get home. He tries to stop her. He tells her that he is a doctor and he would like to take a look at the patient, and Zhu Yulin looks upset that she is married. Meanwhile, Lunan returns home to her husband and immediately hears that her husband is coughing non-stop. Because of his cough, he coughs up blood on the floor and it doesn't stop. It all looks very creepy because he is coughing up a lot of blood. She hugs him and asks him not to scare her. She tells him that she has already called an ambulance and asks him to wait until the hospital. He tells her that no hospital will help him because he was discharged only a week ago, and they also don't have that kind of money to spend on doctors. Lunan tells him that they really don't have a lot of money, but she can't look at her husband in this state. Ning Tao appears, who tells her that they no longer need an ambulance because they cannot help him. She asks him why he says that. He examines him with his power and tells her that her husband has a neoplasm in his right lung, and it is very serious. He tells her that with such encapsulation of the pulmonary artery, not a single district hospital would risk performing an operation on him. Husband. Lunan asks him how he knows everything about his health condition so accurately. He looks surprised. Ning Tao tells him that the reason is very simple, and that is that he is a doctor. He tells him that he can cure him. Her husband is surprised that he recently told him that the hospital would not be able to cure him, but he tells him that he can. He tells him that he really has reasons to doubt, But he has no choice, the husband agrees. He learns that his name is Yang Lu, and he is a third-generation benefactor. He is surprised that he has not yet become a Buddha, and then is surprised that heaven is punishing him for a sin he committed in his previous lives. Yanlu asks him what's wrong with him because he notices that he looks strange, and Ning Tao asks him if he believes in rebirth. Husband Lu Nan tells him that he hoped that he would begin to treat him, and he does not see the point in such strange questions. Ning Tao tells him that he is a good person and he fully deserves to recover, but he will have to pay dearly for it. He tells him that after recovery he can forget a lot, including his wife. He asks him if he agrees to treatment. Yan Lu looks very surprised. Ning Tao and Zhu Yulin leave their house and stand waiting for Lu Nan to talk to her husband. They hear her screaming at him and asking him why he doesn't want to be treated. Yan Lu tells her that this is all because the doctor told him that if he gets treatment, there is a chance that he will forget her, and then he will have no reason to live. Lu Nan tells him that there is also a possibility that he will not forget her, and if he dies, then she will die with him. She tells him that if after the treatment he really forgets her, then she still won't leave him anywhere, and she will make up for everything. She says that she will definitely tell him everything that they had with him, and she will not stop until he remembers her. Her words change his facial expression. After everything he heard from her, he tells her that she convinced him, and now he agrees to treatment. He strokes her head and asks her not to cry. Half an hour later, Ning Tao leaves their house. Because he has finished treating his patient, he looks calm. Lu Nan immediately notices him and shouts at him to wait for her and not go anywhere. He stops. She asks him what's wrong with his husband and how he feels. He tells her that she doesn't have to worry because her husband is no longer in danger and is sleeping, and when he wakes up, he will be full of vital energy. Lu Nan looks surprised that her husband will be full of vitality, and she thanks him. Ning Tao asks her if they can now sign an agreement with her to purchase the plot. She tells him that they can and invites him to go to the village administration. They enter the village administration building. She congratulates him on the fact that from now on, he has become the owner of 20 acres in their village. After signing the contract, he must transfer money to her, but for some reason, he transfers 2 million yuan to her. Lu Nan sees that he is transferring such a large amount and tells him that he sent her 2 million along with one by mistake and she will return one to him. He stops her and tells her that it was not a mistake at all, and he sent as much as he intended. She asks him why. He tells her that their village is too far from civilization and they will need money for building a road and for a water supply system, as well as for renovating a school. He tells her that in any case, they could use the money. He tells her that he is counting on her and he wants the children to feel at home in this place and says goodbye to her. He enters into a correspondence with Zhu Yulin and he asks him how soon he will come to him. He writes to him that he is waiting for him at the entrance to the village. Ning Tao writes him a message saying that he can leave because he would still like to climb the mountain and see everything. He sends him a message. He goes to the mountains and walks along them with a flashlight. He looks for something that the immortal swordsman could have left behind. He stops in front of something. He approaches a place and feels spiritual energy from it. He says that he is sure that there is spiritual land in this cave and that the son of the black sky probably lived there. He decides to go inside. He continues to shine his phone flashlight and carefully goes inside this cave from which he felt the spiritual energy. He calmly walks through the cave and lights his way. He heads towards a large room ahead of him. He enters a huge room and sees a bunch of holes in the walls. He doesn't understand why they are needed, because these are definitely not birds' nests. He looks around everything in this room and finds something that attracts his attention. He moves closer to look at it all. He approaches a huge stone on which it is written that death awaits those who enter. He does not understand where the entrance is and whether he needs to press something or turn something. He reads all this, and after that his room begins to shake. He does not understand what is happening and looks around. He sees that some kind of large stone appears in each of the holes. He does not understand what kind of stones they are and why they are climbing out of these holes. All the stones from these holes start flying towards him, and he just watches all these stones fly towards him. Stones begin to fall to the floor next to him, and he tries to dodge them. At first, he succeeds well. He decides to turn around and look at the entrance to the cave. He sees that all these stones have blocked the exit from the cave. Due to the fact that he is distracted and stops watching the falling stones, one of the cameos hits him right in the back. He falls to the ground because of this blow and begins to be covered with stones. He screams and asks someone for all this to end. It is littered with stones and lies inside a pile of stones. For some reason, they are piled right on top of it. He breaks the cover of stones and stretches out his hand in order to get out of the rubble in which he has fallen. He rises with ease, and his protective bubble pushes away the stones and says that without it he could not get out alive. He looks around the entire room in order to assess the consequences and sees an amazing picture in front of him. He is very surprised. He sees in front of him that the stones themselves are lined up in columns, and they create an alley that leads to some kind of door. He approaches the door and examines it. He realizes that it clearly looks like some kind of entrance. He thinks about whether he should enter. He continues to examine the doors and thinks that he can only hope that there won't be another trap waiting for him inside. He touches the door and decides that he should try pushing it because it doesn't look like it can open normally. He pushes her lightly and unexpectedly. For him, she falls to the floor with a very loud crash. It looks creepy. He looks at it and looks very surprised. He also looks very puzzled by such an easy discovery. He looks around the room that opens up to him and sees that on some hill there is something that vaguely resembles a person. The dust from the fall of the door begins to gradually dissipate, and he sees that it is some kind of skeleton. He does not understand who it is. He comes closer to the skeleton and sees that this skeleton has some kind of jade pendant hanging around its neck. He decides to examine it. He sees the inscription on it that this is the son of the black sky and understands that this skeleton is the son of the black sky himself. He picks up the fan lying next to him and sees that it says indestructible, but it doesn't look like it. He realizes that he must try to fix it with his cauldron. He examines the skeleton more carefully and notices that something is sticking out from under it. He approaches it in order to examine it more closely. He realizes that this is some kind of piece of paper and decides to pull it out from under the skeleton in order to read the writing on it. After he pulls out the piece of paper, the son of Black Sky's skeleton falls apart, and he tells him that he is uncomfortable and asks for forgiveness for this. He reads what is written on the piece of paper. It turns out to be a will. He writes that he was killed by demons, and to the one who found this piece of paper, he bequeaths a mountain monastery and asks to kill Adolf, the leader of the demons. Ning Tao reads this and tells the immortal swordsman that he can sleep peacefully because he, the owner of the heavenly clinic, will put Adolf to rest if he still lives and exists in this world. He bows to the skeleton of the immortal swordsman and tells him that he will certainly avenge him by killing the demon leader. He notices light leaking from a wall nearby, creating the shape of a door. He realizes that this is another passage. He approaches him and pushes the stone block away with heaviness. He puts some effort into this. What he sees in front of him after he opens this door shocks him. He stands in a stupor and just looks forward. A clearing with a bunch of plants appears in front of him. He calls it a lawn of paradise because it is strewn with the most valuable spiritual plants. He says that this place has wonderful air, and if he combines this place with his clinic, it will be wonderful, and from this lawn, he can make himself a front garden. He laughs a little madly. After this evening, he returns to the city and in the morning heads towards the cave. Qingjui. He asks her if he can enter. She tells him that he can come in as he is her master and asks him to make himself at home. He sees something strange. He sees that she is just cooking something and sees some meat on the fire. He asks her what she is doing. She tells him that she is roasting a pheasant for herself, and he tells her that she is comfortable enough in her cave. She takes off one of his legs and hands it to him. She asks him if he wants to put this leg in his mouth. He tells her that she better not express herself like that in front of him. She asks him what she said, and he tells her that it sounded a little rude. She smiles contentedly and again brings it to him. She tries to tell him sweeter what she said before, and this confuses him even more. She asks him if he wants to try her delicious soup, which contains scolopendra, slug, gecko, spider, and scorpion. He tells her that he doesn't want to and he came on business because they have something to do. After these words, they head to a completely different place. He begins to break the stones using the immortal Tang's sickle. They come to the mountain abode of the son of the black sky, and she tells him that the previous owner of the sickle would be angry if he knew how his magic weapon was being treated. He tells him that he doesn't care about the dead man. She asks him why he is just trying to poke the stones. She tells him to hit the normal one. He tells her that he hits with all his might. She extends her hand to him and asks him to give her a sickle so that she can try to split these stones. She makes a slight swing with her sickle, and a huge spiritual blade appears in front of her, cutting through the stones in front of them. They see that she managed to create the perfect place to put a body or remains of a person there. She looks at him contentedly and tells him that it's done correctly this way. He doesn't understand why it didn't work out for him. After some time, they fill this hole with a large number of stones and place a gravestone on which they write that this is the grave of the son of the black sky. She tells Ning Tao that the remains of the immortal swordsman have now been successfully buried and asks him what she should do next. He gives her a sign that she did well and tells her that she is good at working with her hands. He tells her that now they can leave and asks her to return home. And in the meantime, he will go down to the village because they are building an orphanage. She asks him where they will move the clinic. He tells her that he hasn't decided yet. She offers him the Amazon and tells him that she heard that there is a lot of food there and it is very beautiful. He asks her if she means by eating all kinds of bugs. He heads to the entrance to the village and sees someone standing on the road and as if waiting for someone. At first, he does not understand who it is. He comes closer to this man on the road and realizes that this is Yin Molan. He does not understand what he is doing in this place. He is holding some kind of small bag. He throws this bag to the doctor and tells him that he will need it to make an ancestor-finding pill and is only missing 4 ingredients. He tells him that the recipe requires 1,000-year-old ginseng, a girl's gray hair, a spiritual onion, and a jade descarania. Ning Tao thinks that on the lawn near the swordsman's abode, he saw all the plants that were needed, but all that remained was to find the girl's gray hair. He tells him that he will then go after it. To do this, he comes to the botanical garden of the Lantu Corporation, at which time everyone greets the chairman of the board. A man holds a folder and asks Lin Donghai, Lin Qinghao's father, if he should inform his daughter about his arrival. He tells him that he will go to her himself. He approaches the door to his daughter's office and hears that his daughter is asking someone to be more careful, and she is reassured by the fact that he is doing everything very affectionately and asking her to be patient a little. Her father is trembling and thinks that some obscenity is happening there. He hears some indecent conversations from her office. He hears that his daughter invites someone to stand in a different position and asks the one next to him to be more gentle. Her father bursts into her office and asks what is going on. He asks them what they are doing in the middle of the day. He sees that Ning Tao is delving into Lin Qingyu's head. He hesitantly asks them what they are doing. He sees the doctor taking out a gray hair from her head and is surprised that he came to her for such a simple thing. Lin Qingyu gets up from the sofa and walks up to her father. She tells him that she is very happy that he is finally back. Ning Tao moves away from them and tries to leave. He tells them that he will not interfere with his daughter's reunion with her father. Lin Donghai tells him to stop. Because he has completely misunderstood this situation, he looks a little angry. Ning Tao asks him what happened and what's wrong. He tells him that he doesn't know him at all and doesn't understand what all this happened. Lin Donghai asks him what he did with his daughter. He also tells him that their organization is not some kind of charity and orders him to take the children from his building. Ning Tao tells him that he was going to take the children anyway and with obvious anger, thanks him for allowing the unfortunate orphans to live with them for a while. Lin Qingyu tells his father that he saved his son, and he can't talk to him like that. She also explains to him that he just helped her get rid of a gray hair. She blushes and tells him that whatever they do in her office is none of his business. Because she is already old enough, he tells her that she wants to drive him to his grave. Their quarrel gives him the final opportunity to leave them. He leaves her office and closes the door behind him. He thinks that he still has to deal with Suya. He must explain to her everything that happened. He tells her that they will have to leave this building and she is surprised that this is happening and asks him why. He tells her that he understands that this is a little unexpected, but this is an office building and there is no place for children in it. She looks a little angry. He asks her to stop worrying. He tells her that he has already found a place to build a new orphanage and it is located in the countryside. He tells her that the nature there is beautiful and they will all be very happy there. She quickly grabs him and tells him that then they should go there quickly. He asks her to wait and go collect the children at the entrance while he calls the head of the village administration. He starts dialing Lunan's number and she doesn't answer him at first. He doesn't understand why she doesn't want to answer him. It turns out that at this time they are engaged in lovemaking. He tells his husband that they have been doing this for half an hour and she hears that someone is calling her. He tells her that he knows that she missed her and suggests that she just enjoy the moment. Her phone continues to ring. She still gets out of bed and puts on her slippers to go to her desk and answer the call. She covers herself and calls Ning Tao back. He asks her if they can move the children somewhere right now. She tells him that they can live at school for now. He tells her that he is very grateful to her and she tells him that she should be grateful to him because her husband is completely healthy. She completes her story and tells him that her husband also remembers her and he also has more strength than ever. He tells her that he is very happy for them. He ends the conversation and Suya runs up to him. She tells him that the children are ready and asks him if they can go. He tells her that they can. After that, he turns to her and you can see that his face is red. He asks her if she has already done something with the guys. She does not understand what he is talking about. He leans closer to her and tells her that he is very ashamed to say such a thing to a girl. He tries to explain to her what he means. He still tells her and asks directly if she did things with guys that lead to children appearing. She gets angry at his words and calls him a vile pervert, while she slaps him in the face for asking such indecent questions. He tells her that she misunderstood him and he just needs the girl's hair to prepare medicine. She is still angry with him. She tells him that she did not expect this from him because he looks absolutely normal, but in reality he turns out to be just a pervert. He tells her that he really needs it for medicine. She turns to him and tells him that she is still a girl, and if he wants her hair, then he can pull it out, but she is sure that he will not be able to find a single gray hair on her head. He tells her that she is mistaken and she has quite a lot of them and pulls out her hair. She holds her head because of the pain from tearing out the hair. She looks at her hair and realizes that it is really gray. She does not understand how this can be. Because she is still very young, he tells her not to worry about it, because she is not the only one. She asks him if one hair is really enough for the medicine. He tells her that she doesn't have to worry, because he took another hair from Lin Qinghua. She blushes and tells him that she is surprised that they haven't done anything with her yet. He asks her not to say such things and tells her that they are just friends. She tells him that he shouldn't be nervous because she just asked him a question, and tells him that she won't embarrass him anymore and invites him to go because they have children waiting. She very quickly begins to run away from him, not allowing him to say anything to her. He thinks that she behaved a little strangely. He walks into an office building and tries to find the exit. He doesn't understand where he is and can't figure out where the exit is. He hears that someone calls a man Mr. Takeda, and he says hello in Japanese. He hears this in the office next to him. Lin Qingyu and Lin Donghai are sitting in the office. They are sitting opposite some men who tell them to get straight to the point, and they tell them that they are aware of their latest developments. Arthur Crow and Takeda Kishi are sitting in front of them. The Japanese tells them that they are offering them to combine technology with their production line and with an agreement. The British is ready to invest £100 million in them. Lin Donghai tells them that they are interested in this, and they will begin finalizing their project immediately. His daughter says nothing. Takeda Kishi tells them that he has been living in their city for a long time, and he asked his son to organize a reception in the evening. He invites them to their consulate at 8 in the evening. Lin Donghai tells them that they are very grateful for their invitation, and they will definitely try to come to them. He still finds a way out, and after that, he calls Zhang Hao due to the information he heard about all this. She tells him that the police have been aware of this situation for a long time, and this does not come out as news to her. He is surprised that she already knows, and she tells him that the Takeda Kishi he is talking about also invited the mayor of their city, Mr. Hu, to the reception. She tells him that the mayor has high hopes for this deal, and that is why he accepted the invitation, and she is unable to help him in any way. Ning Tao tells her that he is grateful to her for her information, and he understood her. He says goodbye to her after that. He ends the conversation with her and heads into the village in order to collect the remaining necessary ingredients on the lawn. He dresses like a farmer and collects useful spiritual herbs, which he may also need in the future. He wipes his face and says that now the collection of ingredients is over and it's time to prepare the pill. He places his cauldron in the place where the skeleton of the immortal deceased swordsman was not so long ago and puts all the ingredients there. He says that according to the book The Way of the Elixir, a quality entry-level pill should emit a light turquoise glow. He puts his hand inside the pot to take out the pill and examine it. He worries about whether he succeeded or not. He takes out the pill and examines it. At first, it looks like the other pills he has created. The same turquoise glow that he spoke about appears. He says that he has a feeling that something is starting to awaken in his body. He says that he is surprised that this pill can actually awaken information about his genetic code, and after that, some kind of glow appears next to him. An old man appears from this glow. Ning Tao understands that the son of the black sky himself appears before him. Ning Tao comes closer to him and does not understand where he came from in such a place. He tries to touch him. He runs his hand and realizes that it was just a mirage, and he started having glitches from just the smell. He is afraid of what could happen if he swallows it. He starts talking nonsense about some movie, and at the same time his face changes a little. He also laughs stupidly. He closes his own mouth to stop the nonsense pouring out of his mouth. He looks scared because of this. He looks at the pill and thinks that he will not swallow such a pill until he tests it on someone else. He leaves his small shelter and calls Yin Molan. The guardsman asks him why he made an appointment in such a wilderness. Ning Tao does not answer him what the reason is, and tells him that he was able to make the pill that he so wanted, The guardsman asks him to quickly give it to him. He takes the pill from him and puts it on his palm. He looks at the glow this pill gives off. He looks surprised. Ning Tao tells him that he had to use some very valuable ingredients to make it, and therefore, to compensate for his expenses, he will ask him for a favor. He tells him that he wants him to go to the Japanese consulate this evening and find out all about a man named Takeda Kishu and also about his son Takeda Yufu, as well as about a British man named Arthur Crow. Yin Molan tells him that he will do this for him, and immediately after swallows the pill, Ning Tao tells him that he is quite a risk-taker. He starts shaking and just makes a surprised sound. His face starts to look quite strange. After that, he falls to the ground and it looks like he died. Ning Tao sees this and also thinks that he killed him. The glow that came from the pill begins to come out of Yin Molan's mouth and his eyes turn red. He rises from the ground, and at that moment that same light turquoise glow emanates from his entire body. Qingjui and Ning Tao look at him and do not understand what is happening to him. He looks very creepy and intimidating. He starts smiling contentedly, and there's that light turquoise glow coming from his mouth and his eyes. It looks like he's in some kind of berserk mode. He begins to scream very loudly, and all his muscles tense and enlarge, causing his clothes to tear. Qingjui is frightened by what is happening to the guard and tries to shut her master down. She tells him that they should be more careful. Yin Molan takes off and jumps towards the mountain that is next to him. He is about to crash into it. He starts jumping through the mountain, and he makes holes in it. He makes a real anthill out of the mountain. He jumps out of the last hole. And at the same time, a very satisfied smile is visible on his face. He looks quite creepy because of everything that he does. Qingjui does not understand what is happening to him and asks the owner what is happening to him. Ning Tao tells her that he knows as much as she does. She tells him that he made the pill and must know something. He tells her that he didn't do any testing and it's not his fault that the guard just put that pill in his mouth. After these words, Yin Molan crashes into the ground in front of them and creates some kind of large split, while a trail of light turquoise glow follows behind him. The dust clears due to the strong explosion, and they see a guardsman who is waist-deep in the ground, no longer emitting a glow. Ning Tao heads towards him and says that he is a poor fellow. Qingjui tells him that he better not come near him, because they don't know what's wrong with him, and he might attack him. He doesn't listen to her and still approaches him. He leans towards him and asks the guard if he is okay. Unexpectedly for him, he quickly grabs him by the shoulder. He does not understand what this could mean and whether he is conscious now. Yin Molan looks at him from under his forehead and sweat is visible on his face. He asks him to help him get out of the ground. Ning Tao and Qingjui take him by the hands and pull him out of the ground. He asks the guardsman if he is really okay. Yin Molan tells him that he is okay, and he made a very fierce pill. He tells him that the unclean energy inside him has intensified, and as soon as he loosened control over it, he immediately found himself at its complete disposal. He asks him what it means that unclean energy took control of him, and asks him if there was something related to the awakening of information from the genetic code. Yin Molan tells him that something similar happened, but he can't say anything concrete, and he thinks that his pill is designed to strengthen the dark side and can speed up his overall cultivation. He asks him if any images or glitches appeared before him, such as people or objects from the past. He tells him that nothing like that happened. Ning Tao thinks that he had hallucinations due to the vapors of the pill alone, and the guardsman did not see anything. He suggests that this may be due to the fact that he is an evil spirit. Yin Molan tells him that his pill has given him the confidence to find the recipe for true immortality, and he is determined to discover the secret that was lost millennia ago. Ning Tao tells him that he wants to ask him one bold question, namely, how he was able to find Zhu Hongyu's remains. He tells him that her mother was a werefox, and her name was Hu Ji, and she got the recipe for the pill, and then she sealed it on her daughter's skull, and after her daughter disappeared, she tried to find her, but someone killed her in the Himalayas. Ning Tao tells him that as time permits, they can go to the Himalayas together to find out more information. Yin Molan tells him that they can, but first he will go to fulfill his request. He quickly moves away and jumps away from them through the trees. He heads towards the city to find out everything about the people he asked him to find out about. Qingjui turns to Ning Tao and tells him that she would also like to try such a pill. He tells her that he can make it for her later. He looks at her and immediately blushes. He thinks about why she might need such a powerful pill. He imagines how, because of the pill, her clothes begin to tear, and these thoughts confuse him very much. Ning Tao tells her that for safety reasons, they will look at Yin Molan soon, and if everything is okay, then he will give her such a pill. She tells him that it sounds sensible and tells him that in the abode of the son of the black sky she found a secret passage and invites him to go and see what is there. They come to the abode of the son of the black sky, and they remove some kind of slab from the floor. Under it there is some kind of staircase, along which they begin to go down. King Chui hides behind him, and he asks her why she is afraid of the dark, because she is a were-snake, and she tells him that she is not afraid of the dark, but of possible traps. King Chui doesn't pay attention to where she is going and where she is stepping, and because of this, she steps on a rock which causes her to lose her balance. She starts screaming and goes somewhere underground. Ning Tao sees this, and he does not understand what happened and how it happened. She tells him that it was a trap and they fell into it. They slide down the stairs. They land on the ground and they land in a very indecent position. It looks very strange and indecent. King Chui arrives first, and she doesn't realize that she's poking her head right into his groin. She's trying to figure out what's going on. Ning Tao also comes to his senses and immediately sees in front of him that he is looking at the indecent place of his maid. He quickly jumps up from the floor and tells her that this place is really dark and scary, and there is no need to touch it anywhere. The two of them notice that there is another door and entrance next to them. They understand that they must go there. They open the door and slowly walk inside. They are afraid that there might be more traps in the room in front of them. They go inside and see something that really surprises them. The two of them simultaneously ask each other about what they see. They understand that they are standing right in front of a huge source of spiritual energy, which resembles some kind of small pond. Cui Jui suddenly pushes off the ground to do something strange. He doesn't understand what she wants to do. She jumps into this source of energy and says that this is the first time she has seen such an accumulation of spiritual energy. He tries to stop her. She decides to dive and goes completely underwater. For some reason, she looks very confident that nothing will happen to her. Ning Tao approaches the source and asks her if she is okay and orders her to surface immediately and not scare him. Unexpectedly, Qing Chui's hand appears from below. She quickly grabs his leg in order to drag him to her. He sees this happening and is surprised that she grabs him. He does not understand what will happen to him next. She drags him deep under the waters of the spring and tells him that she wants him to swim with her. He understands that the concentration of spiritual energy is so high that it even corrodes his clothes and he can breathe calmly. King Jui splashes happily, and he thinks that in this source there is no need to make an effort to absorb spiritual energy because it itself penetrates through every pore of his body. He decides to sit in the lotus position in order to concentrate. He thinks that he should relax as much as possible. He concentrates on his consciousness and is transported to a place where he can observe his spiritual power. He is surprised that he can see the state of the great limit before him and that he sees the processes that are unfolding within him. He understands that his great limit has already reached its peak and therefore he feels invincible. He looks very serious. His concentration is interrupted by Qing Jui. She swims up to him and examines him. She tells him that she likes what he hid from her. It turns out that their clothes have completely dissolved, and he quickly covers himself. He asks her how long she has been looking at him like that, and whether she has even the slightest bit of embarrassment. She doesn't understand what he's talking about and turns away from him. He tells her that she was just complimenting his sculpted torso. They leave the source and head into the forest in order to head to the city or village. They are already wearing different clothes, and Qing Jui tells him that his heavenly clinic is a good thing and convenient. But they need to make sure that he stores more women's clothes. He tells her that he is a guy and he doesn't see the point in keeping women's clothes. She tells him that they will go shopping tomorrow. He tells her that tomorrow he will have to move the clinic, and he hasn't even decided where, and she keeps telling him about things. At that moment, someone calls him. Yin Molin calls him. He tells him that he was in trouble and killed 3 killers at the Japanese consulate, but Lin Qing Hao was still kidnapped. Ning Tao asks him where he is and where he should go. He quickly moves to where the guardsman is and asks him what happened. He looks scared. Yin Molin tells him that Takeda and his son were acting under the orders of Huai Yu from the Tang sect, and she is working with Nicholas Candy and they want to take over the Ancestor Search Project and the Botanical Garden is captured. He tells him that he suspects that Lin Qing Hao is being held in the Botanical Garden. Ning Tao tells him that it was necessary to exterminate every last Tang tribe. He tells him something that shocks him. He tells him that his old friend Jiang Hao has also been captured and is in their possession. After his explanations, they head towards the laboratory research floor. The moon and stars are visible in the sky. They approach the main doors in order to eradicate absolutely everyone involved in the building. They knock down the doors. Yin Molin, Ning Tao, and Qing Jui stand in the doorway. looking very creepy, illuminated by the moonlight and telling those inside to let their friends go. They go inside and see a huge number of people in front of them who do not look very friendly. These people are fully armed and immediately command everyone else to start shooting to kill. They start shooting at them. Yin Molan, Ning Tao, and Qingjui quickly react when they start shooting at them and quickly run away. They calmly exhale and hide behind cover. This gives them the opportunity to discuss how they will act next. They sit behind some small wall, and Ning Tao tells the guard that he could have warned them that soldiers would be waiting for them. Yin Molan tells him that he forgot to tell him that Liang Kaming turned out to be Nicholas Candy's man, and he probably already conveyed to him all the secrets of the Ancestor Search Project. He tells him that they now have two problems and one of them should take on the soldier, and one on Nicholas Kundi. Ning Tao thinks for a moment and tells him that the soldier will take on Yin Molan. Such a quick decision surprises him. After his words, the guardsman runs out from behind their cover and attracts all the attention of the military, who shoot at them. Yin Molan runs away from them and shouts to Ning Tao that he will owe him a lot for what he will have to do right now. The doctor shouts to him that they will be numbered and he will be able to make as many as 10 Ancestor Search pills for him. Meanwhile, Yin Molan hears his price and continues to run away from the military. He tells him that he won't get away with 10 pills and he will have to give him 20. He leads the military away, and Ning Tao gets up and tells Qingjui that she will go with him. She obeys his orders. They run along the corridor and try to find a place where the girls can be hidden. They don't know where they exactly need to go. Unexpectedly, some woman appears in front of them. They see her and do not understand what to do. At first, they stop. They decide that the best solution is to jump away from her, because they don't know what she can do to them. They examine her and realize that Tang Huaiyu is now standing in front of them. She tells the doctor that she knows that he killed her son and tells him that the hour of reckoning has come. Ning Tao tells him that her vile son has done a lot of trouble and he fully deserves his death, and he would like to kill him several more times. Tang Huaiyu tells him that he thinks too highly of himself and he has no right to evaluate her son's actions. Suddenly, something happens to the wall next to them. Someone breaks it, and because of this, a strong roar is heard. A man comes out of a hole made in the wall, and at first you cannot see him because he raised a lot of dust. It turns out to be Nicholas Kundi. He tells them that there are always people who justify their cruelty by fighting for justice and calls it self-deception. He has girls in his hands. Qingjui sees him holding her master's girlfriends and looks angry. Ning Tao looks even more angry and orders him to let the girls go. Nicholas Kundi tells him that he has heard a lot about him and knows that he managed to make an Ancestor Search pill. He tells him that if he surrenders to them, he will let one of his girlfriends go. Tang Huaiyu takes a stand and tells him that he is in vain to stand on ceremony with them and orders him to simply finish off the doctor and his maid. Qingjui tells her master that he must save his girlfriends and she will take on Hui Cabin's evil mother. He tells her to be careful and she lunges at the woman in front of her. With her leaving, Ning Tao lowers his head and looks very creepy. Nicholas Kundi tells him that he will give him the opportunity to save one of the girls and asks him which one he will choose. Ning Tao's face becomes very angry and he looks at him with hatred, and he looks as if he is ready to kill him. He doesn't wait for his answer and throws Jiang Hao at him. He tells him that he can catch her. She screams in fear. Ning Tao quickly reacts as he throws her and jumps high into the air, catching her in his arms. He lands on the floor with her and asks her if she is okay. Jiang Hao tells him that she is completely fine. Nicholas Kundi is not going to wait for him to talk to her and throws the next girl, Lin Qingyu. He asks him if he can catch her. Because his hands are already occupied with one girl, Lin Qingyu shouts that she will break. Unexpectedly for all of them, she is caught by a snake's tail. She looks very surprised due to such an unexpected rescue. She thanks Qingjui for catching her and exhales calmly. Qingjui tells her that everything is fine and she doesn't have to worry. She lowers her to the ground and relaxes her tail to free her, her master landing next to her, still holding Jiang Hao in his arms. He smiles contentedly and a blush is visible on his face. He tells Qingjui that she did a great job and thanks her for saving Lin Qingyu. While he is talking to his nurse, a clenched fist appears above his head and is aimed at him. Nicholas Kundi brings his fist down on the floor and destroys it, again raising a large amount of dust. He realizes that he failed to hit the doctor and turns around to look directly at him. Ning Tao stops in his tracks and is angry that he was attacked directly on the sly. Jiang Hao tells him that he can leave her and get on with the fight. Nicholas Kundi angrily asks him why he can only jump like a flea and tells him that soon he will be talking to the god of death. He aims his attack at the doctor, and Ning Tao quickly pushes Zhang Hao away and tells her to hide somewhere far away. This distracts him, and he is unable to dodge Nicholas Kundi's huge fist, which is flying straight at him. Because of this blow, Ning Tao coughs up blood and does not look good. It looked very painful. All the girls see what is happening to him and look very scared because he could not defend himself. Nicholas Kundi begins to strike a bunch of blows at the doctor and does not give him the opportunity to escape. With each blow, he wishes for his death. Ning Tao looks very beaten, and he thinks that the project of searching for ancestors has paid off for him because he understands that he is strong as the devil. Nicholas Candy takes it in his hands, and Zhang Hao, Qingjui, and Lin Qingyu ask him to let the doctor go. Nicholas Kundi brings the doctor closer to him and laughs at him. He tells him that he expected much more from him and tells him that he is finished and calls him a cockroach. Ning Tao takes him by the hand, while his hands are covered in blood. He tells him that he was very hasty in jumping to conclusions. He begins to draw a circle on his arm with his blood in order to move him to where he can defeat him. Nicholas Kundi sees transference effects appearing on his hand and asks him what he is doing and what is happening. Ning Tao looks at him angrily and tells him that with this circle he is sending him straight to hell. Nicholas Kundi sees his hand begin to disappear due to the doctor's transference circle being drawn on his hand. Ning Tao frees himself from his grip and calmly lands on the ground after his hand disappears. Nicholas Candy yells because his body is gradually disappearing and asks Tang Hui to somehow help him. He looks very scared. Tang Hui sees that her accomplice is missing and he reaches out to her. She tells him that she will now try to help him. She forgets that there are still enemies behind her and Qingjui is attacking her. She asks her who she is going to save and tells her that she will share his fate. She hits her with her tail and sends her to the place where Nicholas Kundi just disappeared. She did not expect such a blow. Tang Hui also begins to disappear at the place of movement and moves along with him. She stretches her hand forward and screams out of horror. She completely disappears, and the last thing they see of her disappearing is her fingers, which are extended forward. They are transported to some room and do not understand what is happening. Nicholas Candy asks Tang Hui where they are. A heavenly clinic appears with very red eyes and begins to seem to inhale air, while the inhaled air glows with an unusual glow. They realize that something is happening and can no longer move. They look shocked. The heavenly clinic begins to suck in air, which is illuminated with a light turquoise glow. It envelops these two and begins to absorb them. They do not understand what is happening to them and what will happen to them. Horrifying screams are heard from the Ning Tao clinic. They are very frightened that they are being abducted by some unknown force. Zhang Hao and Lin Qingyu approach Ning Tao and ask if he is okay. They tell him that he scared them a lot. Ning Tao blushes because the girls are so worried about him. He hesitantly tells them that he is completely fine. Yin Molin appears, who tells him that he managed to sort out his area and asks them how they are coping. He sees how the girls are worried about him and they sit around him. Ning Tao tells him that he is glad that the guardsman has finally returned. The guardsman sees how the girls treat him, and he tells him that he will not disturb them and says goodbye to him. Ning Tao gets up and tells the girls that it is time for them to leave too. Jiang Hao and Lin Qingyu stand up for him and help him walk, although he tells them that he can move himself. Qingjui sees how the girls pester him and thinks that they stole his master, and if she had known in advance, she would not have saved them. Meanwhile, Ning Tao stops the girls and tells them that he really doesn't need their help and needs to go to the toilet very urgently. They are angry that he needs to go to the toilet again, but they still let him go and let him go on his own. He goes to the toilet. He leaves the toilet and sees that Qingjui is already waiting for him. He is surprised that she is the only one who greets him like this. He asks her why she was left alone and where the others went. He tells him that Lin Qinghua was taken hostage and Zhang Hao left to investigate the case, and Lin Qingyu left after her father called. Ning Tao tells her that everything is fine, and it's time for them to go home too. She hugs him and tells him that now he must understand who will stay with him until the end. For some reason, she suddenly begins to breathe very heavily, and he asks her what's wrong with her and what's hurting her. She suddenly falls to the floor and he doesn't understand what happened to her. He looks very scared because of it. After she falls to the ground, he takes her in his arms and carries the two of them to his clinic. It is a dark night outside. Ning Tao puts her on the couch and examines her. He notices something that surprises him a little. He asks her what it is. He sees some darts in her backside. She tells him that while they were fighting those two, they hit his tail. He doesn't understand why she was hit in that particular place. He thinks that even though the poison doesn't affect her, she still had to suffer a lot because of those darts. Ning Tao tells her that these wounds definitely need to be healed, but to do this, he will need to rip her panties. She tells him that he can do whatever is necessary and she doesn't care. He listens to her words and thinks that he doesn't care at all that he has to tear her panties. She asks him if he has seen enough and asks him to quickly start doing something about her wounds. He guides his hands to her large backside, and he thinks that he must forget all his inhibitions and cannot delay any longer. He starts tearing her panties to get the darts out of her big backside. It looks indecent. She turns red and starts moaning loudly. She says that she really enjoys what he is doing. Half an hour later, he finishes taking out the darts and she tells him he's a miracle because her big backside doesn't hurt at all anymore. She runs up to him and grabs his neck. She thanks him for his help, but he asks her not to hold him so tightly. She looks at him upset and asks him why he behaves this way towards her, and it all makes her think that he doesn't like her. He tells her that she is wrong, and in fact this is not the case at all, but he does not have time to finish. Something terrible happens and the clinic begins to move. At first, he doesn't understand what's going on. Some terrible sounds are heard that frighten them very much. They do not understand what to do, because they have never moved with the clinic before. Qingzhou jumps on the owner and wraps her arms and legs around him. She asks him what that just happened. She tells him that she is very scared and does not understand what is happening. He tells her that she is worrying in vain, and that the clinic has just started moving. 5 minutes later, the sounds and trembling disappear. She still continues to hang on him out of fear. She asks him if the clinic has moved yet. He tells her that it probably has already moved, but she still tells him that she is scared. He tells her that she doesn't have to worry because as long as he's around, the clinic won't risk touching her and he needs to go to the toilet. She tells him that he needs a new excuse. A scroll appears, telling him that the clinic's level has been upgraded and the rent is going up again. He reads that next time he has to pay 2,000 points and says that this is some kind of scam. Qingzhui does not understand what is happening. He tells her that it's none of her business and tells her to follow him because he wants to look around and figure out where they ended up. He opens the doors of the clinic and looks around. They carefully examine the place where they have moved. They see that they have been transported to a completely different place, and this confirms that the clinic has indeed moved. They do not understand what this place is and continue to look at houses that are different from those they have seen before. Qingzhui asks him where she will live now. He tells her that they can walk around and find out if anyone is renting out housing, because he also has nowhere to live and does not want to live in a clinic. Her eyes light up and she blushes. She tells him that this means that now she can live together. Ning Tao tells her that in this case he would rather live in the clinic. She tells him that this is not how things are done. He calms her down and tells her that she is joking and invites her to go and look for housing for them. She agrees with him.